brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another.
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on the kickoff hour. We're off and rolling. Good Time Gang live in studio. Adler will join us in an hour from now with Rick and Bubba for the main show, and we look forward to being with all of you today. Busy day indeed. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the old traditional number that you're used to hearing us say. It is back and running properly. And so 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number if you want to chime in on any of the conversations that we have or just want to be part of the show today in some capacity. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yep.
What's up, boys?
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Sorry for the delay. I'm applying for the Alabama football coaching job.
Okay. Big story.
Wow. Yeah, it was a big story.
Rick tried to tell it. Rick tried to tell everybody.
Completely caught me off guard
during
my day yesterday.
Yeah.
And do you know who told me? Who was the one that told me first? I had to hear it from them. Of course, when I first read the text, I'm like, she's got this wrong. Amanda, of all people.
Well, she was
That's
right.
funny.
So she came in about 2 minutes before the group text from you guys, but I didn't know any of this until I guess I texted y'all back last night as I was going through. But,
How about that?
wow.
Yeah.
It's big news.
Yeah, it is. I thought it was big news when I saw the Seattle Seahawks and
I did
had parted
too.
ways.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll.
Yeah, with Pete Carroll. I thought, well, that's big news. And
Yeah.
then that was nothing compared to this.
You're right.
I think the NFL has a total of 6 or 7 now vacancies. But then this came down yesterday. University of Alabama, along with Miss Terry and Coach Saban, issued statements on his 17-year head coaching tenure at Alabama and the records and the legacy he leaves behind. And it is quite the conversation and the story in college football. You've already got Bama commits decommitting, and it's just going to be a mess. Number 9 overall recruit Ryan Williams decommitted from Alabama after the news, and you're going to have that. But it was surprising because it took a little bit of time. After Alabama lost to Michigan, you thought, and we all did, well, if they would have won, maybe that would be the case. But he ain't going to lose. He ain't going to leave after losing. And then it set for a little bit. And I'm sure it's not a surprise to Alabama because, Saban, he's probably been in communication with him in some capacity. And they probably already have a plan in action we just don't know about. But it was a surprise to me to hear it this late in the recruiting season and everything. I was like, wow.
You and it's been said. I mean, Rick half jokingly was
he
doing
did.
this, but he also made the point later, which I agree with. Coaches from his era and where college football is headed now, that's
tough.
not a good mix.
No,
there's no
really
way
not.
that he. And I know you can't get out and say anything against NIL because it hurts your recruiting and all this. But I promise you, those school guys, they probably think what you're saying now is ridiculous.
Well, the new school guys are saying it's ridiculous, so I can't imagine what the old school guys are saying.
I mean, they make it like right now. You would think in the past, hey, Nick Saban's leaving. That program's in great shape. Whoever gets the job going to inherit a good team. Well, not now. They can all leave. Every one of them can leave.
It's interesting. I heard
it doesn't matter. You're not inheriting anything.
I heard reports on how this went down, and evidently every year for the last probably, 5 to 10 years, whenever they're finished with the season, win, lose, or draw, he and Miss Terry sits down and talks about, well, we're going to do this again. And they said that this conversation went a little different than the ones in the previous years, and so it was time. So, when you're 72 and you look and you go, you know what, if I make a really good run here, I got about 10 years.
Look, I got more money I'll ever need. Yep. I've got 7 national championships.
And you add what you just said on top of all that.
Yeah, and then all this, the game's changing, You got to recruit the kids every year to get them to stay. And like I say, whoever gets this job, I mean, the university itself and the program has a lot of clout.
Sure.
But it's real easy to leave now. So there's going to be a bunch because you can bet here come the vultures.
Oh, yeah.
To clean up the mess and let's take some players.
I was waiting to see if overnight Lane Kiffin was announced as the new head coach, but that hadn't broke yet.
He seems to be the front runner and the guy from
Dan Lanning. I don't want to be this guy, though. I want to be the guy that comes in after this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. You never want to be the guy that comes in after a legend.
No, you don't.
That.
It's tough.
There's two teams I don't want to coach this year, next year. This one, and when Belichick's gone, I wouldn't want to coach the Patriots.
No, exactly.
Yeah. Saban insisted on telling his players first that he was retiring before it got out publicly. So he met Wednesday at around 4 p.m. Central. A regular team meeting was already scheduled for Tuesday, but it got rescheduled for Wednesday when some of the players weren't able to make it back in time because of all the weather issues that have hit central Alabama and the South. So Saban and Miss Terry had spent a long weekend at their house in Florida that we just mentioned, them being together, and returned to Tuscaloosa on Monday. But he spoke to the players and staff in the team room for about 15 minutes, informing them that he was retiring. And then everybody was trying to, I guess, gather their thoughts and realize what he just told them, because it was a little bit of a surprise to a lot of the players. But he said that he was just he talked to the players and thanked them for buying in, and told them that he thought he's been really thinking out his decision carefully. This is not a quick decision. It's been something I guess that he's really been on his mind. And after talking to Miss Terry, he decided to go ahead and step down and retire. He
preaches it, and he also lives it, and that's striving for excellence in anything that he puts his hands on. And I think the reality is, and we talk about this too, 14, 16-hour days look a lot different at 72 than they did at 62, than they did at 52. And so, he's not going to do anything halfway.
No,
and I think he's realizing, hey, I really can't do this anymore. The headache of some of this other stuff.
Here comes the 12-team playoff. Here comes, I'm going
to go hang out with the grandkids and the family and see the lake every morning.
Sure.
I do wonder what he's going to do with his time. Is he a consultant, or is he a broadcaster, or does he do a little bit of it all? I mean, I don't know. Does he get out in a year and hate retirement and try something else one more time? I mean, you never know.
How about this? In a lot of folks, are going to be throwing out stats and stuff, but this is just unbelievable. In his 28 years as a college head football coach, a career that included 7 national titles, 12 conference championships, 11 SEC, 1 MAC, and 19 bowl game wins, Saban never had a losing season. His worst seasons were in 1996 and 1998 at Michigan State, where he finished 500. And for as far as like a single team, they said that he won 201 games. And tied Vince Dooley at Georgia for the second most wins at a single school in the SEC, only behind Bear Bryant, who won 232 games in his 25 seasons with Alabama. Saban won 201 games in 17 seasons. So it's just an unbelievable career, and the legacy he leaves behind. Folks couldn't tweet out the player tree that has been underneath him. And it is a who's who of NFL legends, not just college. I'm talking about NFL, just everyday, I know that guy kind of names. Even if you weren't a fan of Alabama, you just know them. But, and offense and defense. But the list is a long one, and so that'll be a big discussion. I know yesterday it was when it broke, but it's the first time we've had a chance to really settle in together and discuss it.
Well, like I say, probably a good idea.
Yeah. So we'll see who replaces him. Wow. Well, you can't replace Saban. Who gets the job, I guess, is what I'm saying.
A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. We're sitting here talking about the news coming out of Alabama football yesterday. Nick Saban retiring after 17 seasons with the Tide. That'll be a conversation. We won't try to eat up the entire hour with it. But do you remember talking about
It's gonna be weird college football without Nick Saban.
I know who gets the job, who they hire next. Do y'all remember when college football was at a point where we only thought about coaches that weren't coaching as replacements? If you'll think, like, so-and-so, he's not coaching. Now the landscape has changed so much, it doesn't matter if somebody just signed another contract with another school or not.
None of that matters.
None of that matters. So you got to think your thought process has to be bigger than just somebody that might be available. Now it could be somebody that just signed an extension across the state line.
Whatever it takes, they can get it done. I heard Speedy mention Jimbo Fisher.
He's so crazy. Oh, my
Speaking
goodness.
of large payouts.
Yeah. Well, he might go to Ole Miss when Lane leaves.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a bad idea.
No, it might not be. So we're just shooting the bull on that. Pete Carroll stepped down. He is retiring from the Seahawks after 14 seasons, and he will remain in the front office. But he said, look, I've been here a minute, and I understand when the team needs to move forward and love the Seahawks. I just want to make sure the team is okay. I'm still staying around, but just not going to be head coach. So
yeah, Pete. Maybe
he's 72 as well.
Yeah,
they're both the same age. Him and Saban.
He's got him Super Bowl, national championships in college. He's done fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Ain't done much lately, but yeah.
A lot of you are asking if we've communicated with Dickie Nadmeyer. I have.
Boy, I bet he's gone into hiding.
Yeah, last night I did communicate with him and asked if he was pretty emotional, by the way.
Was he drinking?
Well, yeah,
absolutely.
He was a lot of background noise. The gnat sound was almost overwhelming. Have you ever talked to somebody and it's so busy in the background, like I can barely hear you? So I don't know where they were. It's probably at some RV park, but I'm not sure which one. But he said if he wakes up before the show is over, he will call us because he's got a lot of things on his mind. RBU this week.
What the timing on this?
Is with Eli Gold.
Yeah.
And we
will. He may have a special guest with him.
We will record that today.
It has nothing to do today.
And that will publish on Saturday. So
the timing.
Good night.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that long. We're not going to talk about this all day. The callers will. But I remember watching the news and that plane coming in and him getting out and that drunk lady going over there and wrapping him up, started kissing all over him. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
That was when he first arrived.
17 years.
That doesn't seem like.
Well, I remember. I don't know my thoughts on how that was going to go when he landed and he started.
I promise, and it sounds like I'm jumping on a bad wagon, but I remember thinking to myself, they may have finally got it right. Because, for years, they couldn't get it right.
No, they couldn't. Well, you want to know why?
When I just did, I thought, they may have got it right this time.
And
go ahead.
No, well, I'm just saying, for a while, Alabama wanted to have a coach that had ties to Bear Bryant. And they tried desperately, and then they realized, we just got to go out and get the best. And they went out and got Saban. And
their first choice was Rich Rod.
Yeah, I know. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
And so now I wonder if they'll be out of the box, or are they going to try to keep it to a tie with Saban now with the new hire?
Yeah.
Or will they go out and just get the best that's coaching? Now, some of the best that's coaching has Saban ties, so that might be an easy choice. But it's just surprising. I was not prepared this late for that news to come down. But if he had a scheduled team meeting, everybody gets back. He and Miss Terry had been together down in Florida discussing life. And, he's young enough now to where if you retire, you can enjoy life after retirement.
Yeah.
So many times people hang on to where they're
especially in that business.
Yeah, they're so old that, they retire and then they can't enjoy life because they're so old.
Yeah.
And he can hopefully, in good health, enjoy retirement and enjoy life with Miss Terry.
All right, let me ask you something. What's most likely to happen? the new hire coach, come from the list I'm about to name or somebody else we're not thinking of. Okay? We've named most of these.
So a lot of times in these jobs, when they announce who it is, you're like, what?
What happened? I know. Dan Lanning, we know him. Washington's coach, Kalen, is it DeBoer?
DeBoer or something like that.
Clemson's Dabo Swinney. Hearing that name a lot. Penn State's James Franklin. Florida State's Mike Norvell. Notre Dame's Marcus Freeman. Now, this is a target list that's been put out by Bleacher Report, and I've seen it on other. Does it come from that group?
No.
Or does it come from another? Well, I'll add Lane Kiffin to the list.
And let's not think, please, let's not. You need to think so out of the box. You need to think of NFL right now, too.
True.
Coming down.
Oh, I'd love to see Mike McDaniel in Tuscaloosa.
Bill Belichick.
Yeah. D'Amico Ryans.
That name is coming up several times, by the way.
Former player.
Yeah.
Probably going to win Coach of the Year this year.
Has had a great year.
Outstanding rookie.
No,
coaching.
I heard that name mentioned yesterday as a real thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd be interested because he's had such a good year.
I think he should be on the list.
But, yeah.
I don't know, though. All of his coaching's been in the NFL. You know, he hadn't dealt with recruiting and all that.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to hearing RBU talking because Eli Gold, even with your lunch you had with him, it has so many stories about him and Coach Saban and stuff. And
he was
great
being interviewed yesterday throughout, and Amanda, I think that's where Amanda called some of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said it was great. So you're in for a treat with RBU this week.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Boy, he can tell a story.
Yeah, my goodness.
Boy, he can spin a yarn, can't he?
Yes. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Kickoff hour off and running. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. We appreciate you being with us. 866. That's right. I'm saying it right. 866 We Be Big, our number. Back to Old Faithful.
Yeah,
866 We Be Big, our number. As we continue here with the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Whether you're making big changes this year or just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment on your journey. I know that's for me. It's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds, indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. It's no wonder their everyday earbuds have tens of thousands 5-star reviews. Now's the time to check it out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today and get 20% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 20% off. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's a perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We trust Simply Safe in our own homes, and we recommend it to everybody. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your house also. With a new 24/7 Live Guard protection protection, monitoring agents can actually see, speak, and confront intruders in your home, real, live. Available only from Simply Safe to actually stop crime in real time. 24/7 monitoring is highly affordable, costing less than $1 a day, half the price of traditional home security. Keep your home and family safer than ever in the new year. Save 20% on your new system with a fast protection plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's a perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We trust Simply Safe in our own homes, and we recommend it to everybody. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your house also. With a new 24/7 live guard protection, monitoring agents can actually see, speak, and confront intruders in your home, real, live. Available only from Simply Safe to actually stop crime in real time. 24/7 monitoring is highly affordable, costing less than $1 a day, half the price of traditional home security. Keep your home and family safer than ever in the new year. Save 20% on your new system with a fast protection plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Good time gang settling in. We are here. I'm Speedy over to my left, Greg Burgess to my right, Michael Helms. Adler will join us after top of the hour. Rick and Bubba are in the house now, back in the office, getting prepared for the day. RBU this week with Eli Gold. Very timely. We'll discuss, I think, which is pretty obvious, and that is the news of Coach Saban retiring yesterday after 17 years at Alabama, and his very productive and successful career and a number of other things. This week's RBU with Eli Gold. Yeah. Make sure that you are subscribed to RBU, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Make sure you go subscribe, get notifications, all that kind of good stuff, wherever you get your podcast. But we'll also tweet that out or X that out or post it out or whatever you call it, and follow us on social media. We send that out on all the platforms, both audio and video links on Saturday mornings.
Coach Saban aside, that story aside, Eli's story is phenomenal.
Yes, it really is.
It really is. I mean, that's that'll be the most intriguing thing you hear.
Mm-hmm. I just love guys that have had careers like him. Just tell stories that you've never heard, and he's got a lot of Coach Saban stories. So it'll be a lot of that. And scheduled to call if he wakes up in time. Dickie Nadmeyer will call in and probably talk about the impact beyond the field with Coach Saban and Crimson Tide and how he's dealing with it. When I talked to him last night, he was not well. He was not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Handling it.
Nope. All right, so just real quick, some other college news outside of Alabama. For some reason, the NCAA president Charlie Baker, said felt like he needed to talk about Michigan's football's national championship. And he was
I think
quoted,
this was a good move. I think he needed to do this too.
He was quoted as saying it was earned fair and square, and that his organization's unusual decision to share information about cheating allegations during the season should help to eliminate doubts about the legitimacy of the Wolverines' title run.
Well.
And it is one of those things that a lot of folks are, saying the national championship is tainted. Some saying no, it's not. Some saying everybody does it, whatever.
And that's why it was important for him to do
the president basically says, hey, they want it fair and square, so that's the way we look at it.
Yeah. I do wonder, Connor Stallions is the guy behind the scenes on the whole deal with buying tickets and going to games. I wonder what he's going to do next. Like, what does his life look like?
I know. That's a good point.
I mean, guys, he was on the sideline for the team that just won the national title and not there the last few games. And now what do you do? Because he's a coach.
Yeah.
Like what? So that'd be interesting. I want to know where he lands too.
Yeah. I don't know. That'll be an interesting decision for sure.
And honestly, he was probably doing what he was told. So it's not like he was doing this stuff on his own. Maybe, I don't know.
Not according to Harbaugh.
Harbaugh didn't have a clue. Somebody may have told him. Jim.
But you don't just go do that on your own.
And that other
they
thing
employ
too.
you.
According to Michigan, he did.
Yeah, he went to all those great lengths just because he loved the program. He was trying to help him out and not tell him. I'm going to be honest. Again, that's going a little far for the advantage you're going. I mean, it gives you a little advantage, like we talked about earlier, but you still got to make the play. I don't think it's worth traveling all over the country and putting on another team's coaching attire and standing on the sidelines. I think that's a little much.
You know what I think it falls
under? I don't
under?
think you get that much of an advantage by now.
I think it falls under us trying to be sharp, do something different.
It does, because I really, I think it was Deion Sanders that made the point. He goes, if you're telling me what pitch is coming in baseball, that's an advantage. But in football, just because I know the play, I still got to stop it.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps, but I don't know how much. Worth all that effort?
That's the thing. That's the key.
About 24 hours ago, changing the subject, we discussed a story about a guy that wrecked his truck and went off the bridge, and he was underneath the bridge, stayed there 6 days.
50 days.
Ended up finding him. Two fishermen were down.
Don't tell me the story's made up.
No, we have another one.
Well, listen, we've had those happen. They come out later and go, well, they made that up. That was one of their buddies. They put him in a crashed truck.
A California woman survived 4 nights in her totaled truck after it fell 250 feet into a canyon in freezing temperatures. She said that she lost control when she swerved a deer and ended up in the steep canyon on January the 3rd. A passerby discovered her on Sunday, and she was safely rescued and airlifted to a nearby hospital.
How long did she stay? 4 days?
It says 4 nights,
4 nights.
4 nights. So
y'all believe that?
Yes, Greg, I do.
Hey, another sports story I got over here. Jelly Roll announced he's going to be training to run a 5K.
Yeah, are you impressed with that, Greg? Because I know you're a runner.
You seen Big Jelly?
I love how you categorize it as a sports.
Well, hey, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jelly Roll is training for a 5K to be ran in May.
In May.
He says he believes in himself.
Okay.
Them thighs are going to be a little bit
He can
wrong.
handle that.
Them thighs are going to be wrong.
I mean... Well, I mean, I know you do a lot of training, like for the crab run, so you probably know what he's going through.
No health guru by no means, but I don't weigh over 500 pounds. I think he's probably 4.
Mm-hmm.
Between 3 and 4. That's
when he says run, does he mean like I'm actually running, or could he walk fast-paced walk it, or
I don't know. He's training.
He's training.
And I think if he finishes it, he's going to get a 5K tattooed right here on his chin.
He's something else.
He loves a good face tattoo.
He does.
Yeah,
he does.
Jelly Roll announced
somebody
Rock the South. He'll be part of the lineup coming up.
That'll be
summer.
after his run.
Yeah, he'll be all thin up on stage.
Mm-hmm. I also heard the 1,000-pound sisters are going to try to run it too.
Hey, your obsession
Greg,
with those two.
Hey,
I'm
y'all
tired.
need to
I'm
watch
honestly, I'm tired of hearing about it.
Just watch one episode.
Well, I've seen it.
No, you hadn't paid attention.
If anybody
watch one episode, the way they talk to each other.
If anybody brings anything up that is remotely close to watching anything on TV, this is what you bring up.
Oh,
Well,
it
I
had
was
nothing to
thinking-
do with that. It's just,
No.
I want to know 100, 1,000-pound scissors.
It's funny. It's funny.
I could come in screaming remote control, and he'd go, "Hey, what about 1,000-pound scissors?"
Until y'all watch it, don't say anything.
You know how people put together these
I
reels?
just thought they might run the 5K with Jelly Roll.
These reels or TikToks or
look
whatever.
good.
They put a little piece together on when I guess the husband was driving and the thinner of the two was up front. And I'm saying thinner of the two.
And
in
they've brought in
quotations.
2 more sisters and a brother.
Oh, okay.
They're all fat.
And the biggest is in the back.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've taken the seat out to
Right.
get them in there.
Yeah. And he had to hit the brakes, and she goes flying forward into the chair, into the back of the seat. Hey, and it ends with she's like all smushed up against
You'll
it.
be glad to know that Tammy, that one who they used to have to take the seat out to get her in the van, can actually now sit in a regular seat.
How's she doing it?
She's lost weight.
How?
A surgery.
Oh, okay.
But she is trying to do better. She them working out with garbage bags on.
He knows way too
funny
much.
part
He
is
knows way too much.
Listen, the
doing
funny
what?
part is when they
They're
dog
doing
each other
what?
constantly. I mean, they constantly dog each other. The whole family.
That's the part you love.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's
So
the only
is
thing.
this something-
I ain't watching because it ain't got nothing to do with the
Is
weight
this
loss.
you and Lisa together watching this?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So she's
Interesting.
in.
Yes, it's hilarious. It's
so
hilarious.
does she get uncomfortable like me, or is she all in like you?
No, she thinks it's funny.
Okay. Now, tell me about these
And
other
when I say
sisters.
funny-
who's these other sisters?
They're not quite as big as now the one in the original. She's dropped down, to a reasonable.
She's not
maybe
fighting weight, is she?
She's like a kind of mid-aged buffalo, but the other one.
I wasn't expecting that.
No,
You
but
can't.
That
the last
surprised me more
episode
than
I
Saban.
saw. Listen to this. There's 5 of them, family members, 4
Okay.
girls, 1 guy.
All right.
All 5 have had the surgery. 2 of the sisters have gone back to have. Now, one of them went back to have it for the second time.
Oh.
And
Does
anyway,
the stomach keep growing or something? What are we doing?
she's kept eating. But it isn't about the way. I get that, and I'm not making fun of them. Blah, blah,
You're
blah.
not.
Yeah, Greg.
Well, what did you just say?
No.
Time out.
It
You're
goes,
not
look,
making
That's
fun
part of
of
Rude
them.
Well, you
Tourette,
know what's
y'all.
sprinkled in it? A little white trash.
Okay.
Yeah,
See,
I'm-
I'm fat white trash, and that's good. And you know how I love. Well, they're more redneck than white trash. Maybe I'm being a little brutal with that, but you just need. That's the funny part. The way they talk to each other. And
What state are they in? Where are they?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. Okay.
Oh, buddy.
I've got
funny.
the trailer pulled up here, just kind of.
Put it this way, they beep their cuss words, and they beep the whole show. They're beeping, but you can tell what they were saying. It's just funny.
I got to ask you a serious question, and I want an honest answer. We've talked about how we are just at the age we're not going to go stand in line to meet somebody or anything like that. But if you found out the 1,000-pound sisters were at the summit outside a local store with a table set up and a meet and greet, and the line was a 30-minute wait, would you go stand in
Now,
line
if
and
the
meet
line
them?
was short, I would, but I'm not 30 minutes now. But if it was like not anybody there, yeah.
You would make an effort to go
If I was close to it, I would go, hey, there's the Tammy and God, what's her name? I can't remember all of them's name, but y'all, it's just the way they talk to each other, so it's funny.
Well, and
Their interaction, and one of them's got a husband. All he does is play video games, and she's mad. She's leaving him. It's just
Oh, okay. Is that the one that's been around? The husband that's been around that drives them everywhere? And
no.
Okay.
Wait. I think it is. Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm
the
just a
brother will
little,
drive 'em around,
listen.
too.
I'm just a little frustrated with you because I come in here a lot of mornings and I talk about Hard Knocks in season, and I can't get you to watch it.
I watched
But
some
by
of it.
George,
This is
you're
a-
dialed in on this one.
This has got everything you love.
Yeah. Well, we record them so that way
It's-
when nothing's on, just flip one on.
Can I ask you a question? In Rick and Bubba history, is this why you loved Vicky Quest so much?
Exactly. It's the same thing.
Uh-huh.
The exact same thing.
Vicky didn't end up
Vicky
passing away.
would be on this show and fit right in.
But I remember you.
It
This
ain't
is
about the
before
fat
you were
part
with
now.
Rick and
It was-
Bubba, and you said, I mean, that's going over.
Oh, that's the funniest thing ever. I pulled my power company truck over and listened to see how it ended.
Come watch the trailer with me. I got it pulled up over here. I need to know who's who.
Okay.
14 minutes till top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but I'm so glad I did. I was paying way too much for cable. I wasn't finding the shows I wanted, and the prices kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. I get to see all my favorite stuff in one spot, anytime I want, anywhere I want, for just $25 a month. Plus, Philo's got unlimited DVR, so I never have to miss anything. It really is the best deal in TV. Try it out for yourself. Go to philo.tv. That's philo.tv. And start your 7-day free trial now.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast. With a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Do you want more online safety and privacy? I know I do. That's why I started using NordVPN. It guards me against various internet threats. Digital trackers, malicious websites, and malware-infected downloads, back off. I choose to browse with more confidence. I choose NordVPN.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start.
We are back 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. This portion of the show is brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. Oh, yeah. A lot of you trying to do a little bit better. As we start 2024, you're like, health needs to be an issue that I address, and I feel like Field of Greens, I've been hearing about it, maybe it'll be good for me. And, yeah, let me just tell you, as someone that takes it daily, it has really helped me. And we've been telling you success stories for a while now. Fieldofgreens.com. Unlike some others that you may see or hear about, each fruit and each vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, immune system. And now that we're in the cold and flu season, Field of Greens helps you kind of have a healthy immune system. That's important. You want to build that up. Fieldofgreens.com. You can go there now and learn more. You can start at 15% savings right now. If you go to fieldofgreens.com and use promo code Bubba, you want to punch that in, promo code Bubba, when you're prompted to punch in a promo code at checkout. Just do that, and you're going to save 15% today. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, as we are moving along, Greg, I thought about you on this story too. A mom in Ohio has been arrested for, it looks like to me, acting like her 7-year-old daughter had cancer.
Here we go, Gypsy Rose all over again.
She raked in donations online, posted heartbreaking photos of the child, but she actually shaved her 7-year-old daughter's head and faked that she had cancer.
This world we live in.
What's wrong with people?
These stories we hear, we see them every day. This is almost commonplace now.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's your look.
The
right
level
there.
of crazy. Who in the right?
I don't know.
Can go. Hey, I got an idea.
Yeah. I mean,
and think, how's it going to end?
Correct.
You're eventually going to get caught.
Golly. I mean, how do you think, to your point, this is going to end? It's like the people
I don't think
that
they
run,
go that far with their thinking.
It's like the people that are getting pulled over at a for a traffic stop and they take off.
Yeah.
So you think you're getting away.
So you're going to get away and just going with your life.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever going to see you.
That was your thought process. You're going to get busted. Everybody knows that, and you're going to get busted doing this. And she's been arrested.
That's real smart. Hey, I got a little story here.
All right, come on.
You remember when Adler did the bit about the bingo game he does on
Yeah, that's a great best of.
This lady from Texas, she goes viral now. She created a bingo card to her husband's reactions during the Cowboys games, and she filmed it without even knowing with his reactions and her marking her board, and it's gone crazy.
Okay.
Millions of views. And I'm looking at some of the things. Obviously, a quiet clap is one of them. Here's my favorite one, air hunch. When you get up, and as he does these things, she marks them off and tries to play tic-tac or bingo, excuse me.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good. So goes in the bedroom. That's hilarious. Quiet clap. Screams, get him. Hands out, confused when you do this.
Yeah.
That's funny, but hey, it's
the true reaction.
4.5 million likes and 25 million views.
And he didn't know he was being videoed. That's
and
good.
She said she'd been watching games with him for years, and it just come across because she started noticing that he does these things over and over. Pretty good. It reminded me when Adler did that one on the show, and that was funny. I play that on Best of a lot.
I love seeing people's reaction to sporting events. Like they'll throw something and break the TV, or they just absolutely have an out-of-body experience.
Well, when Ryan Greenwood's stories and the way he thinks he's done, I mean, my goodness.
Shaved his head, y'all.
Don't forget the time he was by himself at home and was throwing stuff around, throwing such a fit that his neighbors, he lived in an apartment at the time, called the police and thought he was in there, him and his wife were in a fight. Come to find out he was there by himself. Body slamming chairs and stuff.
I am so glad I enjoy sports for entertainment, but it doesn't ruin my day.
I know.
I am so glad that I can just go, okay, yeah, man, I'm disappointed A team lost. Well, dadgummit. But I don't freak out.
I know people that, they're down for a couple days.
Yeah. Let's just be honest, too. And this isn't just on Alabama. There's a lot of people that probably, they can't go to work today, Saban retiring.
Oh.
No doubt. And this isn't just on Alabama. I'm talking about fandom in general. You pick your team.
Hey, and you people that, they're always critical.
Like Dickie Nadmeyer.
At the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, you got what you wanted. Live with it.
Yeah.
The ones who are like, they get too old, from one game. They got to be about a really good team by 10 points.
Those type people will probably be happy today because they thought that they should have won the Michigan game. He should have done more during the Michigan
You're
game.
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the way their mindset works.
Wow.
Bunch of
That's true.
goofballs.
No matter. Look, I know you won 6 national championships here.
Right.
I get that.
Yeah. I guess, and look, and to all Mississippi State fans out there, I guess growing up in Mississippi and my team and school being Mississippi State, I went there. My dad went there. His dad went there. You're disappointed so many times, and you fight in your heart. That doesn't mean I'm less of a fan just because I'm being honest. And I guess I've been hardened as a fan to where. I enjoy it when it's going great, but when it's not, I've lived it. But for a lot of fans, Alabama's one of them, and you some other powerhouses in the NFL and college, you don't receive bad news, negative news much, and so it's tough to deal with. No, you think of if you've got a child that's 17 years or younger, all they've ever known is Coach Saban at Alabama.
Yeah,
that's all they've ever known in their whole life.
Well,
so this is a shock to a lot of folks.
When my kids were growing up, our family was Auburn fans. My dad played at Auburn, and then later my nephew played at Auburn. So we got ties, and we're not nuts. But we were. My son was a big growing up, and still was a big Auburn fan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he grew up in the era because basically, if you're an Auburn, if you live in Alabama, you judge their success by the Iron Bowl.
Sure.
Well, he lived during the 6 in a row. And I was like, you don't know what it's like when in the 70s when I was your age.
Yeah.
And Auburn lost 9 in a row or something like that. I said, in your world, they have actually been the better program.
Yeah.
At that time.
Solid
before
stuff.
Saban.
Well, and that's what makes what Saban has done so very special.
It really is.
Because the reality is, and people don't want to hear this, but we start seasons every year and everybody thinks they got a shot.
Mm-hmm.
And in reality, you don't.
Yeah.
No.
And if you go and look, the majority. Unless you're seriously, think about the teams that are there year in and year out. There's about 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Right. And
Alabama was one of them.
And once every 25, 30 years, you may win one. And that's the reality of college national championships.
One thing Saban did and why it worked is because he got everything right off the field, too, with the players.
Absolutely.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So
I'll take the segue.
Yeah, that's what that was the preferred choice of the group, but that was not what we did. But anyway, so on Saturday everybody slept till they wanted to get up. Sherry and I went out for a little morning bike ride and a little walk on the beach, and then everybody came back and then said, "All right, let's go out to the beach," because we had chairs with the covers. The water was as beautiful as I've ever seen it. It was easy to get in the water. It was clear. It was shallow a long way out. The sand had moved up and all that. So it was a beautiful experience there. And then we looked in and said, all right, we're going to watch some ball games. We watched the 2:30 game, the Auburn-Florida game. And so Sherry, which I like better, instead of all of us trying to, how are we going to do lunch, whatever, let me go to the seafood market, which is right across the highway from where we were, a new one, which was great. That means that's a seafood market that doesn't stink yet. And so she goes over and gets everything for her shrimp boils. You see here, we got the shrimp bowl set up with the game on in the background, just like we like it. And so we're going to all enjoy the shrimp boil and then watch the game, hang out in there. When the game ends, we would then go to the beach for sunset, and then we'll go to have dinner. So we did all those things, and it went very, very smooth. So then the last morning comes around, and there was a push now for the couples that were up drinking coffee. Now, one Mark Garnett had chosen to sleep in, and we certainly allowed him that pleasure. I slept in by our standards, till about 8. And so
you were groggy.
There was word broke out, now a team bike ride. Now,
team?
Yeah. So now Sherry is now bringing foreigners in to the Burgess bike ride experience. And I said, Sherry, now look, these people can't go on this kind of rides you go on. You'll kill our friends.
Yeah.
And I said, our friends are not ready for this, and I don't want you to kill our friends. And so I said, so this needs to be a casual. Let's go through some of the beach communities that are near, and then then we'll come back. Everybody get a shower. We'll pack up. We'll all go eat at this restaurant near here, and then we'll all go home. Okay, so we don't need anybody to be killed or miserable or have a heart attack or anything right here before we leave. Right. The weekend has gone quite well.
Yeah.
And that'll take the edge off a weekend if you have somebody going to cardiac arrest.
It will, but
Sherry, if you want our friends to invite us back to the beach, you can't run them in the ground on this.
No.
Well, what I did not know, because we had done stuff together before, but we never. One of the couples, we've gone out, but we'd never done like a weekend like this together, and that's the Travises. Well, Doug Travis, everybody's favorite landscape architect, has the same personality I didn't know as Sherry when it comes to these kind of things. Doug is the kind of guy that wants to get the lay of the land. So he wants to know where everything is, and he's been down there a lot, and so has Sherry. So they both equally think they know what we should do on what our route should be. And then he's dealing with the little sergeant who's the Pistons up front, and she's ridden these bikes down here for years, and she knows the best way to go. But Doug says, I really think there's a better way. And we all realize in a moment of almost fear, there's a power struggle. There's a power struggle on the bike group, okay? Well, and this is where the controversy took place. Doug decided, in all fairness, he should have laid back. Doug decided that he would go to the front and that he would now tell us the better way to go that he thought would be more leisurely. It gets a good look at the beach. Now, in all fairness, I will say this after our experience, once Doug was able to continue, I do think Doug's route took us on a more scenic route, and it was beautiful. And I think if he could have communicated that before trying to make his power move, he probably wouldn't have had the same experience. Now, Sherry claims she didn't do what the rest of us claim she did.
Uh-oh.
So Doug tries to go around me to the left, and Doug's not really looking at how much room's available. And over here to the left, if you get off the trail, is deep sand, which will stop a bicycle
in its tracks.
Like you're slamming on brakes. Now, Doug is my size, okay? Doug is a 6'2". He's got some size on him, and we both equally look like bears on these bicycles. Okay, so you see Doug there. I mean, Doug's a big man. Okay, he's the one on the left, and Garnett's there on the right. So my left and right. So I see Doug go by me, and I'm like, my goodness, Doug, are you trying to break the rule of rules when it comes to the bike trip? Are you trying to take over the Pistons? And so he goes up, and people say that Sherry cut him off. Okay, now Sherry claims she didn't because she didn't know Doug was coming up to try to take over.
But you saw a block.
I thought I saw Sherry do one of these moves.
Oh, really? Quick left veer.
And she puts Doug in the sand. So now Doug's bike goes from hero to zero.
It just disappeared.
No. And guess what, big man?
Nothing but a handlebar.
Bubba, talk to us about the laws of physics. When that front tire goes in the sand and stops.
Well, the rest of the bike keeps going.
Yeah,
in motion.
And what happens to big man? He comes over the handlebars.
Yes, he does.
And
wow,
so,
did you have a pretty good view of it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could have reached out and touched Doug as he went airborne.
I mean, if he's okay.
He went airborne. Like, if I was like we just talked about NASCAR, I make it.
Yeah.
And I'm probably leading the race now.
Okay.
But everything behind me just is
mayhem.
Yeah. But you
Rick,
know how
you need to clarify because there's a panic right now at Lake Martin to several very big homes waiting on Doug right now.
You're right. You're right. It's now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, brand new hour on a brand new day. We thank you for being with us. We start with our national anthem.
7.5 minutes now past the hour. If you are on the move and need to know that on the live show. Hey, thanks for being with us. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you the kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. You can catch that live or the archive of it every day, either on our YouTube channel or on our podcast channel for the archive version. The Big Boy Studio in Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world. Eddie Van Adler handles all the YouTube duties for those of you that are watching on YouTube live or you're catching the archive. America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network give you another live option as well. Our TuneIn app, if you don't have a radio affiliate or you can't catch YouTube, but you still want to catch the live show, the TuneIn app, a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel, can be found on the TuneIn app. Just search Rick and Bubba Show. So there's all your options, live and or archive. Don't forget, too, Blaze TV subscribers. You get a best of hour of the Rick and Bubba Show as part of your Blaze TV subscription as well. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, howdy.
How are you, sir?
You ready to roll with the changes?
I am ready to roll with the changes.
I know that there are some people out there that don't agree with what I'm about to say as far as a ranking, but it is true. Would you like to first tell us about any results you got on your cancer scan? I know some people today there's things they think is more important than that. I feel like that one's. Are we going to get a report today on how?
Yes,
that
yeah, we'll get a report on that.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll let you know. But it's I personally was a big deal.
Right. Yeah. I know for some
people. But
there's
there's other headlines out there that are.
I know for some
affecting
people when they, you have to sit there and look down and go, Lord help me, I hope I don't have cancer again. And some people said, that ain't nothing, Saban retired.
Yeah.
But anyway, so.
Did you not hear?
That ain't nothing, man. But anyway, I was telling Bubba, when you're waiting on a cancer screening, that's a little different than waiting on the dentist to say if you have cavities or not, isn't it? So anyway, so we got that update. We will talk about Nick Saban announcing his retirement. I'm being inundated on two things. Rick, who is your source? And will y'all talk to Dickie Nadmeyer today? And I cannot reveal my sources. Everybody knows that. It's really, all of you know that's not a fair question to ask me.
Well, I think it's clear who your sources were.
Well,
Dickie Nadmeyer.
Well, I didn't want to get into that. You know, I have an outside relationship with him that's not everybody's not privy to, and apparently some people haven't connected. But I will say this. I do want to be fair about it all. I did think he would retire if he won. That I had no doubt about.
Right.
I was surprised that they lost and he retired anyway, but I think he still retired for the very reasons I said he would retire.
I agree.
And that is a man like him, from the world he's from and the way he operates, cannot continue to coach in this environment.
Yeah, the landscape has changed dramatically,
right.
And
I'm
sure when these kids come in 17, 18, and the first thing they want to know is how much they're going to get paid. I'm sure that probably steamed Coach Saban, big time.
Right.
But what a career! I think you have to give him the nod of the GOAT in college football.
Yep.
72 years old, just completed his 17th season at Alabama. He has won 201 games, tied with Vince Dooley from Georgia for the second most wins at a single school in SEC history. behind only Bear Bryant, who won 232 games in 25 seasons at Alabama.
The Bear. Well, and I know we do this comparison, and we've done it here. It really isn't fair to compare eras. We've said that 1,000 times.
And those are different eras. They're
Yes.
totally different
rules,
foundations, and footwork, and rules.
Over here, you say advantage Bear Bryant that he could sign as many people as he wanted to. People couldn't leave, etc. Okay, and the conference wasn't as strong when he was there. Over here on the other side, though, Bear Bryant never had access to a playoff.
Right.
He you pretty much, if you lost games, it was over. There was no chance you could still somehow win it if you could get into the playoff. He didn't have access to NIL money, transfer portals. You can go back and forth. So I think it's just best not to compare the eras.
Yeah.
But I think in the modern era, is it okay to say that Bear Bryant and Nick Saban were great football coaches?
Yes.
You had two of the greatest coaches
What's wrong with that?
to ever coach the game at that school.
I heard someone yesterday, and I'd never thought about this. And when I first heard the statement, I pulled a Greg. I was like, okay, buddy, calm down.
Right.
And he said, not only, and I wish I remember who it was, he said, not only is the greatest college football coach, he's probably the greatest football coach of all time in our sport. When he said it, I did what you did, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
That's a bold statement.
Well, just like I'm overwhelmed by the statement.
But here's why he said it, and it made really good sense. He was talking specifically about Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, and he said Bill Belichick, where he is one of the greatest coaches, especially of our time, if not of all time,
of course,
had Tom Brady his entire time, who was the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. Nick Saban didn't have that.
Right.
In the time he was there, he constantly had a carousel of players and coaches he was having to work through year in. And he said that is why I consider him the greatest football coach of all time. And I thought, wow, okay.
All right, this just in. This is breaking, apparently.
Are you being serious?
This is just somewhat serious. Because people are now talking about who's going to replace Saban. From Oregon, they're saying that Dan Lanning, which I know is being mentioned, has just assured the team he's not going to Alabama, which means he is, and says that he was actually laughing and joking about people claiming he's going to Alabama and told the players that is all false.
And I just saw a headline they expect to name somebody within 72 hours.
Right. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
But by the way, that means that Dan Lanning is going.
No, that means
he confirmed it.
Well, no, that means that Lane Kiffin knew he was in waiting.
Right. Somebody said this. I laughed watching all y'all on social media when the one person said, "I just saw Lane Kiffin get to Buffalo Wild Wings to go on McFarland Boulevard."
Oh, that's great. That is awesome.
Such a good one. But anyway, I think too you got to look at buyouts, and isn't Lanning's buyout like $20 million?
It is a lot.
Yeah. And sometimes we create these names, even though that's a hot name. I think all along when Saban retired, he knew who he would suggest to take over.
Yeah, I don't think he left that detail uncovered like he would leave any other detail uncovered.
No.
By the way, to our point, Fox News is quoting Deion Sanders. The game has changed so much, it chased the goat away.
I think that's a lot of truth to that.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As we wrap
Make sure he's okay.
And SEC coaches everywhere saying, wait a minute, my summer house.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Doug's hired out for his company does an incredible job. So anyway, Doug does go airborne. And I see Doug. I will give Doug props. His athletic prowess, he worked really hard to land as best he could.
There's no good way to go with the handlebars.
And
do we have
did
clear
his feet
sand?
get hung up in the handlebars as he went over?
Yes.
Yeah,
and so
normal.
he gets his. And I'm thinking not a broken arm, trying to put your arm down.
Yeah.
And
Can he still hold the clipboard?
So he hits, and he comes up, and you can tell he don't want to ruin the trail. And then
sand all over his shoulder.
And then of course I'm like, Sherry, what
he's thinking Sherry cut me off. And
I'm like, Sherry, what did you do? She goes, I didn't know he was trying to pass me. And Doug's like, I don't know. I guess I didn't realize there was not enough room there. So we get Doug up, and of course,
especially when Sherry swerved to the left.
You're right.
About Sandy Doug.
What we need, honestly. Hey, listen.
That's sand to get all over you.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Sweating, sticking to
He's
you.
still trying to get it out today.
If you are staying
cracking pits,
if you're down there on 30A and you're somewhere around the donut hole, okay, as you leave Rosemary Beach headed to Panama City, if you have a security camera there, we need it. because there's controversy on whether Sherry cut him off, and
I wish there was
like on
footage of that.
purpose.
I just want to see Doug go over the handlebar.
Oh, Bubba, he went over. So then we get up and we think Doug says he jumps on his bike, like not even wanting. Hey man, we're good, and then he takes the lead, almost like he's the. Now Sherry feels bad, so he gets the lead. So
Eat this sand.
Yeah, so he takes us through. I'm okay. So when we get down to the first beach community to stop and get something to drink and whatever, people at the little farmers market in this little beach community, kids and everything, are aghast looking at Doug. Oh, and I see people making a reaction to Doug. And I look down, and his leg is bleeding profusely. And it's just running all down his leg and all down in his shoe.
With sand in it.
I was like, Doug, I believe you might want to address that. Is there a doctor?
Is there a doctor in the house?
Farmer, we're down here at the beach. It's fall. There's surely doctors here from somewhere. You with the Green Bay jersey. Are you doctor? But anyway, so we immediately have to get paper towels and bottled water and various cleaning products to get Doug's knee to stop bleeding. And then so for the rest of the trip and the rest of the bike trip, there's an unspoken people would bring up, Doug, tell us what happened. He said, I'm almost certain that Sherry turned into me to keep me from taking the lead. And Sherry's like, I did not do that on purpose. I said, Sherry, could it have been reflex?
Yeah,
I mean,
probably was.
And she goes, you're talking about the time you pushed me down on the beach. I said, yes. Does it feel different now? I said, go ahead and say it. I know what you want to say. Well, Doug got in my lane. And I said, yeah, I know. And could it be that you took him out, just off the spine? And so the rest, I mean, there was that became the talk of the group, and we need witnesses.
we need video.
We definitely need video.
Yeah, and it was Doug, of course, started exaggerating, saying if it hadn't been for the tourniquet, he would have bled to death. And all right, well, I guess Cheryl will lead us back.
Rick and Bubba.
Went well. I was a little gimped up, so I walked probably more than I ran, but I ran too.
Now, why were you gimped up? Did you get hurt?
Just old. And one day when we were over here, me and Speedy were over here running one day, and I had like a little pop in my knee, and ever since then, it kind of hurts. It hurts really bad when you run on it, but it's getting better. I think it wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be.
You ever thought about having somebody look at it?
I think that's just
maybe evaluated.
Yeah,
nah, they're pretty good at that
because
nowadays.
it doesn't hinder my everyday life.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Well, Greg and I.
The only time it bothers me is when I'm running, which is not going to happen much if I can help it.
For some reason, Greg only would go see a doctor if I would go with him to have my knee looked at, and neither one of us have our knees. Our knees have not become detrimental to our lives enough yet, so we won't go.
Right. No.
Yeah.
But they had a really good crowd, and I think it's the fifth one I've done or fourth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember, but they had a good crowd, and we had a listener, Philip Webb, that listens to the show. Been here to the show. In fact, did Bubba's Boy Scout route for Bubba's birthday that year.
Philip is solid. He's P1 all the way.
Brought us various paintings over the years.
Yes, have them in the office.
And he does all these adventure runs, or these big
mutter
type deals. He's always trying. Speedy said he's actually going to do that.
I did not. Don't get him on me now.
But anyway, Philip showed him, and I told him, this little 5K ain't nothing to him.
No.
But he was there, and he did decide to be shirtless. But that's nothing. I guess when you do them
Shirtless.
mutters.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Here's some things that you need to know about. We do expect Speedy thinks he's got Dickie Nadmeyer for us next hour. We'll hear from him. Also, and this was not even planned other than just it was going to be our next guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Interesting how this came together. We're actually interviewing Eli Gold today. And Eli Gold was scheduled to be interviewed today to be on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We were just going to talk about all the incredible stories of Eli Gold and his impact in sports announcing. And he is actually, and was for many years, the voice of Alabama football. And we were just going to chat about that. But now we'll get to talk to Eli Gold, who knows Coach Saban really pretty well. And get his take on all this, and that'll be our Rick and Bubba University podcast this week.
Yeah, he's seen a lot going on, Speedy.
Yes.
Well, I just got notification on my phone 2 minutes ago that the Patriots and Bill Belichick are parting ways after 24 seasons and 6 Super Bowl wins. They say that will be announced later today, but ESPN's reporting that.
So 2 GOATs at one time.
Yeah, and Pete Carroll's out.
Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Well, he's had a good run, college and pro,
Right.
but he didn't have the Belichick number.
No, he did not. Yeah, those two going out on the same 24-hour period. That's
I mean, you know they're buddies.
Probably consulted
each
coach
other.
together with the Browns.
Yeah. So
isn't that funny? The 2 probably greatest coaches of our lifetime were with the Browns, and they couldn't do nothing with
on
them.
the same.
Yeah, I mean,
Didn't they make the playoffs one year? I think when they were there. I may be wrong.
Yeah, the year that Ernest Biner fumbled the ball in the end zone when they were going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So now this means that there's 7, if Belichick would be 8, head coaching openings in the NFL.
Wow.
Seahawks, Commanders, Chargers, Raiders, Panthers, Falcons, Titans, and now Patriots.
So there we go. And those 2 going out at the same time. It's almost like they said, "You go out, I'm out too."
Yeah. Let's go play golf.
Right. So it's and then now you get into, which is a lot of fun. I mean, it's very enjoyable.
It is.
Then you get into the
coaching carousel.
Who's going to be the next coach at all these places?
Yeah.
And who will be? Think about it, because it's so part of where we're from in Alabama. I mean, who's the coach at Alabama is so much ingrained into the culture of the state. So when you
really a
when
more
you decide,
important job than the governor. In most aspects.
when you decide to be the head coach at the University of Alabama, your life when you come here changes dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, don't think that the football team is some kind of afterthought that people do. It's at the center of their life. They wear the Alabama colors almost every day if they can. It's 365. They come to funerals in it.
I would say 366 days.
Yeah,
a
right.
Year.
So
you're under a ridiculous microscope.
Yeah, and there's been some men that took the job and said, "I didn't know it was like this. I can't handle this."
That's why I don't think Lane Kiffin's going to be the guy. I think there's too much hanging over Lane Kiffin in his personal life, wrong, right, or indifferent, that he doesn't want to give up in order to have this job.
So now we're talking about, what was the guy that came from Washington State, Mike
Price.
Yeah, Mike
I'm
Price.
not comparing him to Mike Price, but to your point, it's
Mike Price is an example of he didn't know what he was getting into.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think Lane would know what he was getting into, but I don't think the Alabama admin wants that.
I think Alabama knew they're ready for this. I think they have a plan, and they're going to walk that out.
Yeah.
And
sure.
And we'll get some news within a few days because they're just working the plan.
And let me ask you this:
Whoever
while
it
it would be obviously one of the top jobs in the country, if not the, following a legend is always tough.
It is.
I don't want to be. I heard y'all talking about the kickoff hour. I don't want to be that guy.
I don't want to be the first guy.
You had the guys that came after Bear. And Ray Perkins.
It took them a long time to ever figure that out.
Yeah, to really get back. And, they went through a few before they got back to Saban. So,
Shula.
Yeah.
Frenchoni.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was another one that didn't know he was
left on his own.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I was. Yeah, you just look at it. You do not want to be this next person.
Mm-mm.
And like
especially when now your players can leave whenever they want to.
Yeah, I was going to hit that.
It's a whole different deal.
There's a part of me that's going, this is Dabo Swinney's, because nobody is talking about it right now out loud like they are these other names.
Well, that was the first thing I thought about was Dabo Swinney. We all have said for years the only job he would take to leave Clemson is this one.
Wasn't that in his contract?
He's won.
That's the only one
he's
he could get out of.
professional enough.
That's true.
Yeah.
He understands the culture. He knows what he's getting into. And I gotta, and I don't care how good I've got it there. If I got a chance to go back home and end my career there, and pick up where my mentor has left off, because they're good friends.
And it goes further. It was part of his childhood culture.
It was.
That's the team he played for. I mean,
remember what Barry Bryant said about mom calling.
Oh, sure.
There's something about going home.
I
think the fact you're not hearing him being talked about is really what you need to be looking at.
Well, if you were to ask me, because Speedy or one of y'all said that Alabama's announced they're going to announce in 72 hours. If that's true, my first guess would be Dabo Swinney.
Yeah. Especially when people like Dan Lanning are speaking out saying they're not coming.
Right.
And Rick, I think the Lane thing, I love the way he coaches. I think he's an excellent football coach. I just don't think he's Alabama. It's almost like when you say, and this is silly sometimes, when you say Trump's not presidential, I don't think Lane Kiffin is for Alabama.
No, I know what you mean.
It's not a great fit. It's not.
You know how you could
I hope
tell.
Trump wins, by the way.
And I'm not saying he
make that
didn't
clear.
coach the same way, but I felt like Coach Saban had a little bit different demeanor this year.
Oh,
you,
yeah.
you know, you know,
He
we
did,
were
yeah.
talking about we'd noticed
Part of the
this little
prediction.
thing.
That was part of my
Right,
prediction.
Right. Did you also kind of feel that Dabo had that toward the end of the season?
I did. Yeah, I do.
I mean, that kid called him and got on him in the show, and then they were on fire after that.
Tyler called.
You mean like the plan may have been in place?
Well, it's almost like everybody was
Whatever
just
the
nodding
plan
and working
is.
it. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. It could be some of the guys that we're talking about now, but it's.
If I had to bet,
it's not a
today,
surprise.
and
I
it
can tell
was,
you
and
that.
it was, if your life depended on it, my money's on the Dabo square right now.
That's what I would do.
Unless something
Probably
changes.
I'm with
And
you,
it
buddy.
may.
Not a bad.
It may.
That's not a bad guess.
And look, it may come from a list of names we hadn't even seen yet.
Yeah.
That's
Or-
true.
But
Good.
that happens a lot.
Gus
Forget
Malzahn.
about Brian Harsin.
Gus Malzahn.
Yeah.
Rick, there it is.
And
But
as
let
we
me tell
talked
you
about in the
this, if
kickoff
you're-
hour, don't just think college too. You got to think NFL. They could pull somebody from the NFL.
If
to the-
you're
to the head
you're
coach.
the athletic director, if you're on the board of trustees, and really your job depends on you making a successful pick, or at least one that you can say we made the best pick out there. Dabo's also a safe pick for that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you go to the West Coast,
You get
and
everything with
somebody-
Dabo. It checks every box.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how quiet it's been is really eerie.
I can already see Dabo doing his car commercial.
Has anybody seen him around
with,
town?
with his A on his on his
Oh, yeah.
phone?
Rick, has anybody seen Dabo around town visiting family all of a sudden?
Well, I'd rather not speak on it.
I'm not saying nothing, but Eli's gonna have a special guest with him today.
By the way, if y'all want to know how I knew it was going to happen, go find the picture of us at Greystone and Saban and I yucking it up while Bubba played golf.
Oh,
That's
man.
good stuff.
We're laughing like we're old friends.
Yeah.
Yucking it up. Yucking it up.
This is one of the things that makes college football great.
There, look at that right there. Look at that.
We'll be back.
Your secret safe on me, Coach.
Bottom of the hour. Thankfully, we're back using 866 We Be Big. We'll be right back. We'll take your phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So our listener
When
decided
you
to be
mutters,
shirtless.
not
when you
murders.
do them mutters,
Yeah.
Was there a lot of shirtless running?
no. Philip was the only one, but
But he's serious. I mean,
Yeah,
he doesn't play no games.
I mean,
and he had
serious.
these, them sleeves like you wear in basketball players. You see them
Yeah.
on their arm.
Mm-hmm.
He had a couple of them on.
So no shirt but sleeves.
Yeah, I think that's a mutter thing. You know,
It's kind of like a short sleeve shirt in reverse.
yes.
So he has a setup, and he went to that setup, even though he wasn't in a mutter.
I'd put it this way. I heard
He
hey
has his
Greg.
running.
I heard hey Greg, and I went. And I said, "Oh, okay. Hey, Philip,
When
appreciate you coming." But it was
when it
he
happened-
drove like 3 hours
when
to
you-
support this, and that was awesome.
When you heard, hey, Greg, and you looked.
I looked. I'll be honest. Again, out of all the people there, he was probably the only one with no shirt. But he's probably the only one that does those adventure races too.
But-
He was just dressed in what he normally.
But what I'm
does.
talking about, is that like a guy showing up in full pads for a flag football game?
Maybe.
Yeah,
That's a
I
good
mean,
point.
it's not a mutter. So
No.
right, so I
Well,
was.
he
but it
had-
was
he's
awesome.
got his uniform he goes with, and that's it. I
There's
mean,
nothing wrong.
Now, I
with
bet
that.
you he finished in minutes.
Oh, I don't. He was so far ahead of me. In fact, when I was finally made it to the end, he had finished, ran back, not quite halfway, but a good ways, and was waiting on me and finished with me.
Well, hold up.
Did he want to
You
talk?
you and Philip Webb came to the line together.
Absolutely.
Okay, so are there just no cameras around for me? I need to know if Sherry ran dug in the sand.
I mean,
I
I
need to see.
we've
Greg
got
and
all
Philip Webb.
kind of video feeds now of everything.
What I
You
should have
can't do
done-
anything without a camera, and we don't have these two events.
When I made that turn, I should have yanked my shirt off.
Yes, you should.
Oh, why didn't you?
If you loved the show, you would have.
If I,
I'm telling you.
dang, because I bet there's a picture. There's Philip right there.
There
Yeah,
he is.
yeah.
Now he does
Now,
serious.
he
stuff.
does
serious.
those
And that was awesome
obstacle
for
course
him
and all
to,
that stuff.
to drive that far.
I bet his
support
endurance.
that cause.
You think his endurance isn't unbelievable?
Oh, yeah. Now, I know that there's.
He can run over him.
I told him, I said, look, Philip, even if I said, look, I'm not a good runner anyway. And I'm a little gimped up too. I said, don't feel obligated for letting me hold you back.
And you were so hoping he heard that.
And buddy, he shot out of there like a bullet.
Like shot out of a
Just
cannon.
disappeared in the darkness.
Okay, now
there he
there's
is with his
some
sleeves
rules.
on. That's the same sleeve.
There they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Well,
it.
see, he's got a routine he goes with. He
Yeah.
doesn't break routine.
That's it.
There's some rules when
Everybody
running with
knows that.
Greg. He's a good listener, but he's not going to talk
No,
because
I
he
can't
says he
talk and
can't.
run.
No,
He
I can't
can't.
either. I can't.
So when he came back to join you, was there talking?
Yeah, because I was walking at that point.
Okay.
And then once I got within sight, I said, all right, here we go.
Speedy, I don't talk when I walk or run because I'm trying to breathe.
Yeah, well, that's like
I can't. This him and Hobie will be running on the treadmill, and they're over talking about their weekend, and they act like that I'm trying to be
I hate
like
that.
antisocial, but I can't talk.
I'll go this
run.
far. I hate for somebody to talk to me while I'm working out. I can't stand it.
I agree.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
cheer me on.
Yeah.
Well,
that may be worse than talking to me.
if I forget my
You can do it, and I
headphones,
don't
so
Come on, you can do it, please. You know,
No, I'm
Right.
going to get up and walk out if you keep
now there's rumors, and again rumors that y'all were holding hands when y'all came through.
May
Did he-
have. I don't know.
Did,
we're
did
so
he grab
fired
your
up.
hand?
No, we didn't,
Huh?
but that'd have been fine.
That was from Ryan Greenwood. He wanted to make sure.
Did you come to the
I can't
line?
believe Ryan didn't come back to see
I
me.
know.
If he'd have been in town,
He told me he was going to try everything in his power to do it. Is there any way you could have come
Louisville's
to
a long way to
But
Piedmont.
here's I do this every year when it's over. I go, hey, next year,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be ready.
Yeah.
I'm gonna train. I got a whole year to get ready, and then all of a sudden it'll be a month out, and I go, you haven't done anything.
So how far did you go?
It's whatever 5K, 3.2 miles. Is that what it is?
But how much was running? How much was walking? Half and half?
Probably about half and half.
How long did it take you?
But now when I walk fast.
Well, of course. Well, that's understood.
I just spit stuff.
How long did it take you,
It
Greg?
took me probably about 45 minutes, which is I usually finish between 30 and 35 because again I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, but Philip, did he encourage you?
No, he just said, "Hey, look, I'm gonna run." No,
He didn't say, "Come on, Greg, let's get to the
No,
line."
he didn't do any of that.
Do you have
Did you
one of
carry
those?
an American flag as you came down the last?
If I'd had one, I would have.
Right.
Do you have one of them stickers on your truck like that say
No,
13
because I'm
point
not-
something?
Because
or
I'm
what?
not really good at it. If
So
I
you-
was really good at it,
Yeah. The little white ones, you know what I'm talking about?
Look,
so
if
you could put 3.5 on there.
the 5K for real runners is like nothing. It's the baby.
Would you be open to catching flag there at the end and running to the line?
I
with it?
would, Rick, if you would want me to show my.
That's something about I need that.
I do.
Well, you want to
Because
finish
gotta
on a
understand
high
how
note.
it turns. It would be perfect because
come
you're
around
running
that
on the
corner.
trail, and your last turn you go through downtown, right through the streets, and they got it all set up with the big thing and all. And if I had that flag,
Oh, no shirt with Philip?
You know what
kidding me?
you know what you could say? I run the last 100 yards for the military.
of course, Rick, when
Our
Philip
troops.
told me
Maybe the last 40 yards.
when he originally, when he finished before he came back, because the road was kind of wet, he told me he busted it on the way in.
Did he really? Really?
Yeah, and I ain't got any footage of that,
He's
but he
digging
told
too
me he
hard.
made the turn and he fell.
All right, we'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. First phone troll of the week is coming up, 866-WEBB.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. All right, let's chat with you, America. Belichick out, Nick Saban out, Pete Carroll out. A lot going on in football, and if you want to chat about that, or if you want to talk about something else, you can. The real Greg Burgess on the phones right now. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. Lines are available for you to weigh in on all that is going on. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. They've been with us for years now. Why? Well, I've been trying to explain this to you as we celebrate our 30th year. If sponsors have bought into this show, and if you haven't as a sponsor, you need to. They say there's an audience we want access to. We like the Rick and Bubba audience, and then they go. And then there has to be part two. You respond to the product, as we know you will. But then the big part about step two is the product has to be good, and you have to like it. And you have. That's why you hear these reoccurring sponsors year after year. That's working. And you, the audience, are the key, and they are the key because their product has to be good. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Right now, America's #1 meal kit will give you one free breakfast item for the entire length of your subscription. So as long as you're a subscriber, you get free breakfast. If you never stop being a subscriber, you'll have free breakfast for the rest of your time. So right now, go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This is such a better way to do meal planning, prepare meals, eat. It works so smoothly. And with free breakfast for the life of the subscription, now's the time to move. So use the code Bubba and go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and then use the code Bubba or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go.
Can I just tell you
sure.
who I think may be – I mean, we're talking about great coaches. One season certainly does not make a career. But I'm going to tell you one of the greatest coaching jobs I think I have seen in modern history is Dan Campbell with the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
To turn that franchise around after their historic, the way they have performed over the years, and to be able to change that mentality and make them the winners of the NFC North.
Mm-hmm.
That is incredible.
You're talking about the team, the franchise that is so frustrating it made Barry Sanders retire?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, Rick, no one has been able to move the needle on that franchise in decades.
You know what Barry Sanders said? I can't even move it.
Yeah, I mean,
he moved it as far as he could.
That's
You know, they did some historic things with him there, but they could only go so far.
Yeah.
And how about he's 47 years old and got a bright future ahead of him?
All right, let's go to the phones. You can talk about this or anything. There's actually quite a bit to talk about early on in the show today. So Baker's out of Kentucky. Baker, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, morning. Eat my breakfast right now.
Good, enjoy it.
Enjoying the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so I tell you what, nothing against Dabo Swinney, but I don't think I want to be the rebound guy, coming in right after the king, the legend, the GOAT.
It's a tough role.
Tough role.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
you know if
But,
follow, but you know, little Dabo may say this: if following Saban is a dirty job, I'm the man to do it. You know, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing:
but it is bad.
If you do want that job, or you've ever thought that you want that job, you may not get another chance, because if somebody else goes in and they're mildly successful, you won't get another shot at it. in your
no, wait,
lifetime.
let me correct you here. Not at Bama, mildly successful won't do it.
Well, what I'm saying is you're going to get a few seasons to get your feet under you,
Right.
probably.
Well, I think what's different in
It took
today's
Saban all of one.
Dabo's also
I know. But Rick, we're talking about the GOAT.
yeah. In today's right now, current Alabama football, you are set up to win.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so what if you take over this position and you're a successful coach, which they're going to be, then you're ready to win now versus in the past. Then when we were talking about this transition pre-Saban, Alabama was down at that time and they were trying to get back and going. Right now they're ready. So they need somebody to step in that has a winning history, and it might be that they can continue being successful.
I also think the fact that, and this just sounds crazy what I'm saying, but I also think the fact that they haven't won it in the last few years actually helps this guy.
Mm-hmm, yeah. I will slightly disagree.
There is some headroom. there,
Yes,
yeah.
you have a little bit of wiggle room, which is even crazy to think about.
I will slightly disagree on you're ready to win. You should be.
You got the roster for it.
Well, but they can all leave.
They can.
That's the difference.
They can also leave where they currently are coaching and follow them.
That's what I totally get that. But what I'm saying, and one thing that is different than in the past, if this program was in the shape it's in right now and they couldn't leave, you're coming into a better situation.
Right.
When you're coming into a program that even if you have players, they can all leave, it makes it a little more dicey.
It does. I feel like their baseline is solid, though.
I also think
I agree if they stay.
If Dabo has the opportunity, and he may not, but if he has the opportunity and he wants it and he's thinking about it, he's 54, now is that time. Because by the time, if another guy comes in, he doesn't take it, then it's going to be I'm 58 to 62 when this comes around again, and I don't think Alabama goes that route then.
I'm going to tell you what's happening right now, though, to the point I just made. Every single rival of Alabama, they are like vultures.
They are.
Oh, you got that
You
right.
talking about tampering?
They're contacting every player saying, you can just get in the portal and I'll go, or you can just transfer here.
Come over here
That's
right
exactly
now.
what's going on.
And that's the person coming in is going to have to deal with that, which is why they need to do it quick.
Also, why college football is in a big mess.
Yeah,
You're right.
As a whole.
And why Saban's retiring.
And that they mentioned that
One of the
within 72 hours they'll have an announcement if they stay to that timeline.
Let's go to Chris in Gadsden, where it all began 30 years ago. Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Get a roll, Tide.
A roll, Tide.
A roll, Tide. So, I know everybody's talking about Dabo right now, and, don't get me wrong, he's a great coach, but I kind of worry about him and the transfer portal. He hasn't shown to be strong in the transfer portal. And, a name that I haven't heard a lot of is, and I'd love to see, is Dion. I mean, he's been proven to show that he can work the transfer portal. And, guys, he brings in 5-star recruits left and right. And, especially at Alabama with the facilities that we have, I think he'd be come in and just keep it rolling.
Well, I certainly see your point that you need, because one thing, you made a really good point on Dabo Swinney, is Dabo is still from that era where I think he's resistant to the what college football has become.
Yeah, it's not he hasn't been successful. He didn't want to do it.
Yeah, and there's a certain he's
He
got
will
principles
adjust, if he's not already.
and things that he just thinks are right and wrong. So you're right, and I hate to say this, you can almost be of too good a character right now with this atmosphere and
Yes,
not
you can.
and you know how sometimes you'll say
You're all over that.
how many times have we said, well, the problem with him, which is good and bad, he's just a super nice guy and a man of character, and that's also what his downfall was because he wasn't mean enough to go into that battle. And in this case, if you're an anything goes and I'll do anything to put the best team on the field, that's the environment you're in now.
Yeah.
Because you're allowed to do it. You're not even breaking the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Lou in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Go right ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call. Hope you're doing well. Go ahead.
Well, there's just so much to unpack here. Sweeney's building his legacy at Clemson. Smart's building his legacy at Georgia. It's going to be tough for those guys to stand in that big shadow. There's just, where did Ray Perkins go when he left Alabama? Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So
yeah, well, if you look at it, and look, Alabama has to want Dabo Swinney, and there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, nothing I can do about that.
Not sure why Kirby Smart's being brought up. That was he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, but here's the point
He's
I want to make.
already home.
Yes, exactly.
Everything that Lou just said is correct. You're completely correct. But one thing, and Bubba mentioned a minute ago, that you can't underestimate. Now, Alabama may not want Dabo Swinney.
Correct.
Okay.
You're right.
So if that's in play, this is irrelevant.
Yeah.
But this thing of he's building his legacy there, why would he want to do it? You're underestimating his heart.
Yes.
He loves Alabama. He had a great life at Alabama.
Family
there. You can't underestimate that. All the things you said, Lou, he needs to think through and probably will. But sometimes we've all done it. I've done something just because I really wanted to. I just really, really wanted to. Yep. And now Alabama may not give him that opportunity. That's different. But if he's given the opportunity thinking he won't take it.
Yeah.
Well, remember
I don't know about
Dabo's
that.
contract.
Yeah.
Alabama was the one job he could get out of it.
Well, and it's just interesting. I talked to a friend of mine that's a big Alabama fan last night and was totally against Dabo Swinney. And then emails this morning, there's a narrative going here where, we don't want him or whatever. Why is that?
It's the transfer portal thing.
Well, and they're Alabama fans.
Yeah.
But
when you're dealing with Alabama fans,
never make them happy.
They just can't get the Clemson out of their mind.
No, Alabama fans, when they go on a narrative, sometimes to try to understand it is a mistake.
Yeah.
You just need to say that Alabama fans they just have things like this.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be anti somebody just because of what school you've been at or whatever.
Guys, there were a lot of them anti Nick Saban.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Recently.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I think some of that has to do with Dabo beating them in the national championship game. But the minute he's announced that he's the coach,
it's
all
different.
that changed.
It's different.
Yeah, all that changed.
This is all that the way they feel now. Once
Right.
you're theirs, which I respect that, I'd be the same way. Look, I told y'all
It
this.
is an emotional roller coaster.
Well, I've told y'all this. Never confuse being a fan with being a coach or a player. Yeah. It's not the same thing. The coaches and the players are ready to be for whatever colors they're wearing or who they're getting paid by. And they'll go all in.
Yes.
Okay, but no, they're not all in like you are.
Has anybody seen Dabo riding around Valley Dale over there?
By the way, I don't want to say anything. I just got a text from somebody.
Oh, no.
I just got a text from a Clemson player's father, too.
Rick and Bubba.
You know what? If you're in a beauty salon and you're talking, you're chatting, everybody's,
getting your hair did,
got a little gossip going around. You talk about changing the environment. If a nice buck crashes through the window of the hair salon, it will take the environment inside and change it instantly.
Yeah.
And we have footage of this actually happening. It's in New York State. I can't pronounce the the lake where this is happening.
Lake Mamet Colonna.
Yeah, I mean it is. So we have the whole deal, right? We got it all. We got it all on video.
Yeah, what's so amazing is they're just going through their regular business day. You know, he's looks like there's a guy getting his hair cut, and there's a lady sitting on the couch waiting her turn, and then all of a sudden through the window, here it comes.
All right, so y'all look at this. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see it clearly.
And whenever you head of the hair she was cutting,
had her scissors cut his ear off.
Yeah. Rick, coming through the window is one thing. Do you see the way it went through that door?
Yes, I did.
And those doors, even though they're glass, they're built to be very
Picture
tough.
if it rammed your body.
That's what I'm thinking. Man, that is
that lady on the couch. That deer nearly landed.
It's like he didn't
on
kill
head.
her. It's lucky. Let's see it again, Adler.
You guys have to listen to the attitude change that occurs in this salon.
Okay.
You got my audio if you have it.
Okay.
Really
all right.
Audio's up.
All right.
I don't hear it.
I don't hear the audio.
You think we heard that?
Hit the little.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hit it up.
Audio check.
Yeah. Go, hit audio up on your end there.
Yeah, I've got it up, but I'm not getting audio here.
I 10.
And it's up.
Well,
I
the
don't
footage
know.
is impressive.
Yeah, the
You want me to go
footage
over
is
to-
crazy.
There we go. Left side.
Oh.
All right, it was a stereo situation.
All right, run it
All right,
back.
please
Run
go
it back.
back.
I
Yeah.
got it now.
All right, so.
All right, here we go. Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! All right, wait. Oh my God, you okay?
You hear him. Hear him.
You okay? Close the door. Ready? All right. Close the door back there. Close the door back there.
Oh my.
Oh my God!
Y'all, this deer.
She's still screaming.
How about the lady that was looking in the salon at the door and just moved out of the way?
All right, I'm going to this time.
Wow.
I want it again. Now that we have the stereo part of the audio right. I'm going to watch the person cutting hair and never take my eyes off of them.
Okay.
And see
Yeah,
what
I'm
those,
watching different
I'm
people.
going to see what those scissors do. Okay.
Okay. All right. This is good.
All right, I'm watching her the whole
All right.
way this time.
She's cutting his bangs. Did you hear him?
All right, yeah, she got the scissors away from him.
What noise would you make, you think?
Okay, this guy went and put his glasses on.
You hear tap dancing?
She's still screaming even though it was out of the door.
It's all right.
I'm
Oh,
pleased
my
the guy got his haircut.
I think he has a little breakdown because he can't figure out what's happening. It's like his mind
All
won't
right, now
process.
let's watch him now. Here we go.
Look at, the deer is
Oh,
right
y'all,
next to her
that
face.
lady.
Y'all, that deer goes right over
She
that
smelt
woman.
it.
Oh, yeah. She did. Look at that.
Oh,
Okay.
by the way, I want to look at something. By the way, if that deer doesn't fall, I think it may ram right into that guy sitting there. He's headed right for him.
The couch just.
Yo,
it
that
hit her.
lady could have been
wasn't
killed.
killed.
She
Gift
could
her
have
a
been.
little.
What's in her hand right there? What's she holding? We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour, so let's kind of talk about what's coming up. Speedy, you feel confident that you're going to get Dickie Nadmeyer on the show today because you could not do it after they got lost in the playoff in overtime.
He wouldn't talk. But now last night I spoke to him, and I was telling the guys there was so much going on in the background. I could hardly hear what he was saying. He was not happy.
Right.
And he said he would come on today if he woke up in time. Well, he's up. So
Okay, all right.
I'm trying to get him.
So he's not one of the ones at Saban's statue laying flowers and singing.
Well,
Dixie
last
Land
night,
Live.
he,
Is he in his camper out there?
well, last night he said they were on the road, so he might have been going there. I don't
That's
know
scary.
yet.
Well,
I know he's Central Time.
I hope
know
he's
that.
not seeing. I hope he's not seeing things like this. I don't know if y'all seen the footage in Auburn.
Oh yeah.
At Toomer's Corner.
What's up with that?
And I will say this: a minute ago, in an awkward moment, I walked into Bubba's office and had a roll of toilet paper.
Somebody screaming freeze warning.
Yeah. How about this?
I'm getting too arthritic to throw toilet paper.
Should I do audio here, though? I don't know. I hope that Dickie's not seeing this because I'm afraid we'll have to dump him on this call today.
Oh, no.
This will get your trees killed here, you know.
So apparently,
I grew up, I was born and raised an Auburn fan, and I'm only a freshman on the Plains, but I'll tell you what, this means just as much to me as it does to every junior, senior, and sophomore out there. I've waited almost as long as I've been alive for this moment, and every other Auburn fan should be out here with us.
Amen.
But hey, hopefully that comes on later. So War Damn Eagle, and Bama, see you next year.
We wish you threw better.
Yeah. Well, I hope Dickie didn't see that.
Good
Well, like that's right up there when Harvey got mad when they put that jersey, that Scam Newton jersey on the Bear.
That's what it reminds me.
And he quoted the fact that they rolled Toomer's corner when Bear Bryant died.
That's right. He did.
Rick, don't miss this.
And look, Dickie Nadmeyer, I promise you he's there. I promise you he's there. Now over at Alabama, there's people laying flowers at his statue. Now, any of you that think that college football in our state is idolatry, I know y'all all want to apologize. So
they're at a statue where the person is still alive.
And don't forget this, and they're putting flowers on a statue of a man still alive. And also don't forget, at Auburn, they're rolling as if this is a win. Like they won something.
So they've conceded this. Once he's there, we can't beat him.
Rick, they've had to take some opportunities to roll them because they hadn't had a lot of chances.
That's true. They had a lot of paper left over from this year.
So I will tell Auburn and Alabama fans this. We're going to make a transition right now to something that I know y'all might think is secondary. But really, a battle with cancer is probably more important. So I know, Bubba, yesterday you
Boy, that's hard to follow, isn't it?
Yeah.
In other news.
Yeah, in other news, Bubba had his cancer scan yesterday.
Turning to personal news.
Yeah.
Yes, praise report today. Got our results from our CAT scan, all clear, looking good, full remission.
All right.
And for those of you that may not be aware, about a year and a half ago, I guess it was October 22, I was diagnosed with liver cancer, had a tumor removed, and we've been in, what do they call it, where you monitor somebody? I can't think of the word of it now. So we haven't had any other treatment other than just keeping an eye on it. So we were going, we've got bumped up to the 6-month test now for CAT scan and blood test. And if we get one more of those under our belt, good, we get to go to 1 year. So we're looking forward to that. So all good news.
Well, in honor of that, spend my dollar, parked in the holler, need mountain moonlight. Come on. I don't know the words.
Bubba got a good scan.
Oh, they got a candle.
Not a candle.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
a candle.
Y'all stop.
Guys, I know that Nick Saban is Catholic, but I don't think actually his picture on the candle. And we like those for people who have gone on.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
You don't light it for somebody that's currently walking around, do you? I mean, maybe I don't know. I'm not Catholic. Maybe I'm wrong.
This is real, though. I mean, this was a Christmas gift this year for a person. And
they have him with a cross around his neck like he's the Pope. Oh my gosh!
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Saint Nick.
He's got them Pope clothes on too, for whatever they're called.
I will say this:
Pope clothes.
Pope clothes.
Right. I don't know. I don't know.
Have the Pope hat.
I don't know what Catholic people do since he is Catholic, but I know the Baptists who pull for Alabama. They're not drinking Welch's today. They're drinking the grape juice that has carbonation.
Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. Just
that you get on New Year's Eve.
Right, yes. So anyway.
Sticking with college news.
All right, I just wanted to talk about this. Do you realize how little time we spent on cancer?
We did, yeah.
I mean, we have already jumped off cancer, and we're back talking about
That's a
football.
celebration, Bubba. Great report. Now, back to college news.
We spent less time than a TV timeout.
What more can you say?
We couldn't review a play quicker than
That's great, Bubba. Great news. But anyway,
so Dabo.
Yeah.
In the portal.
We mentioned this in the kickoff hour. The NCAA president felt like he needed to come out and make a statement that that Michigan won the national championship fair and square.
I saw that.
He said it was fair and square, and no doubters, no cheating allegations.
Yeah, everybody still signals, not just Michigan.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if he said that, but
so we need to just everybody be quiet about that.
Now he may go to Bama. He may go to Bama.
There it is, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Harbaugh to Bama.
Spend my dollar.
Well, I mean, you don't ever know. You don't know.
He'll bring him glasses on down here.
My resources that told me Saban was going to retire did not say that.
All right, that's just you freelancing.
That's correct.
I'm sorry.
There are some they say he's holding out for Saban's just holding out for more money. Go ahead.
Of all the coaches that retired here recently, who do y'all think was the most time?
College
and pro?
Not
College
this
and
year,
pro.
just in
Bill Belichick.
general.
You think it was Belichick's time the most?
Yeah, I do.
I agree with that.
Pete Carroll, last time I saw him,
no, you
he
may
looked
be right.
very
Yeah, he's on the
thin.
list. Yeah, that's a close second.
That may be who I go with.
He looked.
Forgot he was with
I
Seahawks
think
for 14 years.
I think the Belichick case is something to look at for his coaching. I mean, of course, the Patriots have not had the years that they've had in the past, the last couple of years, but he's the same coach. They do the same thing, but boy, the players, all those years of success, they were not getting the top draft picks, and now it catches up with
I don't think he's retiring. I think he's just location
all these
change.
open jobs. He'll get one. No doubt.
All these guys are
He
71,
didn't forget how to
72,
coach.
and I don't know if Pete Carroll's going to try to continue to coach.
He said he was going to stay with the Seahawks organization in the front office or whatever as a consultant role of some kind, just not be head coach.
Well, he's been coaching the pros for a while. First at USC, then
he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah. And now, listen, Bubba. Now, if he was to jump to college, he'll be coaching pros again.
Yeah, right. He's already got experience.
Everything USC got in trouble for is now legal.
It really is.
True. That's absolutely true.
Isn't that weird? That's why.
Of course, he knew nothing about it.
No,
like
of course,
Jim Harbaugh.
Greg. Of course, he did. You're fair and square. You realize that's an ongoing thing for me at the house because I've told you Sherry was pulling from Michigan and it's bothering her. She didn't know about the controversy around Harbaugh, and she keeps asking me. So has he been cleared of that, or did he do it? Because I just can't be. I can't be for somebody that's deceitful.
So
the assistant coach who was the head coach while he was gone, he has to feel pretty good about this season.
Yeah,
I mean he's probably. I mean he's
who Squaller.
Yeah, he's got to be on the list of some people
a lot
for
of
head
people think
coaches.
that's who they'll give it to if Harbaugh leaves.
Speedy, what do you think? What do you think?
He said to hold on. He said, "Give me 5." I think you can do next segment. He said, "Give me 5 minutes," which that would time down, Rick.
All right, Dickie Nadmeyer next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A phone or make a mirror or something?
Mirror, something?
Bagel?
Well,
run it back, Rick. Or Adler, run it back.
Boom, right there on her head.
So it does touch her.
Oh, yeah, Rick.
It does.
It slides right by her ear.
Good thing you didn't.
She can smell if it's
hook
in
her
her
with that rack.
I don't know.
She can smell if it's rotten.
Yeah, she can. Whatever she had in her hand got knocked out.
If that rack would have hit her in the back of the head, it could have killed her.
See, look, laying on the ground is what she had in her hand. Watch it. Here, look. Listen to the Asian woman.
Where's that
from or something?
Where's that from?
Where's that from?
I don't know if she's Asian.
I don't
Rick.
think she is, Rick.
I don't know if she's Asian.
Listen to her.
I don't think she's Asian.
Guys, the dude has somebody's flat iron. She stole a flat iron from the hair salon.
The deer does?
It's tied to it. Look, the cord is caught in its antlers, and it's dangling.
Wow, the things you can pick up if you just
Look, it's got a flat iron.
Oh my goodness!
I want to know how long before it fell off.
You know what? That's only an 8-point. It sure looked bigger first time through.
Yep.
Oh, that's wide.
3 high either side.
That is. That's a good looking deer.
Pretty good spread.
Good looking deer.
Yeah, it's a very good spread.
What if somebody a year later sitting in their stand like, guys,
20.
I saw a nice buck. You had a flat iron.
Hanging off it.
Guys, I don't know how to tell you this. Hello, Fish and Game. Just shot a buck here. Sitting out on, it's got a flat iron.
It was a drop time.
I think it's a flat iron. Can we keep it?
That's a heck of a drop time. Isn't it?
So
I'd have it mounted with that hanging up.
No question.
Yeah.
You know what I feel
That's
like?
a good bodied deer right there.
Why do I feel like there's a farmer's insurance commercial coming up? And there's an antlers with a flat iron in it.
Flat iron.
Those are funny commercials.
We know a thing.
Buck runs through a hair salon. We covered it.
We know a thing or two because we've seen it.
Come from? Yep. There it is.
Pretty good ad campaign by the way.
That is. All right, we'll be back. How you doing?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being here also.
Running through a couple of stories from the weekend. We always like these tackling stories. It looks like the Oregon Ducks running back, no way I pronounce that last name, made the biggest hit of the night on Saturday. He tackled a fan who somehow evaded security and ended up on the field during a game against California.
There he is jogging.
Yeah, and so here's the guy coming at it, and I don't know if there's any audio on this or not. Audio at all? Yeah, here we go. Got audio, and he's running around and got on the field during timeout. Thinks he's being sharp, trying to get by security. And his boys have probably dared him to go out there. He thinks he's got
Probably
it down.
toe up.
Yeah.
Look for number 33.
Yeah.
He's about to enter.
Probably toe slam up. The Ducks over leading the band, acting like it's not happening. And so he's still running. Security's trying to ease their way to him as best they can. Here comes the running back from Oregon who's going to run him down and gets him on the ground for security. And
I love it.
Crowd goes nuts.
yeah, undoubtedly he'd had enough with the casual walk up from security.
Yeah, he said he just wanted to get the game going.
Yeah,
he running back.
Let's go. Let's
Hey, let's go.
I wish they would, maybe.
There's another view.
Oh, it's a pretty good little hit. He didn't go airborne and deflate him though.
He
which
just
would
said
have been better.
He just said, "Look, I can get him down."
I think they ought to award teams that can tackle somebody that gets on the field like that. Maybe give them 5 yards or something.
Right. And
as an incentive for them to get after him a little bit.
And the way he got him was, he didn't try to hurt him, but he got him under control because he could have.
Rick, I want to see a declator.
No,
I mean, we need to make it so people go, well, heck, I ain't doing that.
No.
That last guy, man, he's still in the cast.
This guy's showing quite a bit of mercy, more than I probably would have had. I would have probably been arrested on the spot as a player because of how hard I would have hit him. So anyway, and they're saying that what is this? I'm looking in the story because the headline says something about offering him ice cream.
I know. It
is
does,
that anywhere in the story?
It looks like he didn't have time to offer him ice cream.
Right. I mean, it says this. Is that supposed to be some maybe hip phrase we don't understand?
I'm not sure because I'm like you. After reading the story, it just doesn't say anything about ice cream in
like
there.
If you just declated somebody and going, man, you hit him, so well, I just offered him ice cream. That might be a kind of a funny out.
And again, we're showing our age right now. Maybe this is a hip line when you knock somebody down. You call it offering
maybe
ice
it's
cream.
from a rap song we're not familiar with. I don't know.
But the headlines. Let me read the headline to you from FoxNews.com. And you look in the story.
Oh, I got him. I got it.
Okay.
Because after the game, the running back felt bad about tackling him and told reporters if the fan found him on Instagram, he would take him for ice cream and patch things up.
Okay. So he's saying
you shouldn't feel bad about it. That guy's an idiot for being out. See, that's the thing. We're just oh my God.
The apology should come from the fan to the running back of the team he pulls for.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I put y'all in that situation. The running back doesn't know anybody an apology.
Because, see, all you think now, the next nut that's going to go out there goes, I'm going to get ice cream too. Watch me.
Is that exactly?
Oh, wow.
So he's going like goofy. He's going to be goofy.
Well, he is goofy. He is goofy.
That's a good point.
I think I'll try to.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we come to you from the Big Boy Studio. All right, Bubba, this thing with Alabama and Saban retiring, and I'd rather not give away the text I just got. But do you remember who turned the job down that gave Alabama Nick Saban?
Yes.
Can you say his name?
Rich Rod.
Where's Rich Rod right now?
Jack State.
Did he get him to a bowl?
Yes, first ever.
Has he
I refuse to answer any more questions.
Has he lost staff, going to bigger schools?
That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Easy. All right, you got him?
Well, time for the Alabama's biggest fan. Speedy, I understand you have tracked down Dickie Nadmeyer.
Yes, sir.
We've been looking for him since the word broke yesterday that Coach Nick Saban was stepping down after 17 years.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Dickie, are you there?
Hello, Chad.
Dickie,
wow.
How are you today? Give us your thoughts.
Hello, Chad.
No.
I'm here down at Coach Saban's statue.
What, did he say he's
at the statue?
Okay.
I'm down here at the statue. I've talked to Harvey Updike.
You what?
No, thank you.
I just feel so bad for Harvey struggling. We all struggling. The Bama Nation is struggling. The GOAT is gone.
Oh no, like Dickie knew.
Dickie, did you have any feeling that this was coming? I think it caught a lot of people off guard.
Never saw it coming, Bubba. I know it's a big day for Barners like you, Bubba. It's just a new concept you guys have over at Albee Land. Y'all ain't never seen people retire.
Well, a lot of them retire rich, I'll tell you that.
When's the last time somebody got to retire from Auburn? What, you're
I believe it probably
Road
was.
Tide?
Yep.
Dickie, oh man, Dickie. So please play out the last, 12, 14 hours, however long it's been since you heard the news. Where were you, and how long did it take you to get to the statue?
Well, I was still reeling from the playoff loss.
Oh, I knew that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's back to back.
Bad snap.
Okay.
It hurt me that Saban got robbed by the stupid refs when they missed the roughing. The punter could have changed the entire game for us. And we got robbed. Got cheated as normal.
Right. Yeah.
And then we give it to another cheater. I mean, look, Coach Harbaugh won, the cheater.
The Steeler.
Yeah, he was there about half the season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
literally.
So I was reeling, and I was getting texts from you, Calvin.
Yes.
And I just wasn't in a good place.
Mm-hmm.
And Phyllis has been tending to me. My children have all come home.
Okay.
We've called the family.
And little Nikki, our daughter, very upset, named after Coach Saban, of course.
Right.
So immediately when I heard the news, after I read Miss Terry's statement.
Oh no.
And I thought, I know she must be struggling along with the Bama Nation.
Yeah.
Miss Terry, Mr. Van Kiffen, Gola, and Stan. What we do in the Bama Nation, we think of good things when things are bad. Gola and Stan, 77.
Right. Yes.
2009.
Mm-hmm.
92, the defense. We think on these things, which unlike Auburn fans, we have a lot to think on.
Right.
And the first thing I thought of when I heard that he retired is I thought about the big man upstairs.
Oh.
Paul Bear Bryant. And I thought Bear maybe was looking fondly on him, and then I had some nightmarish visions of Bear in the Liberty Bowl and the Eskimo jacket. And how it hurt me to see Bear in that condition. And I don't want to bring this up because I don't want Bama Nation to struggle and have thoughts. But do we all remember after Bear Bryant retired?
Watch out,
Dickie.
What it did to him?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody remember that?
Yeah, it didn't make it too long.
No.
I remember the way I felt. I felt happy for the people of heaven that Paul Bear Bryant went there.
Their team got better, that's for sure.
And so it's a tough day. And as soon as I heard about Miss Terry's statement, I loaded up the family in the RV. We went directly to Tuscaloosa. Mm-hmm. We parked at Bear Bryant Museum, as we always do, and we walked our way to the statue where we slept at his feet last night. And we're all awakening to a new day, and we're just getting through it. I mean, I don't know what else to really say.
Dickie,
Yeah.
let me ask you this: going forward, what is the word on the street? Who would you like to see be the replacement?
Yeah,
for
what are they
the
saying at the
greatest ever?
statue? Yeah.
There are certain things that no one can replace. I fear that we'll be on the road we were on after Paul Bear Bryant retired and then, hard to say, passed on. We went through years of despair, and it concerns me. Years of despair. I'll have a hard time accepting anyone that has ever treated us poorly or won a game against us. No one from Auburn lineage is in play.
Okay.
Dabo and I have got some things we got to work out. Road Tide.
Yeah. Are you getting your popcorn ready? What about Lane Kiffin?
Hey.
You know, there's a side of me that the only problem I got with Lane Kiffin, and I'm just going to say it, I'm going to say it straight. You know, my little daughter Nikki is 22 now.
Y'all.
And I'm not sure I trust Lane Kiffin and her being in the same area.
All right,
I'm just going to say it, Road Tide.
She may be a little
So if
is
you
Lane
could
Kiffin married again? Does Lane Kiffin married?
he's got a girlfriend.
She's real young.
He's got this little dog he's always putting on.
Yeah, he's got the dog. So if you could pile up the family in the
Amanda told me that
RV
yesterday.
and leave the statue.
By the way, I got 2 words for you on Lane Kiffin not being married and having a little girlfriend and maybe still partying a little bit. I got 2 words for Bama fans if we take it Lane Kiffin, and those 2 words are Mike Price.
Okay.
Goodness.
Well,
Road Tide.
Oh, boy.
What a comparison.
So if you could throw the family back in the RV, I mean, leave the statue, get in the RV, and get it back on the road and drive to a coach's home, who would you go pick up? Who would you go?
I believe I might go over. I would have gone over and had a word with one Kirby Smart,
Mm-hmm.
but it's bad blood now. Road Tide.
Okay, bad blood.
Anybody who leaves the Tide and then goes against the Tide, Dickie Nadmeyer's got a problem with you.
Okay.
So he's off.
Yeah, okay, he's gone.
So it had been mentioned earlier. It's not in all the media. How do you feel about Rich Rod?
Well, I'm not sure that Alabama is ready for a Mexican. That's my concern.
What in the world?
Road Tide.
It's not ready for that.
You do know.
What is it?
You do know who Rich Rod's AD was when he coached at Arizona.
I do not. Can you share that with me, Mr. Bill Bubba Barner Busu?
That'd be Greg Byrne.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yep. The current AD at Alabama.
Road Tide.
Yeah.
So they have a little history there.
The one thing I will say about Rick Rodriguez that I will always be endeared to him that he turned the job down.
Right.
There you go.
Because that gave us our beloved Saban.
Yeah, he did
Road
get
Tide.
you Saban, and he does take credit for that, by the way.
Yeah.
Anybody in the
Road
NFL?
Tide.
Anybody in the NFL catch your eye at all?
Yeah.
Bill Belichick. If he's got anything left in him, I'd like to see him come to the Tide and be our transition coach. Road Tide.
Okay.
There you go. Him and Nick, big buddies.
That.
That's all he'd be was a transition coach. We bring him in and he just transition us, to somebody that maybe is a little younger, and we move forward.
Well,
Road Tide.
Dickie, let me ask you this: are you able to? I know there's like disappointment and everything, but are you able to be happy for him and Miss Terry that they can maybe enjoy retirement for all that he's done?
It's a really good question.
2011, 2012, 2015.
Good thoughts.
All right.
2017, 2019. I don't like them saying Saban had 7 national championships because I don't care what he did other than here.
Okay.
So
You don't
that's
count
it.
the LSU.
Yeah, take that one out.
And I don't want to get all spiritual, but the number 7 is God's number for retire and go to the lake.
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows it. You almost need, like the good book says, sometimes you can't always get what you want, Road Tide. But eventually you get what you need.
Jagger.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
I'm pretty sure that's in Ezekiel.
Yeah. Second parentheses.
Well, Dickie, we got to get to the break. We appreciate you checking in though there at the Saban statue on campus.
Good luck, Dickie.
Yeah, keep us in the loop as you hear things.
Yeah.
We'll be here until further notice.
Okay.
There'll be an announcement.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, you be careful and tell the family we said hey. Okay.
Roll Tide. Let's sing Dixieland a lot, guys.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I love ice cream.
By the way, Bubba just asked who's organ playing next.
Yeah.
But anyway, so let's also on under the can't have nothing. Ben Roethlisberger, of course, has been injured and is out for the season.
Big Ben.
And you think, hey, look, I can't have nothing. Our team's terrible. I'm out. I'm going to go to the game. And he wore his Apple Watch on the sidelines as he watched the team get drilled again, this time by the Bengals. and he got a $5,000 fine because they're saying that you cannot have anything on the sidelines that might indicate that you can message, and that is a violation. No message transmitting electronic devices on the sidelines, and even if he's hurt, they're still hitting him with a uniform violation.
Well, let me ask you this. So you mean to tell me everybody on the sideline, nobody can be wearing any smartwatch at all,
No.
Apple Watch or any other watch?
Apparently not.
Cannot.
But you
Well,
can send message.
I would say that there's probably a bunch of them on there they don't know about.
Well, what they're saying is if you are part of the team, you can't do it. I'm sure reporters and
Water
photographers.
boys and all them, yeah.
No. If you're tied to the team and they think you could get a message to someone, you can't do it. So that's but
I would see active players. I understand that, or coaches.
Mhm. Well, they're saying Big Ben. They think he could be over there trying to coach.
Well, he had a play calling wristband on. He must be having signal
Well, he
stuff
probably
in.
just forgot that.
No,
he had a watch
there's no doubt about
No,
that.
yeah.
I'm just saying
But that's the rule.
But he did violate the rule. Yeah, there's no doubt he probably didn't intend anything by it.
Maybe he's got a Series 5 and he's just watching his heartbeat. Maybe it's a medical device.
Right. And
I do remember back to some youth ball. I do remember we busted a guy. He was working the chains for the other team, and he had his cell phone on, and he was on his phone the whole time. We're like, okay, really?
But at least
Really?
not being so obvious.
Come on.
Speaking of the Steelers, you saw one of their backups, and they're getting pretty thin now at quarterback.
Oh, this
He got
guy's-
knocked out, and they put him. They put him in the neck brace, put him on the cart, and
Boom,
the cart
look at him.
broke down.
Oh no!
And they had to get him back up off of that, and players walk him off the field, and they'd already taken his face mask off. So he already looks kind of goofy because he didn't have a face mask on. Then he's got that crazy "I've been knocked out" look about it.
Look,
I mean, it was as it was as odd looking a thing as you've ever seen.
And what makes it
It's like
worse,
Evil Knievel right after he'd crashed.
Yeah.
You know how they'd walk
And
him
he'd
up.
retire.
Yeah, I'm retired.
I'm done. No
what
more.
makes it worse, like you said, is the fact they have to take your face mask off, but they don't want to take your helmet off.
Right.
So you look ridiculous in the no
How
face
can you
mask.
be the
helmet.
guy that the cart breaks down that's
Look, they're
taking
pushing
people that might have a back injury or something off?
Yeah, you see,
Look at him, Rick.
look how much worse I look now. They've taken off. He looks like a drunk Pittsburgh fan.
Yeah.
that got on the field.
He does.
with an
With
old
a helmet,
with
with
an
no-
old timey
He
helmet.
looks like he ran across the field and somebody hit him.
Well, did you
And
see
then
that?
had to offer
That's
him ice
bad.
cream.
Because of that jawbone where he got hit,
Yeah.
knocked him out cold. I mean,
Just
boom,
like in a
out,
box.
just like you see him
And
boxing,
out.
just like you see him. When you see him fall in slow motion, he's asleep. Mm-hmm. He's out.
See, there's no foul, obviously, in that. Those situations like that, there's nothing you can do about it. We're trying to eliminate every concussion. I get that.
Well,
but you
You
can't
saw the
account
Florida
for
player got knocked out too.
Yeah.
That fumbled the ball. He went down. He had them hands up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's just football. Well, it's everybody. We've had these interviews before. See, now I'm asleep. I'm completely asleep.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah,
He will not even remember coming to the
I
park.
am sound asleep. And is that the only way for those you out there
Complete
that
the pass, though.
that may have kids that are you're trying to figure out football and all of this? The only way that your loved one will not be injured in football is to not play. That's the only guaranteed way.
Yeah.
There's no way for you to say, can we somehow set up a system out here where people can play this game and nobody ever get hurt? That's never going to happen. You can minimize it, and you certainly, I guess, should try. But this thing of can we create this game where we can all still participate in it, nobody ever get hurt? It's just not going to happen. So if you can't live with the fact that somebody you love could get hurt playing football, then they just shouldn't play. That's the only guarantee.
Yep.
I want to tell you how this story came to my attention. I got up Saturday morning and flipped on and was watching the game day broadcasts from Gainesville, and I immediately see a crawl going across the screen that says Kansas apologizes for Snoop Dogg concert.
Yes.
Which included stripper poles, a money gun, and fake money being shot over recruits' heads.
Right.
And I thought, well, I bet that was quite an experience.
You're also leaving out profanity.
Well, yeah, that was a given,
Yeah,
Rick.
yeah.
I mean, you got Snoop Dogg there.
Yeah,
What do
but-
you expect?
But how does it get to that?
Yeah.
Was Martha
One of the terms that I came up with is run hard when it's hard to run, when it gets hard to run. And I think some of the younger guys on the team, it's hot, you get tired, not used to that many reps. but we need those reps so we can practice until we can't get it wrong, not just till we get it right. And I don't care if it's how you do flex, I don't care if it's how you run across the field, how you do karaoke, how you do high knee pumps, how you do up downs. If you don't respect that enough to do it right when you know that's the right way to do it, how you going to be trusted in the game to do what you're supposed to do? Because I think discipline is a mindset that's a part of who you are.
There he is, Nick Saban, one of the, no doubt, greatest to ever coach the sport, announcing his retirement. So we've talked about that. We've heard from some of you. We'll have another opportunity to talk about that and whatever's on your mind. And even heard from it sounded like the very sad Dickie Nadmeyer just moments ago, as you can hear the Bama Nation in mourning.
Yeah, distraught.
I guess the last time we all heard him like that was, I remember it, but I don't remember what had happened. Was it the? I remember he could barely say "Roll Tide."
Those Clemson losses.
Yeah, it might have been. Was it one of those?
One of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard him angry before, but this was down.
Yeah, this was down. I don't know where to turn, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, and so the I will say this, pretty reliable source.
Oh, here we go again.
No, pretty reliable.
I'm trying to start.
I just got Bubba. I know you and I were making connection with some people. I just got that Dabo is not an option. That he's out.
Okay.
So now that doesn't mean that's the truth. I'm just telling you that's what what I'm heard. You know, of course, I said Saban was about to retire, and he did. But I mean, it's so.
I think Dabo would be crazy, to do this, with all the good he has going on.
I've got a guy.
Well, I knew you wanted to try to have a guy.
Yeah, that maybe has some insight. I don't think he's right on this because he said Rush Propst is looking at it.
Right.
Well, that was actually quoted from Rush Propst. That's where they got that info.
Yeah, so that's true. Look, let me tell you something. I promise you, whoever is in charge of this search got a text from him.
I'm over here if you need me.
I promise you that's true.
Back in it.
Right. So I don't know. So we'll see. But I'm with the
Been
rest.
Exonerated.
I'm with the rest of you. I think that Alabama probably has a plan, and they're working it, and we will see.
Oh, look at this! I just got a text.
Oh, really?
I'm hearing for the second time they're going to go to the Dolphins. They're going to get Mike McDaniel.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Okay.
By the way,
all
talk
grown
about a
up
quirky
now.
dude.
Watching him, he's a different take on coaching football.
He's a different take on anything.
My favorite thing is when he did the interview and then turned around and ran full speed across the field as fast as he could run.
You gotta love it.
He was digging.
I told you the one I love when he was getting dogged about the offense's performance, and he looked at the numbers. He said, "You know what? Hey, we've really accomplished something." He goes, "You're holding us to a much higher standard than you're used to."
Yeah, good point.
He goes, "Look, we had a pretty good day off it."
There's that we like these numbers.
So anyway, we'll see. I don't know. I'm with y'all. Do you do? I can't believe I'm saying this. Even what Mr. Nadmeyer may have suggested. Do you have a transitional guy? Or do you, I mean,
I don't think if you have a program that
is the
wants
first
to compete,
person
you go in every time trying to be the best you can be.
I know, but it just feels like, in the military, those of you that spent time in the military, and it's tough, but sometimes when you get to certain rankings, sometimes somebody is there to just you run out there and get them shooting at you, and the rest of us are going to stay here, and then we'll walk out after that's done. You wonder, because the first person who goes in, I think the odds of them surviving is almost none.
Yeah.
I think with the transfer portal, the transitional phase stages are just impossible.
This is tough
because you're gonna have to convince somebody to come, stay. And by the way, I don't know who that guy's gonna be, but there's gonna be another guy in a couple of years. Yeah. That's tough to sell.
Yeah. So, and I think they'll want somebody young enough that can be there another 17, 20 years.
What do you think? Do you think that back to the Saban retirement, we all believe, and I think we're right, that the state of college football and him being the kind of guy you just heard over the music coming out of the break there, those guys, have kind of outlived their time.
Yeah.
And they can't really tolerate these things. I think about Dad. No way he would work in this environment. When all of a sudden the players are now telling you what they will and won't do,
And how bad do you want to keep me?
Yeah,
If
and
somebody else
all
wants
that
me a little more.
kind of stuff. Because and some of these guys, if they just saw somebody like he talking about loafing in practice, they would get rid of them.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
listen,
is there possible there's a health issue somewhere?
Well, and that's what I was going to say.
Is
I
that possible?
hope everybody in the family is healthy.
Exactly
If
what I
they-
thought yesterday.
And
when
if
I
they
saw
are,
this.
I think he's retiring young enough to where he can enjoy life
Yeah, guys,
after
he's in his
football.
70s.
Yeah.
You know, he's 72. Yeah, you're right. And he might stick around in some capacity, you know.
And I don't
but-
think you're saying that anybody does, but I mean,
No,
a lot of
no,
times
no.
you've seen this
No,
happen when
no.
maybe somebody has some health issue that is
Guys,
pressing.
seriously,
They'll go ahead and say this is a good jumping off place.
Yeah.
It's the first. It's the in my mind. That's the first place I went yesterday when I heard that. It caught me so off guard that's what I thought.
Because they didn't win the championship. Now, if they won the championship,
I'd have thought,
I would
well,
have
this
been
makes
surprised by
perfect
this
sense.
in the least. Yeah.
You know, he's in his 70s now. If he's running for president, he'd be perfect age.
He would be.
No, that's a good point.
Be in his
Thank
prime.
you.
Well, is he a Republican? Let's get him in there.
Somebody said
I'll
Biden.
take him today.
They seem to hang around a long time in that position.
That's right. Somebody asked Biden what he thought about it, and he thought that Bear Bryant just retired. So,
Yeah, he's a hate to see Coach Bryant go.
Well, Coach Bryant was there for a long time. Good for him.
Yeah.
Did you pick up too? There was something about Nadmeyer didn't like that the last game he coached. He had that jacket on. Did
Didn't
you pick
like
up on
that jacket.
Didn't like it at all.
And it
Well, it
seemed
was
like
cold though. It was cold.
Didn't he have a cap on instead of the old famous hat?
Yeah,
Like old
Yeah.
corduroy cap.
right. Yeah. We'll be back. We'll go. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big on any topic. You certainly can move us on to another one. 866 We Be Big, or you can comment on anything you want to. All 10 lines are available. We chat with you, America. So dial us up. And also don't forget, I mean, we got another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, and we already had him scheduled. Eli Gold is actually our guest. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Stewart with him, do y'all know?
But the good news is Kansas begins to apologize. There was only 16,300 people there.
Oh, that's right.
In the arena.
No.
And so, like let's say,
This is that kicking off basketball season.
Yeah, midnight madness kind of thing.
let's say that I
Well, they good
there's
night.
polls
They've
everywhere.
got a bunch of them, don't they?
but let's say that I'm going to book. I'm in charge of this. Hey, now look, everybody here loves basketball. This is our big kickoff, midnight madness, whatever you call it. The team's gonna come out. We're gonna do a scrimmage. The crowds are crazy. We love it. Somebody said, "I'll tell you what we need to do." What do you think about getting an artist in there doing a concert? Like colleges will do. Colleges have these. They'll bring in acts and whatever. And somebody said, "Okay, well, who are you thinking? What you thinking? Zach Brown band?" And no, I think we need to go. I think we need to turn it up. I think we need to get over in the hip hop genre. Now, dangerous. Immediately you say dangerous, and no, there's some good artists out there. And you say, well, who we gonna get? And the minute that somebody says, "I'm telling you, I got a line in with Snoop Dogg,"
He's got a new album, man.
and somebody said, "Come back with that again." So Snoop Dogg will come here and play. Oh, right there on the court. Okay, shouldn't the very next question be, has anybody seen his act? Is he?
Rick,
My first concern would be Snoop. One of Snoop's biggest things that he wants to be known for is smoking that ganja.
Oh, yeah, that's his thing.
So the first thing I would think of, give me. I need some feedback on marijuana. How much? We got to get rid of marijuana images. Is he going to be smoking marijuana? Is there going to be a marijuana presentation? I'd weed that out. Then I go, all right. This
Weed
is
it out.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Now let's talk about raucous profanity and lewdness.
Booty shaking.
I want some general feedback on raunchy profanity and that kind of. I want lewdness, raunchy profanity. Has anybody checked into that? Shouldn't somebody be looking into all this, because you're going to parade it out there? We're going to have recruits there. Anything we should be worried about? Now, he does have a money gun. Okay, let's get rid of that. I mean,
didn't they get violations? Aren't they in trouble currently?
Yeah. Rick, the athletic director.
It's a terrible decision.
The athletic director, Jeff
Shooting money
Long,
over their head.
he issued the apology. He said, "We made it clear to the entertainers, managers, that we expected a clean version of the show and took additional steps to communicate that to our fans, including moving the artist to the final act of the evening to ensure no basketball activities would be missed if anyone did not want to stay for the show." He added, "I take full responsibility for not thoroughly vetting all the details of the performance and offer my personal apology to those who were offended."
Well,
there's the money.
Here's one that would have got me. Hey, Coach. Hey, man, what's going on? I just over at the arena. Is everything set up for tonight? They're putting a lot of poles up.
Yeah, poles on wheels.
The money gun.
There's poles everywhere on the floor. What are the poles for? Are they bringing in Bello? No, I don't think it's
not
Bello.
Bello.
I don't think it's Bello the clown. They don't look high enough for him. Okay, what are the poles for? And the minute somebody says, "Well, it'll feature strippers," you go, "Whoa, whoa,
on the
no,
poles.
sir, no. Let's get the poles down."
Did you say?
I mean, right? I mean,
Correct me
how
if
does
I'm
this
wrong.
happen?
And Speedy, you can probably research. Did he not recently release a gospel album? Seriously, Snoop Dogg. I think he did.
With Kanye.
I'm serious. Yeah. Exactly.
No, I think the Snoop Dogg the Christian album, this faith based. Now he's a Rastafarian, right?
Yeah, or did he was Snoop Lion for a while? Did he come back from that? That's when he was Rasta. He was reincarnation of Bob Marley. Don't forget that.
Is this the one where he and the girl from The Bachelorette remade Islands in the Stream? so anyway,
It seems like I remember he had a record come out.
2018, I believe.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg made a gospel album, and it's actually wonderful. Is the headline of USA Today.
Okay, there it is.
March of 2018.
The basketball coach also issued an apology for the event, saying the performance went a bit further than I expected.
You think? Y'all.
He said it's not the direction that anybody at our school would want that to go at all.
Is this how we felt the time at Fat Fest? We didn't know exactly what the Naked Cowboy was going to do.
Well, think about the charges against Bill Self and Kansas basketball right now. It's loss of institutional control. That's what they've been charged with.
And then you have this. We're shooting money over recruits' heads.
It was fake money.
I like
it had Snoop Dogg's face on
Sure.
the currency.
But we understand what we meant.
But it's not a good.
There's Bello.
There's Bello.
Hey, Bello.
Bello was not there.
Boy, we needed you.
Yeah, we did, buddy. If only-
Okay, so in the tunnel.
Bo and Bello, Snoop and Bello.
So there's little platforms with these
Snoop
poles.
and Bello, Bello and Snoop.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy's got the phones right now. We got about half the lines available, but there's room for you if you want to get in. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. A lot of you are listening to us right now on those incredible everyday earbuds. I mean, so you're like, you ain't going to tell me anything. I got mine. The premium audio at a fraction of the price of what some of these other people were charging you, and they fit discreetly, they fit comfortably, they won't budge, and of course they give you you get 32 hours of battery life. It really is. There's just so much available to you in this wonderful thing. You've got 8 hours of playtime. You can set the different sound profiles based on what you're listening to for the best experience. And you're saving an additional 20% because you are part of this show. So why don't you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and join the thousands of people in our audience that have got these everyday earbuds and love them. Sherry and I were out walking the other day at an area where a lot of people walk near our home and saw people, talk, and even people we knew talk and say, I love these earbuds. So get yours right now by going to rickandbubba.com and just clicking right there on the sponsors button, or go directly to buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 20% off. To the phones we go. All lines appear to be full now. Let's start with John, who is actually in Tuscaloosa. Hey, John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas. I just want to chime in on the biggest story in the state right now, and that is, how is Dickie doing? I know there's other things out there on the internet, but I understand that the traffic is probably going to bog down here a little while. Everybody that I've talked to this morning is just sick about Dickie.
Well,
I heard the interview, and my heart just breaks.
Yeah,
it just breaks.
That's as down as I've ever heard him. Yeah. Even him. His first reaction was to try to call, Harvey Updike, who's passed on.
Right.
And you knew then that he wasn't in a good place, and he kept referencing Bear Bryant, and then when he would mumble things to himself that were positive, historic things in Bama history. Let me tell you one thing that I hope does not happen for his sake. He can't take a Trump loss in November.
No.
I mean, if he has these two things happen in this year, and actually three if you count the loss.
Too much for any man to bear.
Right. We continue. Let's go to Daniel in Jacksonville, Alabama, Bubba's hometown. Daniel, go ahead.
I was watching the news last night and noticed that Trump knows who his vice president is, and Nick Saban retires at the same time. Is that any type of coincidence?
So who's Trump saying his vice president's going to be?
Just saying he knows who it is.
Oh, he knows who it is.
He didn't announce it.
I see. Trump Saban. Trump Saban. We may have Senator Tuberville and Senator Saban. I mean, you never know. A road tag. We continue. Kyle, Birmingham, ZZK. Go ahead, Kyle.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, bud.
Hey, so yesterday it was being reported that Kirby Smart was being interviewed by the Falcons. Well, I don't know if y'all saw what Lane Kiffin tweeted out, but he's like, that would be a great fit. I hope he takes the job, and he just needs to move on to the Falcons. It was an awesome tweet.
That's funny. Boy, do you want to go into that world? There's just something about those that have had so much success in college and transitioning into that NFL world, even though with the NILs, college is turning into the NFL.
Yeah, but
you're
look,
right.
Kirby is on top of the college world right now. He's sitting there. He's won the national championship 2 out of 3 years. I mean, why would you leave right now?
Right. Yeah.
And you're loaded. You've got the number one recruiting class. I mean,
Robert, out of Alabama. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. So I was just I was thinking, Rick, you played a little ball. You coached a little ball.
Sure.
Coming out of retirement?
You know, I don't want to get into that. There's certain things that I'd rather not talk about today. And
Hey, I'm
not at liberty.
yeah, it's am I being considered? Maybe. Is
you got Coach Bullethead over there that can OC for you.
Oh yeah, we've got the whole staff right here. I mean, we all go.
Yeah.
It's a big jump from the Cahaba Valley Knights to University of Alabama. I really, that's a huge jump.
Texas the nose, baby.
That's right.
Rick, do you need a water boy?
Hey, look, we got it all covered.
Give me the get back coach.
We've got everything.
Okay.
I would take our show and be a staff somewhere, and I bet we'd win.
Yeah.
Let's go to Andrew in Vestavia. Andrew, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just wondering because everybody's talking about how Dan Lanning is going to be the next coach, and he's like the number one prospect for taking over Nick Saban's job. I think Brent Venables should be in the conversation because he's the one who really ruled that Clemson dynasty back when they were in the playoffs and winning championships.
That's good. That's a good thought. Yeah. It is. Yeah,
he's available.
Dr. Lou weighing in. Dr. Lou, have you heard the news?
Hey guys, it's good to talk to you. It's very, very exciting day in the world of college football because finally this guy he's moving on to another place. Because I'll tell you what, he's kind of outworn his welcome over in Tuscaloosa after this year.
Lou, are you serious?
Well, you saw how he performed against the South Florida Bulls down there. Just ugly. But I guys, I wanted to call in and let you know that the University of Alabama Crimson Tide has been in touch with me, and I will be accepting the head coaching job at the University of Alabama.
Oh, well, so you're announcing it right here.
Yes, guys, they reached out. They said I was in my prime, and I just wanted to let everybody know that I will be accepting that job later today. They actually offered me $100,000 a year, and I thought that was just too good to turn down.
Well, Lou, thank you for breaking
luck,
that story.
Lou.
Thank you, Lou. Good night. What a day.
I love that.
Let's go to Brett.
Coach.
Brett in Alabama. Brett, go ahead.
Yeah, two things. I'm a different fan, but with this Alabama thing, one, every time they lose this next year, they're gonna blame it on not having Saban, and also when they're up there putting all this at his statue, isn't that kind of like worshiping him, worshiping an idol? And that's not right in God's eyes.
Yeah.
The voice made it better.
Yeah, we do have to watch.
That's exactly
we got
what's
our
going
priorities
on.
a little out of whack.
Right, but of
But
course,
that's nothing
But
new.
of course, he has to point out because he's an opposing fan.
Exactly.
Right. If they were doing that down there at the Bo Jackson statue, he'd be fine with it. And it's just being a fan.
Yeah.
David in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. David, go ahead.
Hey guys, my first time calling in. I listen every morning, but my first time calling. So
thank you. Buddy.
I had two articles I wanted to bring to your attention. One of them was Nick Saban. I read it this morning. Said that he told his team he was retiring due to age and health concerns. Didn't say what health concern, but I heard you guys talking about that a few minutes ago. So I feel like there's something going on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been walking upstairs.
That's okay.
We're used to that.
Speaking of health concerns,
Yeah.
There were a lot of steps.
Right.
Like Statue of Liberty.
Are you breathing hard because of your age and health concerns?
Are you at the top of the Washington Monument?
Hey, I'm 34 and I weigh about 140 pounds, so no, it's not.
Okay. There you go.
I'm wiry.
You know, there's an elevator there at the Statue of Liberty. You don't have to walk all the way up to the top. No, go ahead.
But my other article I emailed to Rick, it was from Sports Illustrated this morning that says Dan Lanning is in Tuscaloosa today.
Yeah, well, then we got another one today that said that Dan Lanning addressed the team and everyone and said he is not going. So who knows? Yeah, who knows? But look, when a coach says he's not leaving, that means absolutely zero.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all's prediction on this. They're claiming within 72 hours. I don't know when the clock started. They're going to make the call. Is it going to be somebody that we have not even thought about?
Probably.
Possibly, yeah.
Probably. But then when we hear it, we'll go,
got
okay.
Brian Harsin.
That makes sense, yeah.
Let's go.
Greg, I can any amount of money you want on that one, I'll take it.
Ain't going to happen.
What if all of a sudden Mike Leach had faked his death and they announced him?
Rick's got Mike Leach faking his death.
And they announced him as a new coach at Bama and he walked out. So I was on way to get on my contract. Zach in Starkville, listening to 96.1. Zach, go ahead.
Gotcha.
If I'm Greg Burns, I'm staying away from Dabo. He has shown that he cannot adapt to the new NIL league.
There it is. No, somebody just sent me an article of
This
Bama.
one's been around a couple years. Give him a second.
Of fans of Bama outside saying anyone but Dabo. So the fans don't seem fired up about Dabo. For that reason, right, Zach?
Oh yeah. If I'm Greg, I'm looking at Lanning or Kiffin because they have shown that they can rule the NIL.
You and Greg on first name basis?
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh yeah.
I love his response.
I think this guy was stuck in the urine the other day at the party.
I think Dabo's outspoken beliefs and his evangelical side worries some people.
Wait a minute now.
Yeah.
Saban was pretty out there.
Rick, I did get an email from Christy Clemens about it. She said, why can't we do the Bill Bussey method? That is, we just tell Saban no like Bubba told Betty. It takes two to go together. It takes two to break up.
There you go.
Just don't accept his resignation.
There you go. Absolutely.
There you go.
15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Bubba, listen to this. All right, so we all are concerned about the southern border. Okay, we are. Now, of course, our friend Glenn Beck has been all over this. Are you familiar with the community called Colony Ridge?
No, I've heard talk about it. That's all.
So they're selling 200 lots a week, and Glenn Beck and his team have been investigating this. The overwhelming percentage of the residents that will make up Colony Ridge are Spanish-speaking illegals that are not citizens of this country. Now, the developer estimates that 35,000 people already live there, but then you go to some of the local officials say, hey, they're not telling you the truth. It's double that. And regardless, it will be hundreds of thousands of people in a few years if nothing is done about it. Now, I know you have talked about this, Bubba, as has Glenn, that one of the things that could be strategy about this open, unvetted border is to turn Texas into a blue state. Because if that happens,
then the Democrats are not sweating any election at all after that.
Yep.
And so Glenn and his crew at Blaze TV, there's a documentary where they're updating us on the concerns of this place called Colony Ridge. Now, if you go to blazeoriginals.com today and subscribe using the code Colony Ridge, you'll get $30 off your annual subscription. So if you are a Blaze subscriber, you're watching this. Glenn's updating you on this. But if you're not, you have no access to it. So why don't you subscribe to Blaze TV today? You also get a best of hour from the Rick and Bubba Show with your subscription. BlazeOriginals.com today. Subscribe using the code Colony Ridge for $30 off your annual subscription and be updated on what's going on down at the border involving Colony Ridge.
By the time Joe Biden's out of office, there will be about 10 million new people in here. If you have By the time Joe Biden's out of office, there will be about 10 million new people in here. If you have 10 million people coming in, where are they living? Look at the size of this.
The fastest growing development in Texas is just a 30-minute drive from Houston. Any idea of how many are illegal? The majority. The majority. The majority.
I'm like Sears and Roebuck. I have a product, I created it, I sell it.
Does it bother you at all, just culturally, in America, to have 150,000 people that are speaking another language?
Own something of your own home. That's what we're trying to create for people here.
If it's the American dream, why don't you advertise in English?
They are going against humanity, against Americans, non-Americans, a lot of races, a lot of people.
Like, we were dumb for even falling into this. But I mean, what do we do? What do we do?
If you import the third world, you end up becoming more third world.
I've served in Afghanistan. Every war-torn or third world country always has that same distinct smell, and it's the smell of burning trash.
You can see all the undeveloped lots. This could become massive.
Gunfire shooting up there, just pow, 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 coming in front of my house.
My wife's advice was, don't piss off any cartels. I said, I'll try.
Is this the future for America? Because this is the path we're on as an entire country. This is a completely new population.
There's Boston.
Yeah, Boston.
Oh, gosh, the iPhone's done some update last night. Now my Apple Music looks weird.
Oh, no.
Well, it's...
Yeah, I kind of hate updates. I know they have to do it.
Oh, and they'll hound you about them, too. God, they won't leave you alone.
And, you know, it's easier just to put it on auto to do it. But, you know, I kind of like when I get it working like I like it. I hate that they keep changing stuff, you know.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Let's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show as we work our way back. We thank you for being with us, by the way. Having a blast on another edition, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. And we didn't plan it this way. It just seemed to kind of work out. Eli Gold, who has known Nick Saban for many, many years, will be our guest, and we'll get to talk to him about that. And you can
him and his buddy Helmsy.
Yep, him and his buddy Helms. You can catch that coming up this weekend. Wherever you get podcasts, as it'll drop this weekend. Also, want to remind you a couple of things that's going on tonight. I'll be headed to Dothan. I go to Dothan, Alabama tonight. I'll be there at Ridgecrest Baptist Church, Man Church tonight. It's their second year. We go into the second curriculum, and I'll transition that tonight as we gather and have a great time in worship. If you want to be there, guys, all you have to do is just come. Ridgecrest Baptist Church tonight. Those details at themanchurch.com and rickandbubba.com under events. Also, over in Hope Hull, Alabama, Kevin Derryberry, Man Church tonight at Hope Hull Community Church. He'll be leading worship, and man, hearing Kevin sing and praise the Lord is a great experience, and he'll tell you his incredible story as well, how he came to know Christ. So all that coming up tonight. Find those details as the places I just told you. All right, so Bubba, this Pat McAfee thing. Pat McAfee and ESPN, the ongoing battle. And Pat's very outspoken that he thinks that ESPN is trying to sabotage his program. He's kind of had a back and forth with the high-ranking folks at ESPN. He's been in a battle, with about all kinds of things. And also Aaron Rodgers, who appears on his show regularly, took a shot at Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, they've had an ongoing battle.
Ongoing battle. You're right. Ongoing.
Threatening of lawsuits.
Jimmy is threatening, and apparently the latest update with the Pat McAfee show in ESPN is that ESPN is not going to allow Pat McAfee to have Aaron Rodgers back on the show.
Ever?
I don't know if it's ever. Here it is right here. We'll hear the story that we've got, and then we'll come back and discuss.
What we do know is the guy that stopped by yesterday caused quite a conversation.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
Now,
per usual.
Not like that. So Aaron Rodgers Tuesday, season 4 is done.
Yeah. Complete. Good season.
There's going to be a lot of people that are happy with that, myself included, to be honest. With the way it ended, it got real loud. And real loud. I'm happy that is not going to be my mentions going forward, which is great news. We're a conversation show. People are having conversations. We live in a country that has freedom of speech, but also you're going to have to deal with the consequences of your freedom of speech. So what I'm saying is we've given a lot of people who've been waiting for us to fail a lot of ammo and things to attack us for over the last week, and we would love to get back to the point where we just move on and continue to silence all the haters over here who can't negotiate as good as I can, all the people over here who can't create a show as good as us, and all the people up here who are just going to always be here, and they're going to hustle and do their thing, which I respect. But we need to do that, and that is our focus. That is our goal. And Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer. He's a 4-time MVP. He's a massive piece of the NFL story. Whenever you go back and tell it, he will be a huge part of it. We are very lucky to get a chance to chat with him and learn from him. Some of his thoughts and opinions, though, do piss off a lot of people. And I'm pumped that is no longer going to be every single Wednesday of my life, which it has been for the last few weeks. On Friday, obviously, I threw us into the fire as well. Forever stand by that. Everything else, though, just can't do that, and not what we want to be known for. And I'm also pumped that I don't have to do these types of talks anymore. So with that being said, sports are alive right now.
Wow, so McAfee didn't stand in there for him.
No.
He took the right opposite. He's happy he's gone.
So, look, Aaron, I'm tired of dealing with this.
No, I didn't know, and I had to look it up because I thought he had a girl dad shirt on.
He did.
I didn't realize he was a dad. So he's married and has a little daughter.
Well, good. That's good.
Thought I'd throw that in.
So he's saying
very observant
that Aaron Rodgers is so controversial. I did find it interesting that Pat has decided, as all of us as human beings tend to do, I give myself a pass, but other people can't do what I get to do. And that is that there's two different standards. Yeah. But I understand that even though what I just said is true, that is a problem with human beings. But another thing is Pat is the host of the show.
Yeah.
Versus a guest of the show giving him
It's
headaches.
his show.
And what he's saying is, if I'm going to have headaches, let me create them for myself.
Right.
And I stand by what I said.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily always agree with what Aaron Rodgers said, and I'd rather not have to maneuver that every Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Greg on this show.
It really is. All I thought about was if Greg was suspended, there'd be a moment of sadness, but then all of a sudden you go, well,
some relief. You don't know what you'll do with all your spare time.
I don't know how I work it. Do I have to work around that today?
That's fair.
No, but there's a side of me I don't know.
That's all I got.
First thing I
now,
thought of.
now here's where, and I don't know this. I do not know this. Is there a side where Aaron Rodgers will be like, "Wow, I thought you were green lighting me, and I was doing what you wanted me to do, and I thought we were kind of chummy, and
From an entertainment aspect, I thought you wanted me to cry.
Yeah, and the very upper management that you just ripped on Friday, you just agreed with on get rid of me.
I really
Is
think
it going to be a little
that,
chilly between them?
I
A little
think
chilly.
I think that Pat is putting on. I think all that's he's just acting like he was made to do something he didn't like. Instead of crying about it, he's acting like he's happy about it.
Okay.
Just to so they can, because I think they expected him to pitch another fit about it, and he went right opposite on the management people.
Would you go another step?
That's good, Bubba.
You're on this road, but would you go another step? He thought they were setting a trap for him, and he wouldn't go for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He sees it as okay. Y'all had a problem with that. I'm done with it. I'm happy it's gone. I'm happy.
You know, because
I hate we ever had him on here.
Okay. That helped.
I like
Thank you.
that a lot.
Thank you, Bubba. That helped me.
Listen to the tone he said it in.
Yeah.
too.
You may be right.
I think he's sending a signal.
And you think
I think Aaron Rodgers is laughing.
See, I think
right now.
upper management probably said if we do this, McAfee will overplay his hand.
Yeah, this will be what gets him.
And then McAfee said, "I'm not falling for that. I just like to get back to us doing our show."
Yeah, and in the story we have, it says here that they're friends, he and Aaron, and that he just doesn't want to be known for that type of drama when it comes to what Rodgers and Kimmel had going back and forth.
So he only wants to have the drama he causes.
Yeah, right. And so the fact that season 4 has ended, it couldn't have ended at a better time because now we can put that drama behind us and just move forward.
Well, he's losing him as a regular guest. I guess he will be losing Coach Saban as a regular guest.
Right. Speaking of which, breaking news: Saban has arrived at Malmore. Here he is. He's walking in.
At where?
Malmore Athletic Facility on the campus of Tuscaloosa.
There he is.
Breaking news.
Everybody's
He's walking
right
in. He retired.
Right. He always has
He's got a bag toted.
Yeah. He always has that.
Can't tote it on.
He always has that look on himself, on his face of all these things he has to do that he doesn't like to do.
Yeah.
See, and now he's not going to do any of that anymore.
I think that hair color he sported this year said a lot.
It is. He'll color his hair. You know, and
well, it's more of he had more of a reddish tint this year.
Yeah,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, if you're gonna color, pick any color
crimson,
you want.
Greg, it's crimson.
Buddy. You're gonna get another call.
See, we're just talking about Greg. And
who would like for Saban to hand that phone to you right now, so we could see what coach he's been texting with? That's going to be the new one.
What if he turned around and said, "I was just kidding, y'all," and he went in there and started getting spring training ready?
I just dared him to text it to me. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Don't forget you can catch all the Rick and Bubba archives as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody does it, but you know, I would have been all right about 3 operating systems ago with the look and the feel and all that. I wish they'd just leave it alone, let us pick what we want.
Well, it goes back to what we've said here, and I'm really bad about this. That's what something's wrong with the search option today. I can't just search Apple Music today, so I'll have to stick with what's already in my library. That looks weird, but at least it's playing. I don't mind an update if somebody says, "Now, by golly, when you get up tomorrow, your experience is going to be drastically different and drastically better."
Right.
And then I'm like, man, I'm all in. I love things that are life-changing, but this little, it seems like somebody's bored. Hey, man, we hadn't updated the iPhone anymore. What do you want to do? Let's give them a chance to make their own emoji.
Well,
who cares? I mean, is it going to work any better? And now, complicate it?
Well, the thing that drives me crazy is when they do the updates, usually you have to go back and sign into everything.
Oh, yeah.
And I hate that.
Oh, my God.
Because I don't remember my passwords. You know, I mean, I put them in there and forget about them. And then I have to go look them up and see what I had and, try to get that going again. And I'm used to just punching around. So, it's funny, though. I was looking at something yesterday, or I was listening to something. I was listening to a podcast.
I was listening to my favorite podcast.
They were talking. It was actually boring for most people, but it was a discussion about antennas and transatlantic communications and all this.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you know if you used to make a phone call to Europe, they had to actually do it through a HF relay radio station, and all this stuff up to like 1956 when we first laid the cable between the United States and Europe. I mean, we had no hardwired connections to Europe until the late 50s.
How about that?
Isn't that something? And now we got we got fiber, we got all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Satellites, rocking it and all that. But back then, man, you had to bounce a radio wave off the sky a few times to get over there. It was the only way you could communicate.
Anybody know what's going on with Apple Music? I mean, everything was perfect.
I want to look at your phone.
Everything was perfect. I had my phone operating.
It was perfect in every way.
And for some reason now it's like when I say today I had a song in mind I want to play, so I went to search it because it's not in my library, and it's like sorry, having problems. But then I go to my library and it looks weird, but it plays.
And speaking of
don't
all
like the new look either.
I'm curious what song it was.
You know what it really was? It was going to be 10th Avenue Freeze Out by Bruce Springsteen.
Okay, I thought that would already be in there.
Yeah.
And down this line, we do have a tech update today, and I need to warn some of y'all. You're on my emergency call list in case I get in trouble.
Okay.
So
now does that mean that?
Uh-oh.
No, we'll talk about
it. Y'all might get bothered more than you want to. It gets to be too much,
guys. I have to warn you. Bubba's got new technology, and I think he's wanting to play with it. So just be aware of that.
Stand by for news.
Oh no.
So anyway, we'll jump into that, and those of you that enjoy naming interns, as I mentioned, we'll name an intern today too. So there's more Rick and Bubba coming up. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know that.
First of all, I'm looking at the trying to figure out Apple Music. It looks different. First of all, you can't tell whether you're in. They got new colors, whether you're in your library or you're searching Apple Music. And I don't like what they've chosen. It's now just white, which is probably racist. When you're trying to go to, it shows you that one is like just what happened to the red that shows me which library I'm in and all that. I mean now it's all bland looking. But anyway, so Neil, tell me what's good about it.
Well, if you open up like you're playing a song and click down there, there's a little quotation mark.
Mm-hmm.
They'll actually give you the karaoke version of the song and whatever you're playing, which is kind of cool with me. I know how you like to sing when you're playing the bed music. So.
I do.
Yeah, actually, that might be better for bed music. In a lot of
it might. Yeah. Well,
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't see.
All right. So I'm looking now at a song. What am I looking for?
Yeah. Click when you play a song. There's little quotation marks when you have the song open. It's down there in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah.
Click that, and it'll give you like the karaoke version of the lyrics.
Oh, yeah, it gives you the. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Speedy,
okay.
I don't see it. Is mine not updated or something? What have I got here?
Well, click on that right there.
Speedy, how about it's doing it again? What it was doing a minute ago. How's that even possible?
What's it doing now?
The same. We've run into a problem again. Why does it keep doing that? What's happening for when you had it and I had it?
What the?
Is it because we were on here? I mean, would that have made that much a difference?
As we work through our iTunes questions here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
What the? You're gonna have to just reboot, Rick.
I'm really upset with this. I don't like it, Neil. I don't like the way it looks. I don't
Speedy,
like.
how do I get back?
I don't like gray and white. It looks. It's all bland looking. What's happened here? So
I can't help you with any of that. I actually use Apple Music on my Android device because I hated the Android device's music.
You hated it or liked it?
I hated the Android music system, so I downloaded Apple Music through my Android device.
I got you. Okay. All right. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, look for that patch with that security problem with Android. Did you hear about that last night?
No. A patch. What's a patch?
Well, it fixes something.
Speedy, how did you make this? How did it work fine for you a minute ago?
Can I see your phone? Do you mind?
No.
All right, while Speedy works through
tell
that,
me about this other thing.
This is kind of cool. I got an Apple Watch when they first came out, the Series 1, and I have not updated my watch since then. And I was really impressed. The commercials got me.
Let's go. 30 years and still here. 6 minutes past the hour. The Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba, where we discuss what's going on in the world and in our backyard.
That is correct. Now, we've covered a lot. If you're just now joining us, here's the good news. If you missed it on the live option, there are now archives every day.
and you can go back and catch parts you missed. You can do that either on our YouTube channel or you can do it on our podcast channel. So remember that helps you if you ever miss anything. Now, we want you to be here with us if there's any way possible while it's happening. But if you can't, you can go and pick up whatever you missed, or if you don't even have access to a live option, you can still get the show in your own time. A couple of updates, and we might want to get into that one you just talked about too, but I don't think we could play the video because I watched some of it. But anyway, let's do this one first. News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update. Let's go.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
We refer to him as, remember the guy who jumped over the desk and attacked the judge when she would not give him parole. Does everybody remember that?
Yeah.
Well, as we all know, the one thing that'll hurt your chances of getting parole is if you're denied it, you dive over the judge's, whatever you call that thing. What do you call it? Is it a bench?
The bench.
You dive over.
Approach the bench.
You dive over the bench and then slam the judge's head up against a marble wall and begin to try to harm her. That's going to hurt your next parole opportunity. It is going to hurt it.
If you're his lawyer, you're like, hey, you just made my job very difficult.
If you're trying to convince people that they should have given you parole, this is not the way to go. Well, now the guy now has to appear in front of a new judge. Sure, the other one has PTSD from the last time. So a new judge here. And, Bubba, as you may have guessed, it does not go well because now the court, the judicial system, is upset with Mr. Jump Over the Bench guy. So here we go.
Mr. Redden, have you been given a copy of the criminal complaint this morning?
Yes, I have been given one.
You're being charged with count 1, attempt murder, victim 60 years of age or older, a felony. Count 2, battery on a protected person resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim 60 years of age or older, a felony. Count 3, extortion by threat, a felony. Count 4, intimidating a public officer, a felony. Count 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all battery on an officer, the same named victim. Oh, and by the way, I do not know any of the other victims named in the criminal complaint. Those are all felony offenses. Count 10, performance of act or neglect of duty and willful or wanton disregard of safety or persons of property resulting in substantial bodily harm or death, a felony. Battery on a protected person, count 11, that's a gross misdemeanor offense. Count 12, battery by a prisoner, a felony. Count 13, unlawful act related to human excrement or bodily fluid, a felony. All allegedly occurring on January 3rd of 2024. Do you understand these charges?
Yes, I understand.
Mm-hmm. Buddy, the word felony was used a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Hey, here's the good news, though. Hey, look, good news is anybody who's worried about him, he had a mask on.
Yes.
In the courtroom. So
wait a minute.
He won't get a virus.
I'm confused. This is not the same guy who jumped over the desk, is it?
Yeah, they brought him back in the other day with a face mask on.
In front of the same judge.
She was still in there then.
So this is the same guy, but a different hearing?
Yes, that was to finish the work that judge started. So he reappeared in front of that judge to finish that work that he interrupted by attacking her.
Okay.
She finished that work.
No, he appeared before her again since then.
I did see that.
Yeah, that's when they had the Hannibal Lecter mask.
Yeah.
That's what I was just talking about. Yeah, to finish that proceedings that stopped because he jumped her.
Yeah,
so,
she did see him face.
And this is the latest appearance in front of a new judge to get his charges.
To get the charges for those actions.
Right. So they finished what he had with the other judge, and now they brought him back to say, now here's what we ruled.
Yeah, whatever she was ruling on was something else he had done.
Wow.
This is on what he did to her.
So he appeared before the one he jumped over the bench as Hannibal Lecter.
Correct.
Yes. And then this is what would be the third time we've seen him in court.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
The second one, they were finishing up on the charges that she was trying to rule on before he dove at her. Because I'm sure that shut the court down for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then they brought Hannibal in for that. And then I guess now they've thought, well, he's okay. Just put a regular mask on him now.
Gracious.
I got to give him credit. He had big air when he went across that. I mean,
he jumped. That was a great jump.
Really high.
It really was.
Here he is returning that Hannibal Lecter outfit. There you go.
Yeah.
They got him gloved up. They got him cuffed up.
Got a net over his head.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. He didn't go anywhere this time.
Wow.
Yeah, because he evidently spit on the judge.
I heard that
too.
one charge in there. I got a little nervous.
It wasn't one you thought it was.
I'm glad.
There it is. Yeah. Okay, so do we want to also do we unpack the Stephen A. Smith thing? I mean, I know we can't play it. I know we can't play it. because he uses language throughout it.
So I'm confused. He put a book out.
Right. Jason Whitlock did, right?
No.
Stephen A.
Smith.
Okay, all right.
Jason Whitlock wrote a column denying some of the facts that he put in it. Then Stephen A. Smith went on a 59-minute X-rated tirade about it yesterday. Do I understand that right? That's how it looks on the scorecard here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like I said, I didn't. I know there's language in it. I don't know everything was said. All I've seen is a couple of clips, but it was any of those clips we couldn't play. You know?
And a lot of it's surrounding Stephen A.'s college basketball career. Stephen A. Said that he played basketball, but he got injured, so he only played one game or something like that. And then Whitlock is like, well, how do you average 1.5 points in one game? How do you do that? This isn't adding up. He also mentioned that Stephen A. wrote in his book about a coach that was his friend and mentor and things like that. Yet in that coach's book, he never mentions Stephen A. And that's all the information I have on that.
So, Rick, and he spoke at the Promise Keepers event you was at. So that's it's a little off the beaten path for that.
Well, it is and it isn't, because I was actually there and I saw it. And so, first of all, don't picture that the next session is Stephen A. Smith. It wasn't that. He was interviewed by the pastor that you knew there at the church, and I can't think of his name, who basically was telling us, I'm working.
A.R. Bernard.
Yeah, A.R. Bernard is basically made it very clear, I am working with Stephen on his process of growing up spiritually.
Right.
So there was not a presentation there, in all fairness, of here comes Stephen A. Smith to teach us the Bible. That was not the presentation.
Right.
It was, here's Stephen A. Smith, and this happens a lot when it comes to conferences. And you want to have people there that, even with their testimonies, but sometimes these really high-level names are put on the lineup and there's some that can walk through the Word of God, I'm talking about, beautifully.
Right.
But a lot of times I've seen it, I've done a lot of conferences where the people that got you to buy a ticket, they're almost used like bait for you to hear the other guys who really know how to teach the Bible.
Kind of the billboard material.
That you wouldn't come if you just saw their name on it. Right. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how it was. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of things that Stephen said even in his interview that I went, but he, like all of us, I'm not doubting. According to A.R., is it A.W.? Was it
A.R. Bernard?
A.R. Bernard. He said he's a work in progress. Right. He's come a long way. Yeah. I'm here mentoring him, and I think probably, just like he said that A.R. Bernard had to call him on the way to his dad's funeral when he was going to lambast his dad, and said, "Now let's think about this." Probably A.R. Bernard has called him after this video, and said, "Now, Stephen, see, this is not
what we're looking for.
This is not what we're looking for here. Yeah. This is a step back." The problem with those of us that may have public platforms when we make a declaration of faith is our process of sanctification is a lot of times, unlike a lot of other people that have the benefit of privacy, your sanctification process is out there for the whole world to see.
Yeah.
And some days you don't do real good with it, and maybe some other days you do. But I'm not making the way Stephen handled himself in the video as a claim to be a man of faith was lacking.
Yeah.
Now he's mad, and whether Jason Whitlock is telling the truth or not, I don't know that. But
he questioned some of the facts in his book.
Yeah.
I don't know. The reply to that seemed a little
strong.
Passionate for wondering how he could score 1.5 points per game if he only played one game.
Yeah. Well, that also shows you. Yeah. It also shows
the
you
math doesn't add up on that.
Well, no, you're right. And what it shows you is Stephen A. still has some issues with temper and anger.
Yep. Yep.
And he went off emotionally on Jason Whitlock because it embarrassed him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it feels to me. So I'm embarrassed and I'm mad. So I really got to let you have it now. Yeah. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you, America. When we come back, Calvin Speedy Wilburn goes to the phones, and we'll talk to you when we return.
Rick and Bubba.
Obviously, with some of the health things that were available in this, and you know how I'm very health conscious.
Oh, no, there's no doubt about that.
Always looking for the next edge.
Right.
And except for my my problem with food intake, it's, I am very concerned. And
remember what I've told you, that you take extreme caution in many things in life, but when it comes to food, you're a daredevil.
Well, I'm trying.
Really Evil Knievel.
I'm trying to get off the motorcycle, Rick.
Right.
And but old habits hard to break.
Mm-hmm.
And so
our addictions.
So yeah. Oh, I think it definitely fall on that.
Yep.
So the new Series 5 watch has a lot of cool features. One of them is it will actually take an EKG and look at your heart rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it does not predict and it will not catch these things. You have to physically do it, and you have to put your finger on a button and hold it, but it will do like a 30-second EKG. Then it gives you the option to send it to your doctor. So I did an EKG on myself yesterday and sent it to my two doctors, my primary care and my cardiologist. And one of them was in the Andes Mountains in South America.
Right.
And he texts back, and we were kind of laughing back and forth about technology where I can give myself an EKG and send the results to him on another continent. He can look at it and let me know, hey, it looks great.
All right, so
I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah, that is. But can a watch give the accuracy of an EKG with all that stuff being connected to you and all that? That's going to give them exactly the same reading.
Rick, it's probably not perfect as good, but it's better than nothing.
Because you're replacing a lot of they put a lot of wires on you on EKG. I mean, a lot.
They do, but it's all about the electrical output of the heart, and they can sense it in different ways. And I think some of these sensors, they've come a long way in what they're doing and have updated it. Again, if it starts to go south, it's not going to alert you. But if you feel bad, you could take one, send it to your doc, and they could see it and say, hey, what's up? Now, it does automatically look for heartbeat problems, if it's too fast, too slow, those kind of things, and it will alert you. But now here's another cool one. It also has a fall sensor on it, and this is kind of where you and Speedy and some of the guys are going to play in. And I was talking to a guy yesterday, and he said that this actually happened to his dad, and his dad is like in Connecticut. And his dad accidentally did something. He was like at a box store, and he was trying to pull the shopping carts out, and so he made this quick movement with it. Then he stood there and stopped and was talking to some people. Well, what it does, all these motion detectors that it has in it, it senses when you make a quick change like a fall, and then if you don't move after that, it automatically goes into this fall mode where it's going to call your emergency contact list and tell them that you have fallen and your GPS location. So, but it gives you the option not to do that. If you fall and you're okay and it's flashing a countdown, you know to hit a button and it'll stop. So the bottom line is, in all this, I wanted you and Speedy to know I put y'all on my contact list. So if I fall and I can't get up, y'all may get a call. Because I had the family, I had the family on it, and then I could put a couple more, and so I put y'all two because one, you needed to know, and two, Speedy's habit of rescuing people.
Yes.
Or
bad luck.
Well, I want Speedy to always be alert if I have a medical problem because I know he will be, Johnny on the spot and take care of it.
Does it let me know this is not just some call for you to say, hey, man, you watching so-and-so?
No, I think it will say that Bill Bubba Bussey has fallen, and you need to check on him at this location.
Yeah, I need something in there, because if I just say it's a regular call, I'm not in the middle.
Can we test this?
Well, I don't know.
Can you go lay down somewhere?
Well, I think I would have to have the shock of the. I think I would have to have the shock of the fall.
Well,
I could fake a fall.
Go fall.
We'll see.
What if I knock you on your butt when you get up?
Do you care if I trip you?
The rest of the family's not aware of this test, so I'm gonna wait later in the day to test that. So, but it's supposed to work, and like I say, I have a real life example of a guy that it did. It was a fake. It was a false alarm, but at least it tried to call. So.
Well, that's the thing I'm worried about. Are we gonna have a bunch of false alarms?
Well, if we do, we'll cut it off.
Then none of us. There we go. Okay, stupid things doing.
Bubba's falling again.
Rick text back and tell him.
Why Bubba cried? He falling again.
Why Bubba cried?
But yeah, so it's
quick. Do the EKG, Bubba. You've fallen.
Oh wow, she really fell.
Yeah, you don't want that.
But
I don't know that that's the Apple.
We're back. 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Helmsy, I'm sorry. I thought it was Speedy, but it's actually Helmut. What up, Coach? On the phones, and he's ready to take your phone calls right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out this weekend. Bubba and I record it today. And incredible timing, we're actually going to talk to Eli Gold. Those of you around the country that may not understand the significance of that, Eli Gold has been the voice of Alabama football for several years and throughout most all, until just recently when he had some health issues, of Nick Saban's career. So, and did the coaches show with Nick Saban. So he'll really be able to speak into this and give us a unique perspective. So that's coming out this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you want to join us, you can. Lines are available. Let's go to Lance in Sweet Home, Alabama. Lance, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. Hope y'all are doing good.
We are.
I wanted to call in and clear up some of the Pat McAfee stuff. You guys aren't the only ones that have mistaken his comments. It's all over X or Twitter, but he actually never says that Aaron is suspended. He says that season 4 of Aaron Rodgers Tuesday has come to an end. And instead of trying to explain any of that myself, I was just going to read an excerpt from his Twitter. He says,
careful when you read things on there. Careful when you read things. All right. Is it short?
It's probably what I read to y'all
Yes.
fair.
All right, go ahead.
He just says that he appears during the football season. He may come on some during the off season, but his regular appearances are only during the football season.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's Wednesdays that he's on, and that's what I thought he said. But he did make comments that he said he's glad it's over because Aaron is controversial and he doesn't like dealing with that. Now he did say that.
Yeah, we heard him say
Right.
that.
No, you're right. And Aaron comes on Tuesday, and Pat was referring to the blowback he gets on Wednesday.
I got you. Okay. Thank you, Lance. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for listening to the show. We continue. Lines are available if you want to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Donna in Alabaster, Alabama on ZZK. Donna, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to know, I thought that Nick Saban's contract went through 2025. And I'm just curious if you know or anyone knows what's being done about that, because it's obviously not 2025.
Well, he can retire.
His contract went through 2030, and when it was extended, was worth $94 million.
Yeah, and that was more of a Alabama showing their devotion to Saban, but there's nothing that keeps him from retiring.
Yeah, you can retire. Most all contracts allow you to retire.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about quitting to go somewhere else.
No, you can't do that.
That's a different deal.
But you can't make some.
That's the old
no
buyout.
one can make you stay working when you retire.
Right.
Now they don't have to pay you.
Right.
You could, because you have finished. But I don't think the Sabans are financially strapped. I think they're good.
I think they're going to be all right.
okay.
866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Lines are available. Let's go to Cynthia in Madison, Alabama, referencing a topic from yesterday's Rick and Bubba show. Cynthia, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
So my husband and I have been to Montana 3 times in the last year and a half because we loved it so much.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of a wild card decision to go out there. Long story short, the first time we flew into Missoula, which is probably like flying into the farm. The airports out there are so small, nobody in them, depending on the time of year. We saw Yellowstone, we saw the Tetons. If you do that route, you need to download this thing that's a satellite that'll take you through the parks. It says, stop here, there's a bathroom, you'll want to see this, no need to stop here, blah, blah, blah. Oh. Then the other 2 times we've flown into Bozeman, we stayed in Gardner, which is like an hour and a half away, and went horseback riding. We went dog sledding in Big Sky. We went snowmobiling in Big Sky. It is fantastic. We went. I would not go during the summer. We went the weekend before Memorial Day. We went. Christmas was the best. And then, like I said, we went during the summer, which is not the time to go. Also, one more thing. There's a lot of time, like Memorial Day is kind of when stuff opens, and then a lot of activities there because of the weather close down like in August before even Labor Day. So, like, one time we were there in May, the weekend before Labor Day. It was 45 degrees. The next morning we got up to go horseback riding, and it was 29 degrees, and we froze. But it was okay because the hands at the ranch had, like, gloves and stuff for us, and it's just such an experience. It is so cool. The people are so friendly. It's kind of like taking back a step in time in a good way.
Here's where I'm a little
Yeah.
concerned. Here's where I'm a little concerned about our beloved Bubba.
Ma'am, if you don't mind too, would you just email me some, high points?
Yeah, I'm concerned.
Okay.
Everything you mentioned, some of it, Bubba, is not overly adventurous, and he's certainly not going to ride a horse. And I wonder if if rugged frontier Montana is almost too rugged for our beloved Bubba and his desires.
Well,
I mean,
if I, it's. I just don't, there's nothing like being there the second time.
Right.
And I just
right,
kind of want to,
right.
See what we need to see and then go back and dive in a little deeper. Now, I can rough it much better with a bunch of guys than
Of course.
I would with
Of
Betty
course,
there.
yeah.
But, I would like to do a family trip and see this, and then we can decide, hey, that might be something we want to go back and do.
So are you talking about just you and Betty, or taking the adult kids if they can clear?
Getting them out of
Tough,
work
real
is
tough,
is
real
harder
tough.
now. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. We're in the very early stages, very early.
But horse riding, when nose out.
Yeah, I don't ride horses.
Snowmobile?
I did that one. I love snowmobile. I'm all about that. It's
Dog sled?
It's got a clutch. I've done dog sled. I enjoy
You like
dog
that?
sled.
Yeah. So it's we did that together, which
Yeah,
was a
we
lot of
did.
fun. But so really, I think you can kind of almost feel it a little bit because we did that Colorado trip
Yeah.
and get a little feel
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
But what's funny? Our wives, a lot of times, I can't speak for everybody's wife, but my wife doesn't hear a whole lot of the show usually.
Right.
And so I come in yesterday, and I didn't get home till late. We had a lot going on yesterday, and she was like, what's Montana? And I said, what are you talking about? She goes, I've got people in our Sunday school class. They're telling me how much they know about Montana. And I said, I can answer that.
Yeah.
So I think that I may have found some more people that can really give you a lot of information. The quote was, plan trips to Montana all the time, was the quote I got. So.
Yeah. I'm interested in kind of working through that. Of course, Rick, I'm looking probably a year out because this year is, 24 is the cleanup year for hopefully a lot of projects, including rebuilding a house,
TRU,
all that, and we've got that little work thing here we got to work out, and a couple of things like that. But just thinking ahead, talking out loud.
It's funny you said that, and I don't know, the weather doesn't look great on this, and I hope it doesn't affect his travel, but it might. But Brooks is headed to the bachelor getaway with his friend. Well, it's actually Scott Gorosky's son getting married in February, and they're going to Colorado for let's all go to the mountains. And it was funny because when he told me, he said, well, I'm supposed to leave Friday. Now it looks like there's going to be storms, and I'm coming back Monday. I said, Friday to Monday to go to Colorado? And he goes, well, I have to come back to work.
Yeah.
And I was like,
that is a
wow.
quick turn.
I was like, wow, y'all are adults. I forgot about that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Video that may be
That
something
maybe a little
else.
predates that.
Yeah, that may be one of those early.
But if you think about it,
Yeah.
that's what you've done. You've just gotten a high tech. I've fallen. I can't get up. Has it come to this?
It really has. Well, I mean, it's good to have it. I mean, you hope you don't need it, but I'm gonna have to get one put on Betty. I think.
Yeah,
she'll pass that on you in a minute.
Sure. All right, we'll take.
But if you're not wearing it, it doesn't do you any good.
No,
got to have it on.
Yeah. We'll come back and take your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. I know some of you were.
You don't see me, can't you?
Yeah. I just
look for my T-wave.
That right there is as accurate as all that other stuff they put on us.
Rick, probably not as accurate, but better than nothing.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. On the cover of the Rolling Stone.
Ellen DeGeneres is in trouble with the Twitter mob. And you will not believe, it's almost hard to even say on family radio and television, she sat next to George W. Bush at a ball game.
Now, Rick, I told you the Cowboys-Packers game Sunday was just strange. It was a strange game on the field. It had a crazy comeback. It had strange penalties in it. We had coaches being flagged. It was just strange. And they showed a shot in the owner's box of George W. Bush sitting next to Ellen DeGeneres. And apparently Ellen has caught the most flack about this.
Here she is from her show having to do a little monologue about it. Then she literally has to explain herself. Here it is, courtesy of the show Ellen.
That kind of person. So there were 100,000 people in this stadium. Beautiful stadium, by the way, that Dallas has. So Portia and I were invited by Charlotte Jones. She's the daughter of Jerry Jones, who owns the Dallas Cowboys. And we went because we wanted to keep up with the Joneses. So anyway, so we get to sit in this very fancy suite because, you know, he owns the whole place. So his suite is fancy, and he's got fancy friends. And I don't mean fancy like Real Housewife fancy. I mean like fancy. Look, I took a video of who was next to me.
Isn't it fun?
Yeah, fancy. So that was Portia, and that was Charlotte Jones. Portia was talking to, and George W. Bush, and then in front of us was the tallest man in the world. So I've got to say, when we were invited, I was aware that I was going to be surrounded with people from very different views and beliefs. And I'm not talking about politics. I was rooting for the Packers, and get this, everybody in the Cowboys suite was rooting for the Cowboys. And so I had to hide my cheese hat in Portia's purse. And don't get me wrong, I like the Cowboys. I love the Cowboys. I love all the Village people, as a matter of fact. But Aaron Rodgers is a friend of mine. He's the quarterback for the Packers, and so I'm sitting in the Cowboys suite, the owner of the Cowboys, and secretly cheering every time the Packers scored, or every time another whistleblower came forward. And the referees, you guys, the referees. But during the game, they showed a shot of George and me laughing together, and so people were upset. They thought, why is a gay Hollywood liberal sitting next to a conservative Republican president? Didn't even notice I'm holding the brand new iPhone 11. And, but a lot of people were mad, and they did what people do when they're mad. They tweet, and but here's one tweet that I loved. This person says, Ellen and George Bush together makes me have faith in America again. And exactly. Here's the thing. I'm friends with George Bush. In fact, I'm friends with a lot of people who don't share the same beliefs that I have. We're all different, and I think that we've forgotten that that's okay that we're all different. For instance, I wish people wouldn't wear fur. I don't like it, but I'm friends with people who wear fur. And I'm friends with people who are furry, as a matter of fact. I have friends who should tweeze more. And I have... But just because I don't agree with someone on everything doesn't mean that I'm not going to be friends with them. When I say be kind to one another, I don't mean only the people that think the same way that you do. I mean be kind to everyone. Doesn't matter. Even people who are already playing Christmas music. I mean, seriously, there's no excuse for that, but I'm kind to them. Anyway, I want to thank Jerry Jones, Charlotte Jones for hosting us, and thanks President Bush and Laura for a Sunday afternoon that was so fun. By the way, you owe me $6 for the nachos. And
we're back 35 minutes past the hour. All right, so as we work our way back, we've heard it over and over and over and over again that if you really want to be productive and you want to feel your best and you want to have your immune system kicking, all these things, you got to sleep good. If you're struggling with sleep, I mean, just the foundation. It's interesting. HelixSleep.com/Bubba says we're here to help. Some of that tossing and turning may be tied to the fact that you're on a mattress that's not designed for you. Some mattresses are not designed for people that sleep on their tummy, or their side, or their back, or whatever the case may be. Big and tall, is this made for a child? Why is my child getting up in the middle of the night? Because their own mattress wasn't made for them. So HelixSleep.com/Bubba wants to know all this so they can custom make a mattress for you and send it to your house, to your door, where you then will sleep on it for up to 100 nights. And if any time during those 100 nights, you think, you know what, didn't live up to my expectations.
Ooh.
Don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, then fine, full refund, and you're back where you were.
Okay. Well, it's not going to happen. Trust me.
You love it, don't you?
I love it.
Oh, my goodness. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And we recommend them now. Let them know how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach, a combo. You want a soft mattress, a firm one. You want something in between. Is this for a child? Are you big and tall? All that they need to know. Right now, you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Unbelievable. Go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba and save 20%. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save 20%. Or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Greg, since we mentioned your family in this commercial,
yes,
we also need to acknowledge one of your grandkids having a birthday today.
You know, we referred to him as Baby Ellis. He was the first one. He is turning 5 today.
Yeah, 5 years ago.
I remember being off and calling the show and going, "Hey, we got a little boy."
Yep.
It doesn't seem like 5 years, and we've added 3 to go along with him since then. I got 2 girls, 2 boys. But Ellis, and we're going to celebrate him Saturday. We're having there they all are right there.
Don't you think that Ellis really gets the most credit for changing Greg? Because he was the first.
He was
the
first.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That's when his heart started just slightly growing.
But you get them forward right there together, and it's boy.
It was
you'll
just,
see Saturday.
It was just like the cartoon Christmas story of the Grinch. His heart just expanded.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you
3
could see
sizes
it on,
easy.
Yeah, see it on the scope.
And we said this, Rick, that it's one of the few things that actually lives up to the hype.
Yes.
The grandkid thing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's pretty awesome. So, happy birthday to the oldest as he turns 5. So that gives me a 5-year-old, 2 2-year-olds, and a 9-month-old.
Good night. Look at that.
And the 2-year-olds are close to their 3rd birthday. So
yeah, and
we
we're
got them all lined up.
And we're having an extravaganza for Ellis on Saturday.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's
Extravagant.
And of
Rick,
course,
it may be a little chilly, but get ready for a bouncy.
It is going to be chilly.
Oh, and you'll be bouncing. Just wear a jacket.
That's right. Are we inside, outside bouncing?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
he said
outside.
yeah.
Hey, where are we bouncing?
We got one of them big blow-up things.
Are we going? So it's going to be somebody's house.
Yes,
we're not
Taylor's
going to a
house. No,
location.
no, it's at Taylor's house.
No. Well, that's good. I look forward to that.
You can look outside through the window outside too.
And I get a chance to work everybody into an absolute frenzy.
And he will.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Last time we were together, I looked out there at one point, and all 4 of them were laying on top. Well, the baby wasn't. Now, 3 older ones were laying on top of him, had him in a headlock and roughing him up.
It was fantastic. I was various villains.
And then he pulled his shirt off, and for some reason, my granddaughter, Marion, that offended her, and she pointed her finger at him, told him he needed to get his shirt back on.
Shook her finger at me. She said, "Don't be naked."
Because we were playing basketball, and Rick was doing the shirts and skins.
I was going to be skins. That kind of freaked the kids
She
out.
wouldn't let it go. Listen, she kept going up to him.
Right.
She would not let it go.
Well, that's that thing, too. If you're doing a little bit better and you get some false confidence, I've done so much better, I bet I can go shirtless. Everybody says, no. It's
Not yet.
It's kind of like wearing that shirt too quick. You're not quite ready for that one.
Oh, you rushed into it.
You're scaring the kids. How about we got a call from Toronto, Canada?
Toronto.
All right, we love when our Canadians call.
Our friends to the north.
We love it. We love a Canadian call. Everybody. Hey! So, Mike, first of all, how do you get the show in Toronto, Canada?
Well, first of all, good morning, gentlemen. You guys sure know how to do a morning up. That's right up my alley.
Good, thank you.
But no, I'm listening live on Tuned In Radio.
Got it.
It's I guess the WZK 104.7.
Okay.
Yep. And it's a treat for me because, of course, being this far north of the border, we don't get a lot of news unless you're on social media like Twitter or what do you want to call it?
X. Yeah.
X. What have you.
Yeah.
But no, ever since, I've just been listening to you guys and, great points of view. And I wouldn't mind being down where you guys are right now. It's currently 29 degrees and it's snowing.
Did you know that it's going to shock you, Mike, that next week, for the second year in a row, we're going to get an Arctic blast? And we actually, in Alabama, are going to have temperatures in the teens next week. So, and we all lose our minds.
We'll all panic.
Yeah.
It's only 39 here right
You guys,
now.
like you said, make sure you guys wear jackets. You're going to need them.
Yeah, with that wind blowing.
Yeah, I just hope we don't have any pipes bursting. That was such a nightmare.
And snow, stay away.
You don't need that.
We're just so we don't prepare for that kind of weather. We don't get it enough. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we get it. It comes in like a bad smell, and sometimes it'll leave around late March.
Oh wow. Well, what was your comment today? You were calling in for a reason.
My simple comment is, well, make a long story short, back in 18, I went down to see Alabama in T-Town against East Carolina with my brother. That was a bucket list trip.
Okay, good.
And I never had so much damn fun in my life. I'll tell you what. I walked the campus, and I couldn't believe what was going on. They had guys doing cake stands on the balcony, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
I got to get up there.
Right. Yeah.
But no, it's just like last night when I heard the news, Nick Saban had retired. Like everybody knew it was coming, but yeah, I was distraught. And I think what makes sense to me. I don't know if the stars have aligned, but the New England Patriots parted ways with Bill Belichick.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Bill and that's no secret. Bill and Nick, close friends. I've been following that. I watched The Art of Coaching. I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, man.
But wouldn't replacing greatness with greatness be smart? Like, I mean, I get all Nick Saban's underlings, Sark, Lane Kiffin, all those guys.
Kirby.
But I mean, to have Bill and Kirby.
Yeah,
but, I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, it would. Matter of fact, I hate to say this, you're agreeing a little bit with Dickie Nadmeyer. That was kind of his plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the age of Belichick. You'd almost look at him as a transition
guy. He's been a coach for
guy.
49 years.
49 years, but the brilliance, no doubt. Are you going to watch? Wow. I noticed because I saw the promo for it that Apple Plus is about to do a documentary on the Patriots and their big run and behind the scenes and all that. I think it's coming out in February.
I heard all that. Yeah,
coming out in February. I'll be all over that. Oh, yeah. I'll be all over that.
Yeah, I remember before the run.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Mike, thanks for checking in. I'm glad you found. Did somebody? Was it your trip to Alabama that you found the show and then went back and started looking for it, or you just happened upon it?
No, it was when I went down to Alabama to watch that game. I found the station. And I came back and listened ever since. And like I said, I've been following Alabama since the Shula years. And they were lean years.
Oh, boy.
Yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
When the good Lord put his hand on Alabama, and then all of a sudden Nick came on the scene, man, it's been nothing but a fun ride. And I'll tell you, it's been good football to watch, win or lose.
Well, let me hear a Canadian from Toronto. I want to hear what your Roll Tide sounds like.
Yeah.
Roll Tide.
That's not bad. That's not bad, Mike. That's not bad. All right. Thanks a lot.
I'm in the office, so I got to watch what I do.
Okay. Thanks, man. God
Green
bless
Acres
you.
Roll Tide.
Yeah, thanks for calling, buddy. See you, man.
Wow. Thank you, sir.
There he goes, Mike. Mike the Canadian.
Phone.
Jennifer in Alabama. Jennifer, go ahead.
Seen Aaron?
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're good.
Just wanted to call and tell Bubba about the app that the previous caller kind of mentioned. It's called Guide Along. It's a free app, and then you purchase the individual tours, and it will tell you not only where you need to go and the sites you need to see, but it also gives you a good history on the area.
Yeah.
We went to Yellowstone, and it was telling us all about the history, the geography, science. So it's a very educational app, as well as just telling you what you need to see while you're there.
So it's just a self-guided tour that the app provides.
Right.
You know
Bubba loves a good
you know what
tour.
it sounds like too, Jennifer? What are those books? And Sherry, gosh, she buys them back in the day before all this technology. Anytime we'd be going on trips somewhere and she would educate herself on the things you don't need to fool with, they're not worth your time. There's a name to these series of books. Is this just the modern day app version of you can do the same thing with an app now? We'll tell you the do's and the don'ts on these things and things that are overrated and underrated.
That's a great technology. I mean, you can plug it in, and it probably uses the GPS data from your phone to tell where you're at and all that.
Are they called Forsby or something like that? You buy them, but I can't remember what they were called.
Now, in this particular one, I did see, if you see bison, they suggest you get out and try to make a picture with it.
Right. And get as close as possible.
Get as close as possible.
And do a selfie.
But yeah, that kind of research is really helpful because there's no greater feeling of you seeing something you thought you were going to be all about, and then you read and the people are like, look, been there, overrated, not worth the line. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Hey, there's a hidden gem down here that people usually don't know about. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So there you go.
You know what she
Turn it
said,
to Ellen.
she's talking about certainly there's time that there's
time to stand up for what you believe. There's time to even debate, and then there's time when you just enjoy somebody's company and you don't talk about the things you may disagree with. And I thought she made a point that I thought was for her, and I give her credit for it, that was bold, because the left seems to have lost the idea, like Bubba has said, and we've all agreed, that everybody's free to do whatever they want to do except disagree with them. Mm-hmm. And when she said, when you talk about being kind to people, you can't pick and choose who that is. Wouldn't that mean everybody, including people you disagree with? And that doesn't mean you condone or you have to go along or you have to celebrate, but you can respectfully disagree until somebody, like the Bible says, be at peace with everyone as far as you're concerned. Now, sometimes people won't let you be at peace with them, and then you have to make a stand. And if somebody asks you a direct question, you should answer it.
And you still are not compromising your principles, but it's time and place.
Right.
And they were all guests, and they acted like guests and looked like they had a good time. Good for them.
And on some of these issues, how are you ever going to tell someone why you believe what you believe if you can never be civil enough to have a conversation?
Yeah.
And so I thought she handled it well, and she didn't come out and whine and bend to the pressure. She really kind of took the pressure and said, "Let me explain what I thought that you even claimed to believe." And I thought she handled it well. And I think the people going after her or going after George W. Bush, either way, would be silly. Neither one of them sitting next to each other and enjoying a ball game means they've suddenly changed their view on anything, and probably had a chance to have a civil conversation, which could lead to people changing their point of view, or at least understanding more why you believe what you believe.
Yeah.
Well, and even the broader picture, hey, we're all in this together. We're going to have to get along to some degree.
Right. I don't think going to a ball game that you were invited to in a suite is time and place to have these kinds of debates, unless somebody asks you a direct question. If somebody asks you a direct question, then you can kindly and gently say, well, this is my view on that. And
or it's not the time and place to really go into.
Yeah.
Look, the Cowboys have the ball again.
Right. And really, she had bigger problems because the Packers won.
Yeah.
She had to find a way to enjoy that without enjoying it too much. So, Bubba, going to the break, you told us that this is one of those rare things, this is unicorn kind of thing, that your wife thinks you have done something that you didn't really do.
Yeah, and I was having trouble convincing her that I was not the guilty party.
Did you start getting that look on your face like you looked guilty even though you weren't? I hate when that happens. Like when
missing food?
We kind of start laughing because you can't believe you're being accused of something.
Well, what it is, we call it, we named it years ago, it's like the instant we give is when someone's kid falls down near you.
Yeah.
And you didn't touch them.
Right.
You didn't have anything to do with it. And the kid starts crying, and everybody starts looking at you saying, what'd you do? And you're like, I didn't do anything. But then this guilty face comes on, and you're like, I promise I didn't touch him.
I know I look like I did.
You're right. And I don't know why your face does that.
Well, when Betty had been out of town, she came in over the weekend, and it was kind of late, and she told me, she said, I don't feel like cooking. I'm tired, been on the road, all that. I said, I understand. She said, I'm just going to order a pizza. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, right. Order pizza.
You wouldn't object to that, would you?
No, usually not.
No.
Bring it on.
And, I get my special with a pineapple on it on my side. And Betty will get some wings with that sometimes. She likes wings. And so we're going to bed last night, getting ready to watch some of our TV shows we watch. And she said, I wish you had left me a few more wings because I wanted to warm them up. And I went to
I knew it had something
to get them.
And,
I did too.
And she said there wasn't hardly any in there. And I said, and I probably got that funny look because I go, Betty, I haven't eaten any of those wings. Now, at times I may have, and I would probably joke about it with her and make up some excuse or, something. But in this particular case, I really had not. And she said,
you have to admit, though, with your past, this is an under.
Let's say there's a big robbery in an area.
Yeah.
They'll round up people who are known for robbing
if it's a food issue, and we've always said that if they put out a warning that a donut shop has been knocked off and they only took food, not money, and it was a portly white guy, my picture's probably going to be up there as a suspect.
Oh,
you'll be questioned.
You're coming to the lineup.
So, but what was funny, she said, like half my sauce was gone. I mean, somebody ate a large part of this order, and I had only eaten like one or two, and most of it's gone. And I said, Betty, I promise you, I have not done it. So I don't know.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Tonight, excited to represent the show in the land of News Talk 103.9, where you hear us in Dothan, Alabama, and down that way. I'll be at Ridgecrest Church tonight for Man Church, year 2. So I'm excited to be there for the transitional service that gets them into the next 40-week curriculum. If you'd like to find out more about the men's discipleship strategy at themanchurch.com, you can. We got churches all over that are implementing this and at different stages, and also have a couple of conferences coming up that you can attend this year. Find all that at themanchurch.com. Hope Hull, Alabama tonight, too, at Hope Hull Community Church. You've got Kevin Derryberry tonight, and he'll be kicking off the strategy there. Bubba, the NIL, the ever-changing NIL, I know college football, some of you are like, wow, a lot of college football talk today, but it has, it's big stories, and there's a lot going on. But one of the things that people have talked about is some of these coaches that are kind of like the Sabans. They're certainly an age, and who knows what else might be involved. But a lot of people think that they just don't like the current state of college football. And if they say we're going to retire in 5 years, they're kind of like, I think I'll go ahead and go now because of this environment. And there's a reason, because we don't know where it's going to land, because we haven't really solidified how it even works yet, and it seems to be ever-changing.
Think about this. The NCAA just had death grip rules on how everything had to be done.
Mm-hmm.
They were challenged on this. It was carried to all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court gutted them on a few things.
Mm-hmm.
And now it appears to be out of control, right?
Yep. Yeah, they don't seem to have that grip on a certain part of the anatomy they once did.
Yes, the NCAA Division I Council voted Wednesday to adopt new rules designed to help the athletes avoid unscrupulous agents and unfavorable terms in name, image, and likeness contracts. Starting in August, the NCAA will provide athletes with a standardized contract recommendations for NIL deals and aggregated data to help schools and athletes have a more realistic picture of the going rates for endorsement deals. The association also plans to create a voluntary registry of credible and trusted agents that will be based largely on feedback from the athletes who have worked with them in the past. The Division I Council, he said, we don't want to do anything to get in the way of the student athlete trying to activate their NIL rights, but we do want to assist them in essentially protecting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, the council formally proposed new rules that, if passed, will be able to help facilitate deals between athletes and NIL collectives, a move that would likely return some degree of control of roster management back to athletic departments and teams on campus. The schools and any associated NIL collective will still be prohibited from negotiating deals with recruits or transfers before they actually enroll and attend class in the school. Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of this, Rick, may even go further. The new president, Charlie Baker, proposed far more dramatic new policy shifts that among these would allow schools themselves to pay athletes directly to promote their university through name, image, and likeness deals. Now, think about that.
Oh, yeah.
They're basically going to do the end around and go, okay, if we can hire people to do commercials, basically NIL deals, why don't we hire them to do commercials for the university?
Right. Mm-hmm.
While we're not paying them to play, but we can go through the NIL window.
Well, and then you get into how much more could a Texas pay you to promote their university than, say, I don't know, fill in the smaller schools.
This aggregate data.
You remember without as much money.
We had the guy on and did a podcast with him that was talking about he was selling the service where you could get the numbers of what people were actually being paid in NIL deals. So if the NCAA is going to make this data available and you're a running back, you could go, well, okay, I want to see what the running back at Alabama makes, Texas makes, North Carolina, whatever, and you can kind of see where that range of payments would be, what you could expect from those schools versus if you play at a smaller college or something else.
Yeah.
So I think that's good data. That does need to be available.
Yeah, but what you just said is right, though. You can't pay the players directly to come to your school. Well, now you can.
Yeah. Well, this would be a way around it. Yeah. And, Why should universities be prohibited from doing the same thing a local car lot could do? Because they are trying to get people to come to their school. That's how they, their enrollment increases, their income increases, their ability to build on campus increases. So, that's I think that's just part of it.
No, you're right, and as a matter of fact, there was at one point, and we all know this. I mean, we know this for a fact, that your football program can bring people to your university that really only came for that.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
They saw your football team, and they like how your football team plays, and they think, that'd be a good place to go to ball games and be part of that. I'd like to go to school there. So they know it works, and now they can just do it straight out.
I have personally met students that came to a university strictly on the fact they saw their football team on TV.
Of course, yeah.
And like it or not, most universities are known by their football team. That is the first thing they're known for. And then maybe they have some other sports, too, that add into that. But football is usually the leading card on that.
Well, it goes back to we've used multiple examples of that. Even the manchurch.com, we talk about this. There's this notion that you would go, we need to work a plan the way I wish the world was. I wish that people would look, why can't we promote our university on our academics and all this? I wish it wasn't that way. Yeah. Well, that's
you
fine.
Do that too.
That's fine, but you might want to do a marketing plan of the way the world actually is. Not
right.
And I'm going to tell you something. If my star quarterback is walking through my campus talking about all the things our university has beyond the football field, but they only are listening because of what he does on the football field, and he can show them our science department, he can show us our job placement rate, he can show us all these wonderful things. He can show them, and I can pay him to show them.
It's a good deal.
You got a win-win.
Deal.
You got a win-win right there.
Yes, you do.
Of course, he needs to be able to do a good commercial. But
and that's part of hiring him.
But that's right. We can work with him. Yeah, we can get that done. So there's some people, you go there, we can get all the deals in the world, but we can't quite get them through the script, But I think that there's plenty that can.
That's right,
and there's plenty that can get that job done. And I think that's going to be a win-win for the universities and for the players. And it's also, I kind of like the fact that it's clearing the air. We all know this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
So just do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, let data be published on it so the kids can make their decision. And basically, they're going to have, for lack of a better term, a Yelp page for agents.
Yeah, I look at at successful football programs the way I look at commercials on this show. Bubba and I have never apologized for what we know actually gets us paid.
Yeah.
So I know we pretend that we don't like the football program and that's not what we're all about and that we're all here to get an education. Well, that's fine. But in the real world, that football program actually brings people to your university, so just stop pretending. Yeah, we all know that. Right. And that's okay. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Somebody broke in and had lunch.
Who else could it have been?
Or she ate more than she thought she did, or something.
Well, there's only two options.
Have the kids?
Or you ate it.
Have the kids been home?
No, nobody's been there.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute.
Raccoon been in the house?
Wait just a minute.
Whoa,
Bubba, did you do it maybe in a trance? And
what if you were asleep?
I'm telling you, I did not. I did not.
What if you were asleep, taking a nap, and went in there and ate it and had no idea?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
You'd have at least some sauce on you.
This. I don't know what happened. I think she must have ate more than she thought she did.
Well, there's got to be an explanation.
She ain't buying it though, is she?
Bubba, you got that look again.
And I was laughing
because
that
look again.
You look like
funny part of it.
Yes.
I know the funny part of it is I know I didn't do it, I know that I'm a prime suspect. I got this.
No doubt.
I can't believe she thought you did.
Did the raccoon do it?
I don't know. Listen, opened the door and got in.
Got them little hands.
Yeah. Right. Now they open drawers in the garage.
They love wings.
Give me the time that these wings arrived. Like what time of day was it?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It's probably for dinner. 5, 6 o'clock. Okay. Maybe on Sunday.
And then y'all watch TV till when?
You mean last night?
The night that you would have eaten them.
Gosh, I don't know. I think I was watching football in one room. She was watching something in
another
another
there's some
room.
separation here. But does she have control of the wings
at this point?
Well, I think I don't know. I don't know what she did. I don't know when she ate them or when she put
You
them
never
in the
had
refrigerator.
you never had access to the wings.
Well, I probably had access to them if I'd have gone to the refrigerator. I didn't know they were in there. I really didn't pay any attention.
Well, I'm talking about when they came in, there was never a moment you said, "Hey, I'll take a few wings."
No,
they were totally her wings.
Yes, all the way.
Okay, and
All
you
the way.
you never interacted with the wings.
No, not at all. I didn't even look at them.
You had your pineapple pizza. You were.
I was fine. I had so many slices I could eat, and that was it. And I was studying that.
So, and would you like to tell us how many slices that would be?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, that
But
means he does.
Wait a minute.
He don't
Listen
wanna
what
tell
you
us.
listen what you just said. I don't remember.
I don't remember that part. I don't remember how many pieces
But what I'm
it
saying
was cut
is-
into. I ate half the pizza, whatever my part was that had the had my fixings on it.
And then you took the rest of the pizza and you put it where?
No, I don't think I put it anywhere. I think it was out, and I took my pieces. I put it on the paper plate. I went and watched TV. I ate my pieces, and then Betty had put it up and the wings and all that.
That's what I'm getting at. So she put the wings and the pizza up.
Yes.
So you never had access to the wings.
I never got them back out.
Did you go to the refrigerator for one more piece of pizza before you went to bed?
No. I had all I could manage.
Okay. So did you cut yourself back trying to do better, or were you full?
I was full. I don't think I cut back on this one. This was
You were done.
Yeah, this was probably a cheat weekend TV thing.
Oh, just this cheat
weekend.
Yeah.
Bubba, I'm yet to
I
find
love
a day
you.
that is not a cheat.
I love you.
If you
I
could
love
point to one of those, I'd like to see what it looks like.
Well,
so I can
during
compare
the
it.
week, they're not. Every now and then on the weekend, we.
What I want to see, the reason why I want to see
We're
that-
here during the week.
Yeah. What
No, I know you see the breakfast side, but I'm
Right.
slacking off during the rest.
Yeah,
I'm
but
so jealous of the way you think.
But Bubba, the breakfast side is so much, it doesn't matter what happens after that.
Well,
Yeah, it
you
can't.
end up eating Cheerios for dinner a lot of times. That's for sure.
But the damage is done. Is the point?
No, it's front loading.
Stealing wings.
So anyway, I just wanted to see them side by side so I can see the difference in a cheat day and a regular day.
Right.
But-
Well, I'll try to give you a better picture of that in the near future.
Right.
But the bottom line and where this story should be is
Well, no, I'm trying to find out.
I did not touch those wings.
you were
and
100.
Betty, I was having a very difficult time convincing her, and I still don't know that she's 100% convinced.
Well, she's thinking the same thing. Well, where'd they go then?
Well, here's where we
I don't
are.
know. It is a
is
disturbing.
strange.
It is a
Yeah.
disturbing phenomenon. I'll tell you.
Well, that's
that.
the reason why. Because I know
Wingate.
I know that the kids are gone, and this is my next concern. Because I'm believing that you didn't do it. I
Right.
just wanted to get all the scenarios out.
Right.
And either you don't remember eating them or Betty doesn't. We're to that point.
Yeah, that's
or
what it's down to.
hey, or look, I know with our house when the kids leave, there's parts of the house the house you never go back to. Is someone living in your house?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is a
And-
little
and-
person in your closet?
Yeah.
But we didn't think about that.
Is it possible there's another person in the house and
Well,
y'all just don't know it yet?
I'm gonna have to get some cameras up. in
You know
there,
what I mean?
guess.
Because when your kids go,
Yeah.
there's certain areas of the house
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
go to anymore.
Right.
And you hadn't
You get
lived that
lost
yet,
in
but
there.
you'll love it. But the
I went upstairs, a tumbleweed blew down the hall.
right, yeah,
I was like, wow.
yeah, it's so that's interesting. That's an interesting story. One of you don't remember eating it, or there's another person in the house.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Betty maybe thought she was going to carry them for lunch or do something with it and put them into something else.
Well, that's
maybe.
possible.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Because
Like
seriously, I did not.
Here we go.
I have.
There's a Tupperware bowl somewhere.
I
with
eat a
some wings
lot,
in it.
and I have at times eaten wings or maybe had a wing, but usually I'll clear it because I knew it was part of her meal. I go, "Hey, you gonna eat them wings?"
Yeah, I bet, but she's heard that a lot. I was going to ask this.
But she didn't hear it this time because I didn't get them.
Are they what I would call wings, or those nuggets and wing sauce?
No, they're the wings,
Full blown.
yeah, with the bone in.
No,
The only thing that is a wing.
Right.
Right. So that okay. I was just trying to get a vision.
Yeah.
So that helps me too, because that would be a little more complicated to eat.
Yeah. See, I
kinda
sometimes
like to
I
get
won't
Betty
go to that
on
trouble.
Now, if you could have popped them.
Yeah, that would be. I'd
you
be
get
more
that
out.
never on it.
Oh, there's nothing better than a fly-by eat. Something that's real easy.
Oh, yeah.
Graze.
Up next, we interrogate Betty.
Yeah, y'all. I think Bubba may be on something.
Betty was laughing. I mean, she thinks she's had wings disappear.
She's got a sandwich bag somewhere. with
Somewhere.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 30 years, still here. Now in the Big Boy studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, still from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world, on various platforms, both live and archived. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is a weekly unique podcast, 45-minute conversation, available wherever you get podcasts. This weekend, our guest, Eli Gold, talking about all the big stories involving Nick Saban's retirement and all that. We had him scheduled just to visit, and this happened, 24 hours before he was going to be on with us to record. So that kind of worked out. We got Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler all here. There's Bill Bubba Bussy right there.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so I want to talk about a topic with you guys just in life, okay? So we all know that sometimes in life, if you ate something and it disagreed with you and it was a problem, then you really can't eat it anymore no matter what the rest of your life.
Yeah. Or at least for a long
At least for a long time.
period.
Then sometimes you can get past it, sometimes you can't.
I know. I know what it is.
And then you kind of have things like, believe it or not, I actually talked to someone this past weekend, and it was the couple, the Reeds, that put the beautiful cross up down at our farm. Pat, the wife, still cannot smell and taste from COVID, and she had it, like a few years ago. And so she was talking about how weird that was. But so I do know that I only lost my taste and smell for a short period of time, and only had the original strand. But like the things I tried to eat during that time, like one of them, and it upsets, I told you before, upsets my adult children for some reason. I don't know why my two middle sons, you're not allowed to speak negatively about Chipotle. I didn't know that. And so I said, I just can't eat that. And they're like, Dad, well, you don't eat Chipotle? I said, I sure don't like it. And what happened was before I got my taste back, they brought me some, and it tasted like I was eating a bowl of salt. Yeah. And so I've never been able to.
And that's not very good.
And they keep telling me, but Dad, you don't have that taste anymore. Why can't you go back?
You ain't going to try it?
And I won't
I'd
go.
like to see
you won't do it? And I won't go back. I don't want to go back.
That place.
I've never
I'm with
ate
your
there
boys
Too many
on
other
this.
options.
Love
Too
this
many other
place.
options in that category.
I like the way their food looks on the commercials. I've never eaten one. There's just never been one beside me.
I was going to say, confession here, never eaten at one.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But the commercials make me want to.
Yeah. All right, so, and I will
I
say
ate there
this.
a lot, by the way.
I also will say this.
All the tennis athletes
Easy.
in the world
Yes.
love this.
Calm down,
It's a
Coach.
good,
Wait,
it's a
tennis
good meal
athletes of the
before,
world.
At night.
Apparently
before
all young people love it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And so I was.
Didn't they food poisoning somebody? Didn't they have a big stink
they
about
did
that?
for a second. Just for a second.
Don't hold it against them forever. Adler
No.
said. I know, Adler, you're big on it, but and then of course, just this is now you've got me on a different track that I was going. But I will say this: that type of food I really enjoy.
Okay.
I just don't enjoy them. But I will say this: that there's a place that is so convenient to my house that nobody can make it as a restaurant there, and everybody keeps trying. We all have that place.
Oh, yeah.
But it's so close to my house, and I want something to last. And I've had some that I thought were sure things, and they won't make it. And so now
Why do you think that is? Do you not see a lot of customers in there, or is it the rent too high, or what?
No, I think it's the lack of customers. But I mean, they're sitting there where it's a very happening area,
visible area.
I don't know why they can't make it. Well, matter of fact, y'all know where it is. It's right there. I mean, God, we couldn't even make Shane's barbecue work there. We tried a Cajun place. We can't make it work. And so
The
now
Shane's barbecue thing frustrated me too.
Oh, it let me down.
Yeah.
I'll go.
And I don't understand that.
I'll go as far as say it let me down.
I don't understand that.
But
you had a little
I don't
bit of
understand
something.
why they could
It hurts.
make it
You
there.
take it personal.
Yeah, and so now
Wanted to pick it.
I've noticed, and I'm cautious. I don't want to get my hopes up. I've noticed now a Mexican restaurant is there.
Oh.
They're gonna try.
They'll throw a Mexican
and I had to tell Sherry, which will lead to what I really wanted to bring up too. I had to tell her this. We're driving by, and I said, "Let's go in there and eat."
We got to.
And she goes, "I don't really
gotta
want to."
support
And you know what I said? You're the problem.
There it is.
Why won't we stop? Why don't we go in there and try that?
Evidently, other people feel the same
Yeah,
way.
what is it about? That's a very convenient spot. It's where I meet. It's my parking ride.
Yeah.
That's where we meet,
Right
and we're all
there.
going to get one car.
That's it.
A lot of people go through that area.
Yes.
Lot.
How can it not make it? We've got a doggone Walmart.
And here's the other thing.
What's what they call the marketplace?
Yeah.
Where that's just the market. We got one of
Neighborhood
those.
market.
And
Neighborhood market.
Here's
That's
the
it.
other thing.
I'll stop there.
There's not that much competition right there.
know.
There's not. It really helps you not have to venture out too far if you live in that little
parking
pocket.
Bubba, it's a huge parking lot. You've seen it.
Rick,
What's the problem?
It's sandwiched between two high schools.
I know. That place ought to be covered. Maybe it needs to be a Chipotle.
Maybe it does.
Where all these young
Maybe
people
that's the
are going.
answer.
But anyway, so all that's a different deal. But have you ever had a food that you had no bad experience with, you at one time liked, and you're just tired of?
Yeah.
Oh, tired of it?
Yeah, tired of it. And I'm drawing some heat because it's on that do a little better menu, and that may be why I'm tired of it.
Yeah, probably.
Possible.
Have you ever approached your wife who, let's face it, we do all grill from time to time and prepare a meal every now and then, but even those that grill a lot, I don't know about y'all, my wife still does, 80% of the meals. I might do 20. So she's still by far the person that gets dinner ready and cooks the most. And she's got a go-to meal that it's fantastic. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just tired of it.
Oh,
and
you're on the air.
You say that?
Yeah, and so we were going along, and she'll go to it in a second, and it involves something that I know is dear to everybody here. I think it involves salmon.
I'm not a big salmon guy. Salmon, whatever you call it.
No,
I like fish, and I don't
like fish.
I don't even dislike salmon. I know it's not chicken to you, Greg. I don't even dislike salmon. I think I need a break from it.
You had a little too much.
Yeah, I can't.
It's one of those foods. There's foods that you can eat frequently, and it's fine. But they are foods that you got to spread it out. You like them, but you don't like them all the time.
I know you do.
I love salmon sushi. I love salmon fried. I love salmon patties.
I took it all the way through. No butter.
Well, and I think, Bubba, now you mentioned
patties.
one that I can't get back to. This is where I got myself in a bit of a bind. Is I said I'm not in the mood for it. I said I find myself liking the sides better than the actual fish. And she goes, "You can what?" And I said, "Would you be open to me trying something different? The salmon patty. Take me back to Mama." Ooh. And when we were all living and we ate salmon patties and macaroni and cheese, she goes, "You want a fried piece of salmon and macaroni and cheese?" And I said, "Well, I know that's not where we need to be going health-wise, but I wonder if I couldn't use the fried salmon patty to reintroduce me to the salmon." Period.
Yep.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Rick, but I like that play.
Yeah, I just do. I'm so. If I see a piece of salmon come out of that oven again,
I don't
baked,
like that skin on the back
I don't know what
That's
I'll
me.
do. I can't get. And then my kids like it, and they. If one of them comes home, especially Brooks, we're gonna have we're gonna have salmon and that pasta, and everybody gets all fired up, and I'm sitting there going. I'm just not.
One thing
fired
about
up
fried salmon, it'll stink a house up.
Oh yeah,
but
listen, when I was a kid and Mother was in there frying them patties, I'd be like, "Oh no!"
So you don't
even gonna have chicken noodle soup tonight.
So you don't even like salmon patties?
No, I don't.
But
like
little
anything.
Greg didn't like anything.
That's true, but that's one of the few that I haven't overcome.
Have y'all? I can't remember. Have y'all ever bought a whole cow?
No, I haven't. I can't say I have. No.
Okay.
But
when I had some meeting.
Well, I'm just saying. I talked to a butcher just yesterday, and he said he suggests going in with families and buying a whole cow as far as for the best meat, and you can cut it up all just
What's
like
that got to
you
do with
want.
salmon?
Well, I was just thinking about eating. We're talking about eating, and we're just hungry.
Can I tell you where I thought you were going with that? What actually would have been great on the narrative.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say that you could even get tired of beef because you had so much.
Well,
that's kind of where I thought you were going.
He explained hamburger meat to me, and
I'm neck and neck with chicken and beef. I got to have both of them.
No, well, that's my point, Greg. You can sit down and and set chicken in front of me every single night, even prepared the same way, and I won't burn on it.
No,
but I burned on salmon.
Yeah, I can see that though, Rick.
Yeah, can you?
Greg, the L is silent. How many times do we have to tell you? The L in salmon is silent.
Salmon.
It's not salmon.
Good God.
It's salmon, far as I'm concerned.
I've heard it said both ways. Listen, and I'll defend you on this. If it's going to be silent, why is it even in there?
Well, it's like Arkansas.
So
it's not Arkansas's.
To me,
it's not Arkansas.
No,
that's true. But to me, you're trying to be sharp when you say salmon.
Yeah, but you're
trying to be sharp to pronounce it the way it's supposed to.
You're trying to sound like you're uppity a little bit.
Well,
most folks say salmon.
Here's my question for the wives out there.
Salmon.
For the wives out there, I feel like I need to gingerly, like somehow Sherry's taking it personal that I burned on salmon, and I'm like, it's not nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the food. I'm just tired of that.
Is it once every 2 weeks, once a week?
And then like I'll be sitting over there, and she'll come and she go, "Oh, I went by, man, I found some really fresh salmon. I just brought it in," and I'll go over and go.
Is that the face? You give her that face?
I know, and
I feel bad for the Bears. That's all they got to do.
And I know it's healthy. I know it's good for me. I know it's got all kinds of things. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I should be. And she.
Oh, you can't talk bad about it.
And she prepares it beautifully. All that's great.
It's orange too.
I don't know.
I just burned on it.
The worst thing you can do to me is give me a plate with salmon on it.
Right.
And sweet potato casserole because I don't like orange stuff to eat.
So you just don't eat orange foods, period.
I don't like orange food.
with you.
Where are you on the sweet potato, period?
I hate it.
Okay.
Won't
Baked
eat it.
potato?
Pumpkin. He don't
Baked
like
potato I
pumpkin.
Yeah.
Pumpkin can't have nothing to do with that. It falls in the gourd family.
You forget carrot souffle.
I feel bad for the bears.
I almost feel like that salmon's one of those foods you're not allowed to be tired of.
Yeah.
I know.
How about a whole cow?
Oh, I love it when it's crunchy, those patties.
I'd like to go in on a cow. You want to go in on a cow, Speedy?
Yeah, go get one.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba has been profiled.
Hey guys, I think what we're obviously dealing with here is a blackout situation, like where alcoholics have drank so much that they black out
Yes.
and don't recall anything the next day. I feel like that's kind of what we're dealing with here. Thanks, guys.
It's one of our theories.
Yeah.
It
has to be on the table. It has
Rick,
to be.
it's like when someone turns into a werewolf.
Right.
Yeah.
And the next morning they wake up with tore up clothes. And they're like, I don't know what happened.
Or David Banner.
Yeah. Look, Bubba nearly moved me out of the way the other day on the breakfast
I
buffet.
saw that,
And how
Rick.
about this? He was next. He was second.
Rick, he went with superhuman strength, moved you right out of the way.
It's not like he was like it wasn't like he was like six.
No, he was second and wanted to be first.
If I could have just taken one step, he gets to the food. Let's go to Tom.
Rick was socializing, not moving that plate.
I know. Hey, let's go.
Tom in Florida. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, where are the bones?
Oh, that's a
Y'all
good
identify-
question.
Look in the trash.
It's a great
Need
question.
to look in the trash for some bones.
Oh yeah, the trash goes out pretty regular. So I don't know.
I mean, like right then, she should have got up and looked in the trash.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't eat the bones.
No.
And she
I
wouldn't
don't
either.
even mind, Rick.
Then
He's
you
in that werewolf stage.
Then you could have counted the bones. Well, was it? Oh, Tubby's got some food.
Bubba, I'm catching on something here. I think a part of you, are you a little concerned you blacked out and might have eaten
I
some?
see. There's a look on your face.
I just think it's funny, the whole thing.
If you took a lie detector test, you might fail just because it's in your mind that you are capable of it. Not that you did it.
It's clearly profiling.
Because we all do things we forget.
I'm not going to allow heavy people to be profiled.
I can just tell the way he's
I
acting.
know if I'd have got it. I mean, I have in past times said, "Hey, Betty, you gonna eat all that?" And I'd get some wings.
He has.
I didn't do it this
I
time.
want to clarify again, and this is why this look keeps coming across Bubba's face.
Yeah.
We are down to only three scenarios. Betty ate them, Bubba ate them, or a stranger in the house
That's
ate
it.
them.
There's no other.
Yeah. I mean, that's it.
Well, we could have had a time portal open up or something. You know?
And really, whether it's Betty or Bubba,
It's not good either way.
somebody can't remember eating wings.
I know.
Don't you have like sensors on all your appliances where you know what temperatures and what and when some doors open?
No,
and all
not
that?
on this one.
Bubba,
You need to put a sensor on your refrigerator when the door opens.
Bubba, if only you had that app you're working on.
I know.
Shut your pie hole. And it would just log everything you ate. Hey, there was wings on there.
Yeah, I didn't remember.
Or you could go, look, check out Shut Your Pie Hole. I didn't have it.
I'm innocent.
Look, pizza went to bed.
All right, let's go to
Next morning, Pop-Tarts.
Brett in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, just wondering, did y'all count the wings when y'all ordered them?
I did not. I never looked in the box. I didn't mess with the box. I don't know how many was in there I don't know how many she ordered. I don't know.
In her mind, she thinks there were more, but she could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I have gotten orders where there wasn't as many as we ordered, and just not thinking about it, take out as many as you want and then think there's some left.
I would like to hear.
Possible.
I'd like for Betty to say when I ordered.
Do you think the driver dug in?
Well, that's another possibility.
Yeah.
But Betty said she ate some of them and were saving them, or she had not eaten any of them.
No, she ate some of them.
Okay. All right. Well,
I've requested.
now we can identify her consuming
We
the
know
wings.
for sure she was in the box and had some wings.
All right. Now
Okay,
can
that's been established.
does she know how many she ordered? To the caller's point, we need to go back and ask
she
her.
thinks she does.
I bet
Did she think
I say
12?
10.
Was it 12?
I don't remember what she said.
Six.
What number it was.
Nah, you don't even fool with 6.
I don't know.
Yeah, not for a good delivery.
Is 14? Is that a number that you get? I don't remember. She said whatever the number
I
was.
think
don't
15
remember.
is.
Okay, Rick, I've requested her to call. That's 11. That's Betty
Okay. Good.
on 11.
Okay. All right. Right here.
Yeah.
Betty, you're on the air.
Hey, babe.
Hey.
Betty, we're talking about Winggate. These mysterious disappearing wings.
I told him that you didn't believe me, but I really didn't eat your wings.
Betty, first of all, you're guilty of profiling a fat person.
Oh, me.
Betty, how many wings did you order?
I ordered a 14-piece
And-
because I wanted some for the next day. That's why I ordered a 14-piece.
And how many were left? How many were left?
No way.
That would be 4.
Four.
That would be 4.
And there were 4 left, and you thought there were how many left?
Well, I'm pretty sure I had like maybe 5 or 6. So whatever.
You
know,
should have had.
I thought I had 8 left, something like that.
Okay, you thought there should have been double what was left.
Right. Yep.
And did
I
you
was not happy.
did you check?
22 minutes past the hour. We'll hear from you again before the hour's over if you so desire to chat at 866-WE-BE-BIG. But more stories to cover right now as we move forward. Now, this one is one that Speedy was mentioning earlier. California woman survives 4 nights in her totaled truck after it fell 250 feet into canyon in freezing temperatures.
Can you imagine?
Good night. Look at that.
We've had a couple of stories like that.
I know.
this
That's
week.
long.
Guys, that's my worst nightmare.
We've
Worse
had,
is being out in the middle of the ocean.
We've had several stories like this where you're basically lost in your own neighborhood. You know, people going over embankments where we have, especially in the South, we have a lot of kudzu and undergrowth. And, you know, the way some of these roads are cut through these hills, you go over the side of the road and you disappear. Nobody knows you down there.
Help me. Yeah, I think about the level, like you said, of the worst nightmare because I'm thinking about how low my standard is to feel like I'm in a nightmare, like just a simple low talker.
Yeah.
I mean,
imagine being 4 days.
I'd imagine being in something like this.
I mean, if a low talker gets you there.
I mean, you think about it, I can't even stand a low talker.
I'm uncomfortable when the air blows on me in here. You know?
Does it bring out a battery vest?
I noticed you didn't bring your battery vest in today.
No, I just change up.
Yeah, okay. So, guys, are y'all... See, here's the deal. I think I can do... I've survived. I'm in my car. Got to wait on people to get me if the weather was pleasant.
That would help.
You know,
you're talking about good spring time?
Right, like let's say
You don't want it too warm because you'll have bugs.
I survived I survived the 250-foot fall. And nobody can find me, but I'm in San Diego.
Yeah, it's 75.
You're right. I'm in San. I think I'm good. I mean, people can. I'm hungry. You know, hopefully, you know, I've packed away a good, you know, meal like some, you know, like maybe a healthy fat like salmon.
Like salmon.
Yeah,
but you like it a lot.
But anyway, guys, now you go. I had a car wreck,
and that hurt.
I fell 250 feet.
Look at that.
It's freezing.
Yeah,
it just keeps
and
getting
I can't
worse.
move.
And I can't move.
Hey,
but
I'm wedged. See, being wedged into anything. I watched the one about the World Trade Center. Have you ever seen that?
Come on.
No. I couldn't watch it because the whole time they're trapped and they're talking like this.
Bubba, do you know how she wrecked?
Avoiding a deer.
Yep.
Hit the deer, ma'am. Hit him.
Hit him.
Just
you got to.
Yeah,
It's going to mess your car up.
She tried to swerve in dangerous terrain in the national forest there.
Wow.
Wow. She said that she one of the people who found her said noticed the head poking out of the truck when they found the vehicle. No one saw her go over the side. No evidence of tire tracks, anything on the road that would have told us that she was down there.
Good night. Yeah, you could see how steep that is and how that could hide from somebody.
That's real steep.
And the one, and the one we had day before yesterday, truck went off the side of a
under a bank, went under a bridge.
Yeah,
in a
and
creek.
got up under the bridge and was hiding from everybody. 6 days, his legs were crushed. Airbag went off. 2 fishermen went down to fish at the little creek or river or whatever that was down there, and saw that there was a banged up truck. Went over, still didn't see a person, but moved the airbag and realized, oh my gosh, there's a person back here and he's alive.
Yeah,
he was pinned up behind it.
It's Christmas.
6 days.
The highway department, the sheriff's department, they're saying we have no idea how she survived this. The steering wheel was folded like a taco. Wow. And also said she survived on stuff that was inside the car.
Did she say if it was a buck or a doe?
That's a great question. It is not in here.
It's not in here.
Says she's got some hypothermia, dehydrated, malnourished, and possibly a leg injury, but she is alive.
Oh,
unbelievable! Unbelievable.
That'd have been a tough one.
Let me tell you, that's when you're thankful for peanut butter crackers in the glove compartment.
Yes,
I'll tell you
that and a power bar.
Oh, you're so thankful for that.
I bet it's the best
let me
power
tell you,
bar
hey, you're eating them goldfish crackers like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then another story
Why do we have these people? I don't like knowing that these people live among us. Another mom, her name is Pamela Reed, shaved her child's head to help fool everybody into thinking her 7-year-old daughter suffered from cancer. And she raised money online and kept posting heartbreaking photos of the child's treatment. Who are these crazy people?
Rick,
What, I mean,
Rick, there has to be a special place in hell for someone that would do this. I mean,
can't even.
Who thinks?
I mean, did you not just see the Gypsy Rose
That's right.
Blanchard story? I mean, there's nothing good ever comes from this.
No.
I don't get it.
How long are you going to get away with it?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Of course,
this is
Gypsy's
millstone around your neck area here we're in. You know,
She's looking good in her picture.
Greg, I knew you would say that.
My goodness, why don't you do something with that greasy mop?
Greg,
she didn't buy no shampoo with them donations.
Okay, Greg.
Right.
Thank you for pointing that out. But
that may be all part of the act.
She's like one of the 1,000-pound sisters.
Greg.
Greg.
Good night.
But anyway,
Poor baby.
I gotta watch that.
Another thing that you don't think about on this, of course we do, is think about the damage it does for people who now want to raise money for people who really do.
There
have
it
problems.
is.
I know everybody's always going to be doubting,
And everybody looks
wondering.
everybody
if you're
goes.
real.
I mean, you can't even trust that somebody's sick child is actually really sick.
Yeah, I know.
Is that where we are?
Yep.
That's amazing.
Because you know what you would say. Well, of course the child's sick. Nobody would fake
Who
that.
would
You know
fake
what
that?
you know
Who
what you
would
say
do that?
now. Well, they might.
Well, we got a few examples here you could look at.
And raise loads of money. And that she said was benefiting all the treatments needed for the child. You just play.
She didn't spend it at the beauty shop. I can tell you that.
Okay, Greg.
Greg, we got it.
The one who, but Greg, you could take your same narrative and go, but she was spending it on something.
Yeah, she was that.
Yeah, but what you realize here is, to Bubba's point, is what kind of person gets a child involved in something like this.
I know.
And you don't.
How
want
do you sleep?
You're sitting there shaving the child's head so you can fake that. I mean, what are you doing?
And think about, like we just said,
putting the child through all the other stuff.
Oh yeah,
too.
let 'em
what
go
you're
and
putting the
test.
child through. You're playing on people's good intentions, which is evil. You're also using a fake plot, and think how that makes the people feel that really do have sick children. I mean, it
And
just.
Gypsy Rose's mom somehow talked doctors into a feeding tube, and all that.
Now that I
That's
don't
amazing.
understand. We got to hold some medical people accountable for that
Somebody
one
wanted to
too.
just charge somebody for a procedure, I believe.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Loads of topics are out there if you've been following the whole show today. If you miss any of it, don't forget daily archives on our YouTube channel and podcast channel. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you check? Did you check the trash can for bones?
Well, there were bones in there from the night before because I had eaten a few. You know what I mean? But I didn't count the bones.
You
or
should have.
anything.
You didn't think you'd
I
have
probably
to.
should have. Yeah, I know.
Betty, do you have any? Is it possible that instead of eating, I'm going to just go with the number we can work with, six wings, you actually ate 10?
It's possible, but I don't think I've ever been on record to eat 10 wings at one sitting. You know what I mean?
I mean, Betty's tiny. She doesn't need a
But
whole
it's
lot.
but
She's like a bird.
But Betty, I don't know how to break this to you because I don't want to scare you. But we're down to 3 scenarios only. You ate them. You ate them and don't remember. Bubba ate them. Bubba ate them and doesn't remember. Are there somebody else living in y'all's house?
Well, we've got so many cameras. If somebody's living in this house, they're Houdini. You know what I'm saying? They've figured it out to be invisible. But anyway.
I believe that Bubba thinks he didn't eat them.
I believe he does too. So.
Do you think he ate them, Betty?
I don't know. I mean, me or him one doesn't. I guess we're both going crazy. I don't know. Or we're old and don't remember anything, not even what we had for dinner the night before.
I know, Betty.
Betty, in fairness, don't usually when you get wings with a pizza order, if I get some of them, I ask you if I can have them because that's part of your meal.
Well, sometimes you do. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
she thinks there's exceptions.
Oh my gosh, Lord Bill.
How long did you should have smelled his hands? Why didn't you do that?
Oh yeah.
Well,
I didn't think about that.
surely to goodness he's washed them by then.
Yeah, but wings hang on. Wings hang on. Was this mild?
Plus, didn't y'all eat at Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday or something?
Yeah, we had lunch there. Yeah. He tried to do better
so,
too.
I mean, he could have smelled like that, just from that.
Well, that's true. Betty, I
Betty, I want you to know at lunch, I got exactly what Speedy got because I know he's eating healthy.
That's not true. I try to do better, but I
got what you got, though.
I know you know that part's true, but me doing better, I try.
I'd like to hear what it was.
It's just a grilled chicken wrap.
That's good. That's good.
Grilled
what kind of
chicken
sides
wrap.
we got there?
Well, that's going to hurt a little bit.
Right.
Fries.
Okay. Well, that was just a waste of time.
Just cancel out.
So Bill picks this lunch to eat like you, not when you order a salad, apparently. But anyway.
Well, I just said, give me what Speedy's got.
You're ordering
Let me tell you something. He takes his time. He does like one fry at a time. He'll just scoop it up, almost like he's talking to it.
Right.
And he's an artist when it comes to eating.
Oh, there's no question about that.
And we were done, and 10 minutes later, here's still one fry at a time.
Well, the good news is, Betty, I saw him at breakfast. He was really cutting back.
Oh, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey, Betty, don't be mean.
Well,
Hey, don't be mean to him.
Debacle.
Betty, don't be mean.
What did I have for dinner last
I'm
night?
trying not to be mean. I'm really trying.
You know, we had some emails.
Oh, my goodness. I know. Good grief. I mean,
Betty, what did I have for dinner last night?
what did you have for dinner last? I have no idea. Oh, you had Cheerios.
He thinks he did good.
I did. It was a little bowl of Cheerios.
A little bowl.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so a couple stories. Speedy is looking for a 911 call.
All
right. And
I was just making sure there's profanity in it, Rick, and so I was just trying to listen to a little bit of it to make sure we could play it, and I think we can up to a certain point.
All right, so
I'll leave it in there.
This is in Oklahoma.
You're gonna love this guy.
And undoubtedly, now this is sad. We wish this had not happened, but a woman has accidentally been shot by a dog.
Mm-hmm.
This happened last Thursday, October the 3rd, and she.
That's not easy.
Yeah, she and the man is a caretaker, and they were waiting for a train on North 10th Avenue, I guess, or street. And so one who I guess we're going to hear from Brent Parks, who's 79 of Nash, Oklahoma.
I don't know if it's Brent or Dickie Nadmeyer. I can't tell.
It is very.
We're going to find out.
But what you're going to get is
no, I'm confused. Is the woman the caretaker? Tina, who is 44, is she the caretaker of Brent, who is 79?
I think so, because at first I thought maybe the dog, and I was like, well, this is a really...
And they had a .22 handgun under the console, and the dog jumped on it, and it set it off.
And shot her. Now, sadly, we'd like for Brent to get the information a little quicker than you're going to hear.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a lot of specifics.
Is there language in this?
Which is probably...
Yeah, that's what I was...
Okay.
Yeah, which is probably why... he has a caretaker,
right?
You know,
right.
Rick, that's obvious, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to hear this.
And just the struggle of it all started.
Let the people speak. Phone troll format, please. That means 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time, 10 lines ablazing. The real Greg Burgess moves to the phones. Not your time to visit with Greg. That was moments ago when he was on the microphone. He's now trying to get you lined up and ready to go. 30 seconds. Boom. Buzzer ends. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs.
None.
Nothing. All that.
Nada.
Instant but moving. So even if you're in line like you're doing right now at 866 We Be Big, because of our friend the buzzer, boundaries are blessings, the line should move pretty briskly. Bubba, you were just telling me that cbdistillery.com, when they, a lot of times people struggle with sleeping, but you don't want to get on some kind of med that you think may be addictive or something like that. You want something natural. And some of the products at cbdistillery.com, people are saying, look, this has really helped me, settle down, go to sleep soundly, without any addictive properties or anything like that, in a more natural way. As a matter of fact, 80% said that CBD helped them get a better night's sleep. Another 80% say there's products that they have that have really, really helped them with pain after physical activity, with soreness and joints and things of that nature. So if you have a struggle with a health concern or haven't found relief, maybe it's something as simple as sleep. Go to cbdistillery.com with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money back guarantee.
this is your source, and you can trust them. So go to cbdistillery.com. We will get you 20% off if you use our code. So do that. The code, of course, is Bubba. Go to cbdistillery.com and look for that 20% discount, and they'll get you started. The link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, here we go to the phones. Brian is in Huntsville. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Doing well. Chipotle, it has some good food, good service, but I don't go there for one reason. The 2016 presidential campaign, when Hillary goes in and orders a burrito bowl, and then she's just so cheesy about being like everybody else in the world, I immediately lose my appetite.
Oh, well, that's
That'll do it.
Well, that's what they call something traumatic happen.
Yeah.
Let's go to Richard. He's in New York checking in. Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, what do you think about the day that McDonald's announced the quad Big Mac? Chris Christie drops out of the race.
That is funny. That is
I'm
funny.
sure they're
I think he's in a drive-through today, just going around and around the building.
Oh my goodness! Now, so it's official. Christie's out, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think he's pretty much. Rick, I don't know that he was ever really in. If you
Right.
just want to talk about voters,
Right. Let's go to Adam in Greenville. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, y'all been complaining about Nick Saban not winning enough games for the last 16 years. Y'all go up there and put your application in now.
Who's he talking to?
He's making an announcement, I guess,
to everybody.
who's done that.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's go. He sounded kind of angry, didn't he?
did.
He was very
He
upset.
did. Fiery.
Well, it's emotional.
Yeah, it
you know, when Saban retires. Okay. Jason in Phil Campbell, Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
Great. Got a good recipe for salmon. I ain't trying to be short. Salmon.
I got you. Got you.
Get you salmon and eggs and scramble them up like you're making scrambled eggs.
Okay.
Salmon and eggs, cat head biscuits, and some sausage. You can't beat it.
I just can't see where salmon for breakfast is going to beat out sausage and bacon and the other meats available to me.
It's great.
Yeah,
I'll take it anytime I can get it.
I'm out. I'm just burned out on it. It's not that I'm against it. I'm not out to get it.
You sounded like a shark right there when you said I'm out. On Shark Tank. I'm out.
Alex, Philadelphia, Mississippi. Alex, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on the book of Enoch. Me and my wife's been on that subject, and I figured what better group to address it than y'all.
Well, most people think that. If you're thinking about something, they go, well, I got to ask Rick and Bubba what they think. I'm a double thumbs down on the Book of Enoch.
Well,
not one thumbs down, I'm two.
I don't think he wrote it. I think it was just given that name, and it was not included in the Bible for a reason. You can read it. It's interesting, but it has nothing to do with Holy Scripture.
Cliff in Mississippi. Cliff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good. 68th time caller.
Well, wow. That's a way to keep up with it.
Were you serious, Speedy, about going in with Greg on the side of beef?
And we've been talking off air a little bit.
Well, look, if you are, I want to see if you go in with me on a now guy.
A now
guy. Oh, wow.
Woo, you don't want the ultra package on
Hey,
that.
that one hurt, didn't it?
Hey.
Are y'all still eating that nail, guys? Is it too old now?
I'll never forget where I was when they called and said it was ready for shipment to me and the cost that came with it. Guys, it was as much as a mortgage payment.
It's like getting an estimate on landscaping. Isn't
No,
it,
it is.
Bubba? Let's go. lines are opening up right now. You can get in 866 We Be Big. Mark in Sweet Home, Alabama. Mark, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, gentlemen, sorry I'm late to the party, but I was seeing if Beth Mowens has chimed in on Nick Saban's retirement.
Haven't heard from Beth Mowens. Saban retires and stepping out after a winning the Crimson Tide, the Pachyderm, Impact statue. Big day for Bama football, saying goodbye to Nick Saban. Send it down to Newton Yaya.
I didn't realize your eyes did that when you do that.
Well, you can't help it. That's uncontrollable. I'm hearing myself, and it's making me go cross-eyed. Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Bubba, so on your desire to go to Montana, I mean, I'm hearing, you not you want to go, but you're not really adventurous. Don't want to ride a horseback. Don't want a dog sled.
No,
don't want to get near a steep cliff. You want to see beautiful scenery and picture. Hey, you just need to buy a calendar. Just a big Montana calendar. Flip through the pages. Every year you're good.
Well, great,
just kidding,
great,
man.
great
Love you
line.
guys. Yeah.
Great line. It wasn't factually correct. I'm good with dog sledding and snowmobiles
Watch
and all
it.
that. I just don't ride horses. I don't ride horses here.
No.
Much less in Montana.
Are you okay with snowmobile down the big incline again?
I don't want one straight down where I get airborne. with a child I'm holding in my lap. I'm
What if
kind
you
of
went
against
out
that.
and did the dog sledding thing, and all of a sudden you fell in love with it, and you entered the Iditarod, and you were just a phenom at it,
right?
Huh?
Somehow I see that not being a high percentage given my weight. But
well, I mean,
no, he may want to do it. The dogs won't want to do it.
Yeah. Now, if you need somebody to
double paw down,
yeah. If you need to hold the sled while somebody's going to the bathroom, I may be your guy.
Yeah. Just sit down, Bubba.
Bubba, sit down. We'll be right back. Don't let them go anywhere. No, down, boy.
Geraldine checking in. Geraldine, how are you? 30 seconds, go.
Oh, I just want to say hi to my fiance watching the living room right now.
All right, time out.
I honestly don't know what she said.
What she said? Please.
I'm sorry,
start
ma'am.
over.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, start over and let us have it again.
I just want to say hi to Donald watching in the living room right now. That's my fiance.
Oh, okay. You're saying hey to your fiance who's
You
watching.
say Dono?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donald.
He don't know.
Donald.
I think that's the name of the fiance.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You know him.
Yeah, gotcha. That's awesome.
You know Dono.
Okay.
You know his last name. Got no Mr. Roboto.
Yeah. So he's watching right now on the TV.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
In
hey.
the living room.
Hey.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Sure.
I love it.
That's good. Let's go to Joe in Meridian, Mississippi, 97.9. Go ahead, Joe.
So I'm a diehard Mississippi State fan, and I've often said that when I die, Mississippi State athletics is going to be my pallbearers and lower me in the ground so they can let me down one more time. But I would find myself, I would find myself watching Alabama football if they were on over Mississippi State because they put out a better product, and I'm just hoping that whoever comes in, if it's Dan Lanning or whoever comes in, that they, Bama was always fun to watch football because.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they'll, be all right long term.
Yeah, we'll see. Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, it's easy to figure out why Saban retired. It's just plain simple. He saw the product that Hugh Freeze put on the field, and he's scared to death. Had to go.
Freeze warning. Freeze warning. There's a freeze warning.
I'm out.
He thought to himself, you know what? If it just been 4th and 35, we wouldn't have made it.
I don't know if I could have retired after I made a 4th and 31 to win a game.
Well, I think there may have been a side of some of the other things that have happened there that he said himself that are so bizarre. He's like, let me get out here one more time with a win. I'd rather not have to come back here, even though he had a great record there. I'm just saying, a lot of weird things happened. Yeah. Let's go to Blake, Morristown, New Jersey. Blake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Blake?
How about Mike?
All right, how about Mike? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so, hey, guys, I'm from Jersey. We don't know nothing about cows. How much would it cost to buy a cow and, have them butchered up? What would something like that go for?
I don't know, Mike. What do you think? Get out of here.
Got some numbers.
Speedy,
let's get some numbers. What's some numbers?
$600.
Okay, normally there's
$800, Mike.
And Helmsy, that was a family. Normally, families go in together, and they say around $1,500 a quarter.
Okay, so everybody has to bring in $1,500.
So it's
wow.
no, that's total. So like if you went in with a couple of families, it might be $300-400
$500 for 3 of us.
Yeah, Mike, you and Speedy got a $750 a pop.
I thought you said $1,500 a quarter.
I did too.
No, I mean like the quarter of the cow. Yeah. So
it would be $1,500.
But you're not buying the whole cow,
right?
Yeah. So a lot don't buy the whole cow. They just buy parts
you could
of
buy
the cow
a
and
quarter.
split that up.
Okay.
So you could all split.
See, there's all kinds of options.
Split a quarter.
Okay, Mike.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, it's like 911. Hold on just a second. You know, I mean, we're
yeah.
trying to get it going here.
Yeah.
Just take
Now, are you're gonna handle when he cusses, or
No, I'm gonna cut it before he cusses.
That's when you got that. I don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I hope he missed it.
What do I do? Look, he's already saying hello.
I know.
This 911.
Oh God.
911. What's the address of your emergency?
Are we on? Are you on? Are you on that? Are you on that? God damn.
I'm passing out, man.
Passing out.
Just wait.
He turned away.
Are you in? Hi.
I need 911. I need some help.
This is 911. Where are you at?
We're down here at this railroad track.
Okay, on 10th Street.
Is it 10th Street?
You're just north of the railroad tracks? Yes.
Yes, 10th Street. On the north side, 10th Street.
Okay.
She's bleeding pretty bad.
What happened?
And we're right just down here at the track.
What happened?
Well, a gun went off.
She shot herself?
Got her in the leg.
She shot herself?
No, she didn't do it herself.
Who shot her?
Well, it just went off. Had a dog in it.
Okay, hold on.
We had a dog in here and he stepped on the gun.
Hold on. I'm going to transfer you over to life. Don't hang up the phone.
Yeah, all right. We're gonna end it there.
Okay.
What did he say?
That gives you an idea.
All right. So
it lasts, just so you know, there's 5 more minutes of that.
How
call.
did it turn out?
I want you to know that when you're having to be the caretaker for somebody, that means that they need some help.
Mm-hmm.
The name caretaker.
Yeah. It is 9.
Now I want you to
It is
picture
9.
you've been shot in the leg because somebody has to have their stupid dog in the truck. Okay. So now you've been shot in the leg, and your hope to get help, sadly, is the man that you have to be a caretaker for, which means he can't do he needs some help.
Yeah.
And now
who's taking care of him while they're taking care of you?
Right. And now this is between you and a bleed out. Okay. And so she was transported from the scene, and she is at St. Mary's Regional Medical Center for treatment. And they said that the gun is normally not carried loaded. This time it was. And it was the dog seemed to cause this, and she was shot in the left thigh because of the dog. Again, I don't know why people want to bring dogs in their vehicles with them. I understand if the dog's being taken for treatment or something.
Right,
you don't really have a choice because they can't drive.
Sound like they got enough problems as it is.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to give you just a little bit more. I've moved into a little bit, just the chaos of just trying to figure it all out. It's just
This will be at 1600 North 10th Street. It's going to be for a female gunshot wound, unknown location. Is the gun? Sir, can you hear life?
Do what now?
Where is she shot at, sir?
In the leg, above the knee.
In the leg?
In the leg, but she's bleeding pretty bad.
Where's the gun?
It's in my pickup.
Where is she?
She's in my pickup. Waiting
I
on
need you to put the gun someplace where it can be safe.
It's safe.
and then he's on hold, and he talks about he can't believe this is happening, and that's when all the cussing comes in.
I got to hear it after the show.
Oh, boy. I can't believe it.
While I got you, have you ever heard of the Crimson Tide? You know, we got little Jalen Hurts over here at Oklahoma now.
Oh, goodness.
So, anyway, that's, she done been shot
Dogs and loaded guns. Be careful.
She done been shot in the leg. No, she didn't do it. The dog in the truck jumped and something happened. Can you imagine? Let me tell you,
where's she at? She's in my truck waiting on an ambulance.
she's in my truck waiting on an ambulance.
God, come on.
And that one we called? Rotate. So is there a worst case scenario for me than for me to be, first of all, in somebody's vehicle that has to carry their dog with them, and then the dog jumps on a gun that shoots me in the leg? Can you imagine me in that situation?
That's a bad situation.
Let me tell you something. That would have a horrible ending. If I don't bleed out, my last breath on earth is choking a dog.
Let go of the dog.
And the person who put him in here. I'm going to have one hand on the dog and one on their throat, and I'm just squeezing as I go out.
Pass the gravy, please.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show, Dothan, Alabama. Looking forward to seeing all of you tonight. Fellas, we got a man church going into year 2 at Ridgecrest Baptist Church. I'm honored to be there tonight. Excited about that. We're going to have a great time, great night of worship, and then kind of be challenged a little bit, and then have an opportunity to get into a small group and go through a curriculum, and we'll do that tonight. Also, over in Hope Hull, Alabama, Kevin Derryberry will be there at Hope Hull Community Church. Same thing, but he'll be kicking off the strategy for year 1 there. So that's all going on. Find all those details at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So Hunter Biden in the news, and he is in the news for what reason? He refused to appear. Is that right? What he got subpoenaed?
The Congress had a subpoena for him to come and testify, and as they were gathering evidence on Joe Biden for potential impeachment, and he refused to go. And then they were going to vote to find him in contempt for not coming to that, and he showed up for the vote. Not for the hearing, but for the vote. So just kind of rubbed their nose in it a little bit.
Do I want to hear what your first cut says here? Do I want to hear Nancy May say this? I mean, is that what?
It was chaos. Hunter Biden showed up and it was chaos. Is all I could say.
All right. Okay. Here we go.
First of all, my first question is who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question. Second question, you are the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed. What are you afraid of? You have no balls to come up here and...
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman...
If the gentle lady wants to hear from Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr. Chairman. Let's take a vote and hear from Hunter Biden. What are you afraid of?
Hold on. Order.
Are women
allowed to speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Because you keep interrupting me.
I'll interrupt the chairman. I don't know that he's a lady.
I think that that Hunter Biden should be arrested right here, right now, and go straight to jail. Our nation is founded on the rule of law.
Come on.
And the premise that the law applies equally to everyone, no matter what your last...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Wow, that was chaotic. She's sassy, isn't she?
A little sassy.
All right, so now we're going back to 2022 because the Democrats are losing their mind, except back in 2022 when we had Jamie Raskin, Democrat, talking about how you must go if you are subpoenaed to court. Here we go.
The lesson is, please tell your children out there in America, if you get a subpoena to go before Congress or you get a subpoena to go to the court, go. You have a legal responsibility to go.
Okay, except if it's Hunter Biden.
Yeah,
and then you get a pass.
Democrat.
All right, so now back current. Here's a reporter talking to Hunter Biden after the stunt yesterday that he pulled. Here we go.
Would you please, I'll answer your question if you be quiet and let me make a statement, okay?
What kind of crack do you normally smoke, Mr. Biden?
Oh, my God. The question, if you didn't hear it, was what kind of crack do you smoke, Mr. Biden?
I got one more of those if you want it.
Okay.
Here he is rushing down the halls, and another reporter asked him another question.
Okay.
Other side of me.
Look at phone guy in the back right.
Hunter, what's your favorite type of crack?
Favorite topic.
Are you on crack today?
Are you on crack? Are you on crack?
Do you know
what was your favorite type of crack, and are you on crack today?
I suffer from embarrassment with that.
All right.
I can't watch them. I can't watch them ask.
If you suffer from that, wait till you get the next video. Here's somebody that's pulling what I call Rick and Bubba show where we get a word wrong. So here is Representative Jayapal.
Jayapal, maybe?
Yeah, who knows? A Democrat talking about, once again, trying to talk about we're losing.
It ain't the only word that's going to be wrong.
No, it's not. And he tries to talk about the insurrection, but it kind of goes south.
Oh, no. She's going to jump in here right after Jim Jordan.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I appreciate the passion from my friend across the aisle and the outrage. I think we're all outraged about many things. But if we're going to talk about outrageous things that have happened or things that have never happened, let's talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection.
Wow.
Wow. Yes, he did.
I don't know.
Did you see she even laughed? She even started giggling.
I mean, the crowd looked a little excited.
I'm going to tell you what.
Is it even funnier that the gentlewoman from what state was the one who had the miscue?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And she was ready, and she did that deal that is the worst when you have a misspeak, is when you want everyone's attention.
Yeah, listen here.
Yeah, I tell you what, I've got the floor now. And we're just going to sit here and let that go by? So,
I will not stand for that.
I will not. Yep. So that's hilarious.
Let's see it again.
What?
Let's see it again.
You just like it.
It's just funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Right, and it's also providing me a very awkward transition to the SpaceX rocket.
I think we're all outraged about many things. But if we're going to talk about outrageous things that have happened or things that have never happened, let's talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection.
Oh, my goodness.
It is outrageous. Talking about things that have never happened.
Yeah,
She's doing her arms out like this. Oh, my God.
What does everybody do?
You can't write something better than that.
No.
She's right. I doubt Trump has ever inspired that.
Well, that is true. That is true.
Good gracious.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, SpaceX rocket, Rick.
I guess.
7A.
I guess, yeah. All right.
Thank goodness it ain't blue orbit.
I actually was just trying to do this for Bubba, but I didn't know I'd have that kind of transition. But so here.
It's just basically a video that shows the scale, the huge scale of this rocket. It's a big one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
The
big
size of it is large.
By the way,
Well, let's talk about that.
That's a big old salty dog right there.
Good gracious. Look
Bubba,
at that
please look
thing.
at SpaceX. That has to. Well, I was going to say excite you, but
Trump must be there.
that has to be something. I don't even know how. I have nothing I can say.
Donald Trump
Yeah.
calls this?
Okay, see,
Is that responsible?
We got 40 seconds. 40 seconds, everybody.
Quick, show the blue origin.
No. We're not doing
Adler,
any of
let's
that.
just see the footage again. That is impressive.
Well,
how big that is.
I mean, I'm impressed.
We're talking about SpaceX.
see
here.
what I mean?
What are you
I
doing?
think we should have gone with the world's largest cruise ship.
Frankly, I'm not that impressed.
So
What is it? You need to probably pot him down.
And the fact that thing will just take off and fly through the air.
It's amazing. I
Now,
mean,
granted, it blows up every time it goes up.
Didn't it just now blow another one up?
It did. Blown up twice.
everybody stop.
But that's all right. That's part of the design process.
Yes. You learn. They're learning.
You live, you learn.
There's the big cruise ship.
Oh my goodness!
Look at that cruise ship.
Wow, look at that salty dog.
Right.
Well, a ship.
But the all-night buffet there is large. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great day. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. Eli Gold, the guest.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.